We're gonna go live on YouTube, that way we're on our thing and get into this. There's no need to drag this out. Alright, so we're gonna be checking out Factorio Space Age, which is the new update to Factorio. It is a DLC. I believe it's running, I think, 35 bucks or something like that, where I'm at USD. But, and for the record, not sponsored, didn't get a key, anything like this. I bought it. Because they're just releasing, it'll be updating a lot. Yeah, it updated, I downloaded this last night, and then, you know, got up today, and there was already an update. But, yeah, so this is the new DLC, Space Age. The big difference, I don't know, like, all the minutia and all that, but the big difference is we don't have just one planet now. We have 5, if I'm correct. And then there's also space itself, if you want to count it. And so it is one of those things that you're going to leave your first planet, and there's going to be other planets that'll have their own challenges and all that. I don't know, like, systematically how a lot of that's going to work, but we're going to figure that out. We are going to do a new game. We are just literally going to choose the free play Space Age, which is the new thing. We're going to leave it on its default settings. So you do see here, you can go through, and you can choose, like, all stuff like Death World and all that. They do have a whole bunch of stuff here. You do also have where you can import and export your map string. So, like, if I were to go here, I could sit there and paste that someplace, and you could play on literally the exact same map as me if you want. I'm not too worried about that. If people want to make that a big deal, that's fine. But genuinely, I think the randomization is part of what makes this game interesting. But as you can see here, we have, like, Novus as a planet. We've got Volcanus, Gleba, Fulgora, Aquilo, or whatever. So you got a bunch of planets, and I do find it interesting that we can choose to do all that and change those things. Worm incoming? Yeah, that worm. But some of the things you're noticing is we have the existing materials we know about. Simple enough. Those are all been here since the beginning. But then we got like calcite, sulfuric acid geyser, tungsten ore, scrap, lithium brine, fluorine vent. So we've got resources that are going to only be available on certain planets. Not a big shocker. So for those who aren't familiar with Factorio, what does this game do well that you enjoy? So if you think of the game Satisfactory and where you like craft your factory there, Factorio takes the I want to scale it much, much farther. And as you can probably see from the trailer going on in the background, it does have enemies that are significant. So for Satisfactory, until you get too close to an enemy, it ignores you. The give and take of Factorio is as you make your factory bigger, it puts out more pollution, and there's the enemies, which we historically referred to as biters. When they get exposed to pollution, they get angry about it, and they'll try and murder your face. And so there's a little bit of give and take there. If you're not into combat, you can just turn them off and that kind of stuff. But they do add a dynamic to the game, so it kind of depends on what you're looking for in your playthrough, on what settings. If you just want to make a giant sprawling factory, you could just turn it off. If you want to have that give and take, you can. But it does a lot more in, I want to make big factory. And where I've made the comment that I generally found the blueprinting in Satisfactory not to be super satisfying. Like, it's good functionality, quality of life, but I found it kind of too cumbersome to be useful. That's because I'm doing it by comparison to Factorio, where I can go, I put down these buildings, I'm happy, copy, paste, plunk it down someplace else, and then just run with it. But yeah, so I would say Factorio is the one, if you want to build a factory, Factorio is the one that you really build a factory. Whereas Satisfactory, you have a little bit of story, there's a lot of searching, it's a, well, like, really nice crafted world, whereas Factorio just goes on forever. We do have, where we have, like, different stuff we run into, so we have, like, trees starting area, we have different types of foliage and all that on all planets. And all of that stuff. I'm leaving all these on the default, we're just taking a quick look through here. Bias. Interesting. We also have, like, different options. So you see, like, here, I could turn off the enemies, or I could make the enemies passive, where basically the enemies will only attack if I have to attack them before they attack me. Those will disable achievements, so I'm going to leave those on. We can change the starting area, and that's basically how much space you have around your base before the first enemies would show up. I'm going to leave it on default. the enemies do expand, they do grow your sizes, and you can change it. And there is a settings here called Death World and Death World Marathon. Those are runs that literally you have to claw for every little bit. The enemies do naturally get harder over time. And then under Advanced, the one thing I did notice, because like I said, this is as far as I went, is this is new here. Spoiling rate. So something in the game now has a decay to it. I don't know what it is, but there is some resource, that don't spoil, there is some resource now that I need to use within a certain amount of time, or it goes bad. So that's going to be an interesting thing, because that'll take away the idea of, like, iron plates, where I just load up a crate with 1 billion iron plates and I don't care. There will be some resource I can't do that, or resources. We also have asteroid spawn rate, and so that's pretty self-explanatory. But yeah, and you can sit there, you can limit the size of the map. The map is effectively, it's not truly unlimited. There is a finite size the map can get, but it's one of those things you will start making your computer very sad well before you get there. So it's kind of like Minecraft, and it's unlimited, but like you eventually get to the point of integer overflow kind of problems where there is a hard limit that the map stops, and you can get there, but it's just kind of one of those things that, for all practicality, it might as well be unlimited. Yeah, Burning Sun saying the fastest vehicle in vanilla takes about 30 hours going full speed in one direction to reach the edge of the map. Needless to say, 30 hours going full tilt is not practical. So the point is, it is technically limited due to technical side of things, but for all purposes, it's unlimited, for practical purposes. So with all that said, we are using this, but that is a difference again. This is a procedurally generated world versus Satisfactory's a handcrafted world. So Satisfactory's world, the exploration is far more meaningful in that one. This one, though, if you want to make Big Factory bigger, you can do it. So without further ado, let's pop in here. It does look like we're getting the exact same intro. Not super surprising. So, the idea... So, welcome to Factorio's Space Age Free Play. Your task is to dispatch interstellar space platform. You will need to research advanced technologies in order to unlock the rocket's silo and discover other planets. Start small, work your way up with automation, construct a reliable base of operation, and reach the stars. Protect yourself from the native species, as they may not appreciate your presence. So, mostly the same. The thing that changed was, normally when you started the game in the past, is it would say, hey, you need to build a rocket and launch a satellite as your objective. Whereas it has slightly changed that our objective is now to, you know, build a space platform and explore the other planets. Which does make me curious of if there's an overlying objective we will find later. And I will say that I do have the no backseating and no hints, all that I am being a little bit over the top with that today, because this is a category notoriously bad for backseating. And it looks like I have once again started in the desert. On the other hand, one nice thing we have about this run versus the one we were messing around with warm-up yesterday is if we look at our map, I do have my ores all right next to each other here. The water is a long ways away, which kinda sucks. Do you ban or time out? Time out. You'll time out, and if someone just keeps doing it, then, you know... Well, we'll probably time out if someone does, do a little timeout to begin with, and then... If someone doesn't take the hint, like we could do like a little 5-minute timeout when, you know, the first offense, second offense, make it like 15-20 minutes, and after that just do like a 24-hour timeout. And then if they come back the next day and they do it again, then we will turn to bans. And to be clear, when I say backseating, I did put in the comment up top that saying like, hey, you got your inserter backwards, that kind of thing is fine. That I don't mind. If the bug kill you, is the run over? No, you die, you drop the stuff in your inventory, and you just go back and get it. I believe there is a challenge mode that is permadeath. But yeah, we won't be doing that on, like... That'd be a challenge to aspire to, not to start with. Okay, so... with this, we've got our iron ore here, we've got stone, we've got copper, and we've got coal. Generally speaking, you end up needing all these. There's already, like, 8 icons I don't recognize there. Excellent. So I've got a couple things in my inventory, so I'm gonna go ahead and we can just click down here and say I would like to put the smelter there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start by saying, hey, smelter, I would like you here. And I'm gonna need a little something to put in there so I can drop some of the coal from those rocks I broke. Now this smelter is officially running. It's just dumping ore on the ground for the moment, which isn't particularly helpful. I'm gonna actually go ahead and put that there so it's at least putting it somewhere. Which isn't particularly helpful at the moment, but that is what it is. And what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go ahead and normally I don't like grabbing this by hand, but I'm gonna do that real quick and it'll get that going. So the first thing we want to do before anything else is get at least our basic drills up. Right now we have drills that run on coal, and so they require me to do maintenance to them manually, just like to re-top them off. But this will give me a little bit of ore here. And then once we hit, what is it? Yeah, once we hit 9, I can put a drill over here, and we repeat the process. That was 1 iron short of what I needed for that. Yeah, so I drop, just like in other games, we drop our ore and our coal in here, and we get our iron plates. So this drill is giving us coal, dumping it in there. That's what that little arrow means right there, is that's going to drop the coal right here on this tile. There's a building in that tile, so it goes in that building, as long as the building can just, you know, accept it. So with that, I'm able to make a couple of burners. Then go over here and say, I would like another drill for the iron, and I'm going to put one of those there. Now, as I mentioned before, I need something to actually fuel those. Now, what's going to happen here is I'm going to get rid of this, and for right now, I'm going to turn 2 of those to face each other. And so what's going to happen here is you're going to put coal into you, who's going to drill coal and put into you, and so those will have, you know, coal I can just grab out of them real fast. So now I can go here and drop half the coal in each of these. And so now we've officially got ourselves some basic production set up with our steel. It's going to be slow, but what I will do is I will expand that. Now, if we look at our map, you'll see a couple bits of information. Right here, for example, you see how there's this little sort of reddish plus that appears and disappears? That's where I'm putting out pollution right now. So those little burners, they're causing a little bit of pollution, not a big deal. The big downside is I'm in a desert, where you can start like in a desert or a forest or whatever. Pollution spreads really, really well in desert because there's nothing to stop it. And meanwhile, if we look up here, there's some red dots up there. That tells me that there's biters up there. There's enemies. So when this pollution expands the point that it reaches them, they're going to get all angry about it, and they're going to come by and say, hey man, I don't much appreciate what you're doing in my front yard. And we'll choose to probably murder them. But, you know, we'll pretend to feel bad about it. Okay. So now I've got 2 of these making steel or iron plates. I keep saying steel plates, but they're iron plates. And we didn't already say, so, you know, welcome, Kill and Jaywalker. It's good to see you. I'm Sanity as well, already dropping in. Let's see, haven't you been at 5 days already? You apparently missed a day, probably. I think it could have been, I believe it might have been on Friday. Friday I ended up doing a stream even though it wasn't scheduled. As you can see, so right now we're just trying to get the early setup. Now, I'm not a speedrunner in this game. I used to know some of the speedrunning strats long, long ago, but I haven't... Wait, Steam Power is finished researching. Wait, what? Oh! Interesting. So... Okay. So we still have the science later on. But the earlier sciences are no longer based on that. We got the first one for crafting enough iron plates, the second one we'll get for crafting enough copper plates, and the third one we'll get for crafting the actual bench. It looks like all the later stuff is the same the way it used to work. But it does look like what they've tried to do is to help players not feel overwhelmed. The first couple they unlock so that at the very beginning where you don't know what the heck you're doing, you can just get that way. Okay, so what I've done here is I've got these four feeding into each other, and that's just basically a way I can go there and get even more faster. Alright, so yeah, so that's interesting. It's also interesting that it's telling me to queue up research, but I can't yet. So maybe that prompt needs a change, but that's okay. Alright, so we do have that there. Now, one of the interesting things that's both a pro and a con is because these two ore nodes go right up to next to each other, a lot of the drills will actually mine the tile next to it if they're like the electric drill or whatever, which makes this a booger because you'll accidentally contaminate your belts with multiple materials, which is bad. But it will also be kind of a thing that'll have convenience of location. Am I... Oh, right, that's fine. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is we'll make 3 more of those, 3 more of these, and we can get the basics set up here, and then we're going to start trying to get the electricity online. Now, one thing I do remember is for people who are speedrunning the game, generally speaking, you don't try and get the electricity up super duper early. Like, usually you just go real hard on the burners from it. So let's check. So if I put my mouse over here, it's saying, oh, I'm covering it up with the camera. Let me just move myself. Yeah, so you'll see where it says expected resources. That tells me what's underneath it. So I'll get the 1.6 copper. And the reason I was checking that is I can put that here. And I can put this like there. And what I'm trying to do with this is just, at least for the beginning, to try and avoid having the cross-contamination. Now I'm going to need coal to run those, which is why we do this. And I'm just holding control and circling over that to pull the stuff out of the inventory there. So I'm going to go ahead and drop you two here. Okay, so with that, we are producing copper plates, we are producing iron plates. Now, the downside of what I've got here is I manually have to run that coal around. And like I said, oh yeah, that's fine. We're making brick, which wasn't actually my intention, but that's fine. So as you can see, is now that we're crafting the copper, it's unlocking electronics. So stuff we have to do here is I will need the pump. And that's all the stuff for running electricity. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about any of that. Wait, what was that? Artillery remote targeting. Discharge defense remote. Spiderton remote. Gotcha. These are the things that you use to craft these, and they're just made available for logistic stuff. Meanwhile, we're gonna go up here. I will need conveyor belts, inserters. We'll put the power up here. That'll be water, pipe. I'll put the bricks on here. And we'll put the metal box. Okay. So again, it's telling me once I make the lab, then we'll be good there. So we need electricity, which is going to be down there. So we're going to craft what I need for that. So you can go this, which is an offshore pump. We'll need a boiler, 2 steam engines. I will make an iron chest. And I'm going to go ahead and make the actual electric inserter start with... Yeah, so this is blinking red saying it's out of coal. So that's what it's saying. I'm going to have to like babysit these a little bit where I'm going to have to top them off. Generally speaking, it's not a speedrun idea, like a good idea for the speedrunning side of thing, because I don't care. Actually, wait, what? Oh, they changed the icon. That's not telling me it's out of coal. That's telling me there's no more iron underneath it. That's fine. That's fine. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because before what it would do is there'd be like a little red, yellow, green indicator light on your drills. And it would just, as I mentioned, change it, red, yellow, green. Having it actually blink and be like, hey, I'm out of stuff, is way better. So what we want to do here is get our basic setup for coal power. And the way we'll do that is pretty straightforward. I'm going to have a boiler here. We have 2 steam engines. And so basically we have this pump, pulls water, puts it into the boiler. The boiler will feed fuel into it, makes the water hot, puts it in the steam engine. The steam engine gets steam, and it runs. And then same there. And you might notice I put exactly 2. That is a deliberate decision. And the reason for that is if you put more than 2, the last one, it ends up going through the steam too fast, and they end up turning on and off and cycling. And that it's actually better, so far as your throughput and everything, to literally have less steam engines. So 2 is kind of the limit there. And you might go, well, how do you figure that out? Honestly, you can just do experimentation. That's good enough. Like, you don't need to mess that too much. One other thing I'm gonna do. I wasn't gonna make another one of those drills. We can make one more of these drills, because while I do have this one making brick, which is nice, let me also make one that just gives me stone, because I'll need both brick and stone. Okay. So I've got this built down here. I am going to want another box. And that's because right now, getting a conveyor down here on any practical level is going to be a chore. So instead of doing it that way, I'm just going to drop the coal in here. So you can go here. And pro tip, you can hold the button when you put down your power poles, and it will automatically figure out, like, where you need to place them to make them work. So I'm going to put one stack of coal in here just to prime the pump. So right now, I have an entire power plant running that inserter to put stuff in the power plant. Don't worry about it. Oh, hey, I got an achievement for doing that. Cool. That was, so I've beaten the game and done, like, the thing where you do it in, like, 8 hours and that kind of stuff before. So it is one of those things that seeing some of those achievements that are, like, very basic stuff, because they didn't used to have achievements, is a little weird. It does look like they've expected to have a bunch of new players show up with this, which is probably fair on their part. But as a result, it does look like they are approaching it in the, hey, we should, have more things to kind of nudge the player in the right direction. Help walk them through it a little bit, which I think is a really good choice. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is, now that I've got that hooked up, I want to try and get this automated. So we want to get the coal down here and that way, so that way I don't lose power constantly anytime, I got going on. Oh, actually, I don't have access to the drill. Alright, so disregard that. Apparently, they don't give you that right away this time. So I'm going to make the lab. Because normally I would have access to the electric mining drill. But it looks like I need to get the red science now, which I think is fine. Basically I had like an order of operations I was used to, and I'm just having to adjust because they've changed the progression just a little bit, but enough that I'm having to adjust my habits, which is fine. One big piece of advice I'll give to players new to Factorio, just like almost all automation games, is just however much space you think something's gonna take, you need more than that. Okay, so this is flying, so we have the electric drill. Okay, so the electric drill, that's vanilla, burner drill. Yeah, I didn't remember needing to research that. No, literally we did it yesterday. I didn't think we had to research that. It does seem like there's a new drill here. So with that said... Now you're making me decide. We're going to start research with the logistics. Because that'll let me start setting up some of the automation for this stuff. So we can go here. I'm going to manually craft just a bunch of the red science in the meanwhile. Always been that way? I thought I thought you get the electric drill. I mean, I could be wrong. It's like, I literally did it yesterday, but I could be wrong. Either way, I like to get the electric drill up very early. And the reason I like to do that as early as I can is just so I don't have to deal with, like, constantly running out of stuff and whatever. Because after a while, running around topping everything off gets to be a real pain. And there's tricks to doing this faster and whatnot. I don't know most of them. Like, I believe you can grab stuff and cover it up if you've got enough being produced to do that. There we go. So we got a bunch of those going. Alright. Meanwhile, what I'm going to go ahead and do is grab this. Because already, I can start paving the world. And by paving it, it makes it so I run faster. Needless to say, I don't have nearly enough to do anything meaningful yet. Yeah, so I queued up more of that than I really should have, but that's okay. Now, one nice thing about Factorio is it is a game that if we look at our power, like, the production is barely running at all because there's almost no demand. Meanwhile, if I chuck that in there where there's demand, suddenly you see those steam engines come online. Which that's where I mentioned putting 3 of these will get you in trouble. Is because it'll ramp up, everything will seem fine, it'll get good, and then you'll start getting to the high point, and it'll be enough that they're running high enough that they're bringing the steam temperature down, and then your power will start sagging. And that's the whole thing. But yeah, so I want to get the logistics going. Because of the logistics, I can start getting that up. I also want to get the automation going as early as we can. Because automation will be one of those things that we're going to need in a big way as well. Because of the automation, then I can start setting up what we refer to as the mall. Which is a very common strategy in Factorio. Is to have a location that it's basically its primary purpose is just to help you, just to help you get your buildings. Do that? Oh, we see power production? Demand accumulators on the screen now. Well, the accumulators and demand, I'm pretty sure those were there before as well. Yeah, no, I don't think this UI has changed meaningfully. I could be wrong. Because I've only played once or twice in like the last 2 years. It's just been a while. So, me forgetting stuff, very, very plausible. Okay. So once we get the logistics unlocked, you seem to be... How much do we have in here? Because I'm going to want the logistics, and I'm going to want... Yeah. Okay, so you take 20. Right. So I'm going to want the logistics, and I'm going to want the electric mining drills. Because once I get the logistics and electric mining drills up, then it gets much, much, much easier for just plugging things into each other. And then I no longer have to, like, run the coal around and all that kind of stuff. I'm occasionally just breaking up some of these big rocks because I will absolutely smash a car into them later. And plus, they actually do give you a good chunk of coal. Like, that one gave me 47 coal. I keep moving this one drill around because I'm picking up all, like, the trace amounts of iron that are on the edges. Okay. So I probably won't need that many more inserters yet. I'll definitely need more belts. Look at those queued up for a minute. Meanwhile, we can start running the conveyors. Alright, so this is where our coal is. What's that button? Make copper wire. Okay. Hey, Warwicks. Thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. Really do appreciate that you catch the last 3 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you're having yourself a good day. I am having a good day because I get to play the new Space Age. And I have been looking forward to new Factorio content for a while. Let's see. This is the first Space Age play stream they're actually watching. This morning was your first 2.0 vanilla stream. Didn't want to get spoiled. Don't read. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go pop in here and drop more coal in there for running that for now. Okay, meanwhile, while we wait for the science to happen, let's start running power poles along this conveyor line. I'm gonna try focusing and cutting down the dead trees right now. So that way I'm not eliminating what little pollution absorption I have here. Eventually those trees will die and then whatever. But I'm going to be dealing with lots of problems to the north. But it does look like I do have a patch of woods to the south of me. Actually, no, it looks like I got a little bit here. Okay, so now we're about to be attacked. You see how that's hitting that nest and popping? That means we're absorbing the pollution. So let's make ourselves some armor. Let's make some bullets. I might take my chances this time of trying to do the push right away. Okay, so I finished logistics. So let's go ahead and queue some stuff up. So I want the electric drill, the automation. We'll get the better guns. We'll grab the radar, grab you, grab the lights, grab the repair. I feel like some of that was not previously... Like, some of that I thought was just stuff you got right away, that I think they have scaled it. Alright, so... Yeah, so they were rallying in attack. Yeah, that's what that is. That's them rallying to get ready to attack me. And use the trees to slow them down a little bit. We can get roughed up a little bit here, because the pistol is pretty worthless. Alright. But yeah, since that nest is absorbing pollution, we probably want to deal with that pretty soon. I'll do just like the other one. And I realize I could put this like right on the middle. Oh, you need more coal. I could put that like right on the middle and I wouldn't need to move them as much. And we have a building being attacked. I need to deal with that. They're going to destroy it. Okay, they didn't manage to destroy it. But yeah, so they're going to keep attacking as long as I leave that alone. Because they're getting pollution. And basically they're not a fan. They're getting all angry about it. So what I'd like to do is I'm hoping I can sneak close enough to this. To take out that nest. We're gonna probably have to get those worms out of here. It seems the pistol has a much shorter range. Back off a little, recover some health. So I got one of the worms gone, but I just want to destroy that nest because they're going to be just getting worse and worse the longer I leave it here. Been dodging Factorio streams all day. Oh yeah, I already read that. Oh no, wait. You think you're far enough ahead now to not get spoiled. Gotcha. Well, it is appreciated that you would have your first Factorio stream here. That was one of those things. I was like, okay, like I could do something where I woke up extra early and all that. But for me, I'm like, no, if this is like my main category or something, like maybe that might make sense. Try and be the first on the ground. But I also know there's a lot of people who are really big in the Factorio category, and I'm not among them, which is fine. Okay. So I should be able to destroy that. We definitely want to get the submachine gun before I take on another nest. Because this pistol, not the best. No surprises there. Pistol's terrible is what it is. But we also triggered an attack that early, and I'm like, alright, I don't want to fight these long-term with the pistol. Hey, I got an achievement for destroying a biter spawner. Let's go. Alright. So now that we've done that detour away from everything productive, let's go ahead and run down here, because like I said, they were attacking here. We already have a drill that... Oh, sorry, it was this. There's just a hair over being destroyed. So it's like, alright, I probably need to jump on that right away. And you are already full again. Or not full. You've depleted the ore again. Okay. Kill it with fire. Yep. There will be some of that. Alright, so it's looking like we probably ran out of red science. So we're just working our way through that. So we can go ahead and here, drop off that one, at least keep it going. Alright, sorry. Yeah, so what we want to do is I want to get the electric miners on this conveyor belt here, because that'll let me automatically feed that into the power, so that stays on. Once we have that, I do have copper up here and iron over there. We've got tons of space, so I might go ahead and put the iron, the iron refinery in this area, the copper refining up in this area is what I'm thinking, because that'll give me a lot of space, and then later when I need steel, I can put it farther down the line. And that'll just give me much to work with. So we can go here. Oh, I need to grab more coal. See, they may have granted preview access by just consistency in Factorio streams. I mean, you have a 900 follower streams with preview access on your list, assuming they got legally, but you don't know. There may have been also something that, like, certain groups are in, like, the target demographics, or, yeah, it could also be that they streamed it. Like, I'm not salty about it or anything, to be clear. It's just mostly specifying that, hey, I didn't have early access to the DLC, nor did I receive a key. But it's like, I don't stream in the category very often, so it's also not at all surprising that I didn't have access. For the record, I put down that, it reduces the amount that's in there. They gave it to people who are likely primary streamers. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. It makes sense, that's not unusual either. Okay, so with that, we should get the mining drill. After the mining drill, we have automation. And the reason I want automation next is that will let me automatically make the things I want, which will let me start working on building a mall, as well as start, like, automatically making the science and yada yada yada. Okay, so if we're planning on doing the iron production over here, I'm going to just plan to have a split off here. Alright. So I already know I'm going to need 2 splitters, probably 3. Probably won't need the under right away. We'll want those. We'll want all the telephone poles I can make. Power poles, whatever they are. Like full-time? Yeah, that's what I figured. People who main the category or big names in the category when they do stream it, stuff like that. Like, was it Ant Eats or whatever? Giant Waffle wouldn't be someone who mains it but plays it enough, add to a large enough audience to probably justify it. Things like that. I could also see them targeting people who play similar games as their main games as well. So I could see people who like main Satisfactory but have played Factorio a couple of times. I could see them as going to... So let's see. So question for you, are you going to have a main bus line this run? Or just random factories that go to a central, the mall? So the mall... So to be clear, the mall when you're talking in Factorio usually is the idea, not for like your whole base setup. That's usually a location you have where you make your buildings to then do other stuff. So there's that kind of thing. In the past, I have done main bus. These days, I tend to prefer having a bunch of remote locations that I then use trains to move stuff between. Because using the light programming kind of stuff you could do with the trains, I find that just to be really, really effective for getting materials anywhere in the map that when, you know, I have these start running dry, it's really easy to just plug in another thing and keep going. Alright, so we do have the electric drills done, so let's go ahead and start getting those producing. So I'm going to go down here, clear that off. I'm not going to ever use those drills again. I can't say that with confidence. I'm going to go ahead and make a bunch of those. Because now we're going to be at the point I can start automating all of this. Okay. We are going to overkill this a little bit here. Because that is going to be feeding my factory. Yeah, so you see this little green indicator light? That used to be the only thing to let you know when there was or wasn't something underneath it. It turned red. So I do like that they added a blinking icon that's like, yo, you don't have any left. So now with this, we still have this box full of coal. That's gone. We can put the conveyor belt here. And for the moment, I'm just going to put another box right there. I am going to need to make some inserters. But then I will have it drop all that extra coal we just grabbed and just dump it on that belt. Distributed train setup is great. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like one of those things that earlier on isn't really an option. We can go ahead and add that onto the list, add you onto the list, add you... Yeah, so we've got one more drill's going to be made, and then we can get the inserter set up here. So you'll notice this will start backing up. You know what I ought to do is we can just change this. So let's move this power pole over there. And I'll just do that and drop it directly in. Okay, so now I don't need all that inventory space dedicated to this stuff. The next thing I'm going to want is I do have the splitters here, which now I think about it, this needs to be set up a little different on my bar. So I want the underground, this. We'll move that and put you here, grab you, put the splitter, okay. And I'm just moving stuff around so as I need things and get that layer. So that'll be where we split off to do... This way will go to the refineries, that way goes the power plant, and I like that because that means the power plant will always get half of our coal to make sure that it's always fine. For right now, these are going to continue operating in the short term until we get this moved over. So the next step I'm going to have is let's actually do the refinery area first. So yeah, let's plan for... Iron refinery is here. We'll go right here. That's where that's going to go. And then once I start getting to the point where we have a lot of this automated down here, where we're producing the iron plates and the coal and all that, or not coal, we're producing the iron plates and that kind of stuff, then I'll worry about the next thing there. All right, so we should be able to go here. Now, what's going to probably happen is I'll probably put this splitter way back here. Actually, be farther back. That's fine. Well, actually, I'll worry about the splitter when we get to that point. Right now, that's the coal plugged in for the refineries. We can go here, and I need a bunch of smelters. All right. I was just debating if I want to do it this way or I want to go the other way. It's fine. This will be fine. I need more of these. For the moment, clear my inventory of the coal. Because what I'm trying to do at the moment is want to get all these wired up so I can feed the coal or the iron in here. The coal goes on the line. It pulls all of this. Well, that's not supposed to be posting as me. That's supposed to be posting as the bot. Let me go ahead and see if I can't fix that. To run the command. That's the backseating command. Edit. Chat. As the bot. Thank you, and out of here. Just because, for those who haven't been in this category before, Factorio as a category is pretty famous for how bad the backseating gets in it, unfortunately. It is just the way it be. So trying to, like, head it off of the pass. You hate starting new games of Factorio, you wish to just late game straight away. Oh, well, that's an interesting problem there. You know what? A weird thing here. So for right now, turn that way. You can turn this way. Let me grab you. Keep those running. Yeah, and I don't mind starting the early game. Like, the early game is a whole lot of pocket crafting and all that. You can skip the pocket crafting. There's, like, literally achievement for... I think you only have to make, like, 100-something items in your inventory, period, ever. Alright, so if I go this way... Here, we're gonna go this way with this. Because if I go that way, then we'll be able to, do some other goodies with it. So the new thing I need to do is you need to go here. We've got the drills. I'm going to need a couple more conveyor belts. And you can deal with that. In the meantime, let's grab all of these out of the way. Their services will no longer be needed. Going right up through there. Okay. So that's going to be a whole lot of drills going. And what I want to do from here... I'm going to need a couple of undergrounds. Morning, Jeffy. How's it going? Because whenever that happens, you always like to have yourself, oop, professional streamer here. There was a time he was actually muted for an hour and no one said anything. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Yeah, no, with the back seating thing, I've handled it differently in different situations. But there are times where my way of handling people who just cannot help but backseat, there are times the way I've handled that is just, so it'll be like, hey, you should do this, it's more optimal or whatever. And I'll like deliberately misinterpret what they're saying and just keep going with it, and eventually the person just, either they catch on that I'm trolling them, or they just get so flustered they go away on their own accord. It's just one of those things. It's a pretty ubiquitous thing on the platform, being like, hey, backseating can ruin games for people, please don't. So, you think people would figure it out. Alright, so we've got this going, so now I have a whole lot of iron production going at a pretty decent speed. We do want to get some drills going on this side as well. I'll just need to craft them. But we also want to get our automation starting because that is going to be necessary for a lot of things. And honestly, even if I leave this just butting into nowhere, I can just go buy these to pick up all of the iron plates. So it still works. What I do need to do is get this coal out of my inventory. I really appreciate that icon. It's such a little thing, but those are those little things that you would think shouldn't matter in any way. But just having an icon that's a very clear, hey, I'm not working, without having to like stare at the building and be like, is that working? Is that doing its job? Is just honestly nice quality of life nonsense. Alright, meanwhile, you're going to get moved, because I don't want you there. But I figured I'd place you down since it was a requirement to get stuff unlocked. From here, we're going to go ahead and span. But I am working, hides the icon. Alright. So, where do I want to put our mall? Oh, you're out of coal. Let's go drop these off real quick. I'm thinking the mall is going to go up here, because I'm trying to avoid just deleting an entire forest right now. So you put the mall up in this area. That is going to require me to get the copper and all that sorted out, and I see I've got another one of these that's complaining about not having fuel. Going backseating, you once saw a viewer who wrote the message, why stream if you don't like backseating? That's because those are viewers who just don't really understand anything about content creation. They're the same kind of viewer who doesn't get that this is entertainment for people. And while their version of entertainment themselves might very heavily feature, telling the streamer what to do and all that, generally that'd be more the exception than the rule. Those are some of the easiest viewers to ban. I shouldn't say that. The easiest viewer to ban is the one that just drops in and, shouts out something racist right at the door, and you're just like, alright, gone. Or, they're just a bot, like, trying to pitch some graphic art or something. Watching the streamer enjoy a moment in the game is kind of fun. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Different creators offer different values. There's different things you gain from different channels. Alright, so we've got that going. How is our power doing? Fine for right now. Getting a little high up there, but that... But, there's the streamers that are, like, reactionary streamers and all that kind of stuff. There's the streamers who, they're very analytical, you'll learn stuff from it. There's streamers that, they are very heavily, like, interactive play, whether it's, the Twitch integration kind of stuff, or whatever ends up being. But you have all sorts of different things. Or getting to the plot point and going, aha moment. Yeah. Oh, that's the things that's such a challenge when you're dealing with games like The Walking Dead, the Telltale game, or Undertale, or Doki Doki Literature Club. Those kind of games that, like, the big draw to the game is the person experiencing those specific moments. And people just get too excited about it, and they end up ruining that moment. So, like, the big thing they want to see is the very thing that they kind of mess up by wanting to see and not being able to sit on their hands either. To a lesser degree, Subnautica is another one that happens to. That, like, there's certain moments of the game, they're like really cool stuff that, you know, someone can't help but say something, and then it gets spoiled, and, you know, once you know, there's no going back to not knowing. All right, so that'll take me down this way. I'm gonna go ahead and put more road going this way. Okay. Get a couple more drills on the coal. There, so I got that whole line of coal all wired up and everything. So that'll overkill that. Alright. And then the plan was to put the copper production over here. Like the copper smelting, whatever you want to say, over here. And then the mall over there. Like I said, mall for my context for playing this game in the past means the place where you have one thing that's making your inserters, one thing that's making a belt. So none of them are making them at a particularly great efficiency. You're not going to scale it up, you're not going to run a factory with it, but it's just a place you can run back and be like, oh, I'm out of inserters. You just grab a stack of inserters out of the box and you go. And then later you add it to the network and then you just have what you need. Now, I used to have a blueprint where it was all set up where I had, like, there would be, I think it was, like, 2 or 3 belts of iron going in, like, 2 belts of copper, a belt of stone or 2, or, like, whatever the amounts were, I don't remember. And literally would make everything I needed from just, like, the 4 inputs or 5 inputs or whatever. I haven't played long enough to remember any of that, though. Okay, so I've got all this sorted out. We're making some conveyor belts to get by. So the next thing I need to do is get this going. I would like to make these line up, but I don't think they're going to. So, okay. So the first smelter is on the line I'm physically standing on. We're going to go all the way up here, just enough to make sure I have some room. So I'll go ahead and plan that you'll be there and there. That's a lie. I need a gap. There we go. I'm not going to need nearly as many of these as we had for the iron. Like, we'll scale it up later. But right now, we just don't need that. I'm going to start this here. Because I really need to start getting to where we're automatically making stuff. I'm doing a little bit more on the early side of production, and not as much on the late, and I'm going to pay for that after a while. And that will be a problem eventually. Yeah, so for right now, I'm going to focus on just getting these online first, and then worry about having them empty out someplace. Okay. So with that, I'll actually grab this pole and bring it up. Cool, so that'll all be connected. So the next thing we want to do is I don't want that to go right there. We'll go here. And honestly, I'll bring this up here, so you're 1, 2, 3 from the side. That'll be our copper line. And I need more wood to make more power poles. If those are furnaces, at first you thought they were an apiary. Oh no, we don't do anything environmentally friendly in this game. Are you kidding? Though I did have people say that they believed in this we might be able to replant trees, which would be weird because generally Factorio is one of those games that 100% fits in the category of I start the game and the world will never be in, like, the world will just be on a treadmill for a worse state of the, being as the game goes on. As I just pump more and more and more pollution into the world as the factory must grow. Okay, just grab some dead trees over there. Have it queue up a bunch, and then we'll do that. Okay, we can put a couple more drills down. Once I get some copper. Because with that, we'll have the copper drills going, so I can just retire the copper stuff. And honestly, for right now, I can just leave the stone doing the stone things. It's not going to be consuming it at any meaningful rate. Okay. Also, usually in runs past, I would literally pave the entire world in the area. I would just sit there and say, queue, full grid of blueprint, pave, let the bots get to work. Which kept the bots busy for a decent length of time. Okay, so we've got all that. So next thing I need to do is bring the coal in. And I mentioned I was going to need to put down our splitter here, and I wasn't sure yet where. So I'm going to go ahead and put it, like, right here. Nope. Gotta bring it over the left more. Touch grass? Not even in video games. Nope. Trying to look where I can run this by without getting in the way of stuff. Yeah. So you just run that up there, and it'll zigzag for right now, which is not optimal, but, it is whatever. Yep, so all of these turned off, so I can go right around here, and there's going to be immediately, like, just shy of 2,000 iron plates. Boom. Alright. I need to get the basic automation set up so I'm not pocket crafting everything. I also need to go over here. We'll grab some more of the coal so I can shove it in there for right now. So I can go here and say, keep running, keep smelting, keep running. Your services are no longer needed. Just chuck that in there just in case we run into a problem. Alright. Now I just add a splitter, and that'll be our copper online. Okay. So now the copper should produce itself, and I won't need to worry about it. I still have this one drill I forgot to connect. That's fine. I'm just doing like a quick just shove it into the line kind of connection, because it's one drill that doesn't actually have that much ore underneath it, so that'll be fine. So we've got that going, we've got this going. You can toss a couple more drills over here on the copper. By now our power is being overwhelmed. So let's go take a look at that real quick. So you can click on this, and as you can see, my satisfaction isn't running at 100%. That means my production is taking a hit on how fast it works. And the way we get around that is we make more power. So we go ahead and we'll do a boiler. 2 of these. Okay. Let's see. Is there a world edge? Yeah, it's the world is effectively infinite while not really being infinite. It's one of those kind of situations. Well, it's fine. Okay, so we've got the coal coming in. That is filling there, so that should be fine. We've got our iron set up, we've got our copper set up, and stone I'm not going to worry about. But yeah, so the world is gargantuan. As Burning Sun mentioned earlier, a vehicle going at the absolute highest speed, it would take about 30 hours to reach the edge of the map. Like, real-life hours. So, the world be big. I understand with multiplayer there's probably more limitations. Oh, we got a attack over here. That's a decent size attack already, too. Well, that's annoying. So they actually did a considerable amount of damage, unfortunately. They did break a lot of our conveyor belts and all that. So I am going to need to start getting some actual defenses up. That is one of those things that can get you in trouble. They did knock out some power poles. Okay, that's all back online. So I need to figure that out. I still have a missing drill there I'm going to have to replace. Gonna make a ton of that ammo. Remember correctly, they removed the 1 million tile limit? The not so friendly kind of Twitch raid? Yeah. I'm still missing another conveyor belt right there. Alright. So we have got to get the research going because that's just going to keep getting worse. Clearly the attack is coming from the east, but I don't have the research for the guns to defend the base, nor do I have the submachine gun. I'm making some spare ammo, so at least I can assist with the fighting back now. But I am going to need to get this automation set up because that is officially like the warning shot across the bow saying, hey, you're going to have a bad time. So let's go here and put the automation there. Alright. First contestant. I built an assembly machine. Apparently that's enough to make the game happy. So we're going to need to make the red science. I need to get that moving. So we're going to do gears. And we are going to do red science right there. It is not going to be efficient. It's not going to be well made. But it will mean I will at least have it going. So this will be where we pull the iron onto here. This requires copper plates and gears. So we're getting the gears from there. We'll need the copper plate. I'm going to need more iron. So I just need to run a line of iron and a line of copper, and that should be quick. You know, that should take care of it. The speed at which you can go through these things when you're building everything out of your hands is pretty staggering. But then we're going to start getting just like random inserters and conveyor belts and all those other things producing. Go ahead and stop there. Stop making the ammo for right now. Okay. Actually, in this particular case, let's change our setup a little. Yeah, I'll be just a moment. Alright. So I need the iron there and the copper here. You can make it a 2-belt system instead of 1 this time. Okay. So for the copper line, The catch here is, if I want to do the same setup I did last time, we're going to be a lot more constrained in space. I don't think we are, so I'm going to go out this way and around. Just because I do ultimately want to have it come back this way, but the ore is in the way. Alright. Let's bring the copper around. I'm gonna have to, like, snake these conveyor belts past each other. It'll be a little annoying. Alright. Let's go right over here. Should go up one more. So we can go one more and we can get that hooked up. That'll get the red signs to be automated. And like I said, we're going to do just like we did with the other day when we were doing some warm-up, where I'm just going to try and get everything as quickly as we can hooked up to be like making conveyor belts and making inserters and making the drills. And anytime I have a new building I'm not already producing, get those automated. We'll probably get another attack soon. Let's see if we can get eyes on this nest real quick while we're waiting for these conveyor belts to be produced. Oh, that nest is right here. Okay. Well, we can... Yeah, there's the attack coming. So we're intentionally using our bodies as a way of absorbing damage, so that they're not hitting my buildings. Yeah, so those attacks are going to keep coming until we get this sorted. I did way too many of these. That'll do. Okay. So you need to be this one. So that's the copper line. And then this one will just tuck right on under. Yeah, that'll be fine. You just run it right down here. And a lot of this will be cleaned up later on. We're going to have to do a lot with it. But right now, it's just get it working. So much of this is going to have to move, and then we'll have to tear it down because we'll get the better buildings. It'll be different sizes and yada yada. Okay, so with that, we have at least this part of this hooked up. We need to actually wire up the building. Cool. So that will automate those. Let's say about these attacks. We got two options. Call Democracy Helldivers, or call in the chapter Space Marines. Yeah, basically. And I also need to get you hooked up, because I forgot we don't even have those connected yet. Yeah, no, we will go and fight them. Because the next thing I unlock is going to be military tech, which will give me the submachine gun. And with that, I'll have a much better chance of fighting them and not just getting steamrolled. Anyways, let's go check our power. We keep expanding this. It is holding up just fine. Alright, so with that, we've got that going. So the next thing to get order business-wise is we want to make inserters and conveyor belts. This time, I'm going to try and be a little bit better about not having everything dependent on the same stuff. So we're going to go here and say gears, and then we'll go here and say conveyor belts. I need some of these boxes. I can put them on the bar right here. And so with this, I can go boom, 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 boom. Oh, you're not connected to the other part. Alright, so with that, we now have ourselves production for conveyor belts, and I'm going to block that off at 4. We will need to do... Sorry, we're going to need to get the inserters next. And with inserters, it's going to be wire, circuit boards, Inserter, gears. Alright. And you're wondering how I know to do that? I'll show you in just a moment. If we click on this and we say, I would like the inserter, it tells me its requirements are an iron plate, a gear, and a circuit board. So there's going to be our gears. Our iron plates will be pulled from that belt. We have the circuit board here, which requires iron plates and wire. And then this will be wire. And that's just because I happen to already know what it needs for this. So all of those will go like this. And you're going to go like this. And then I'll need these. I can put a box right there. Okay, what are you missing? You're missing the gears. That's not the right arm for the gears. There. We'll definitely need at least 2 of you for that. Okay, so we're now officially producing conveyor belts and inserters automatically. We're also making a red science automatically. Let's get ready. We're probably getting about due for another attack. I still don't have the better gun yet. We'll have that soon. Once I get the better gun, I could probably make a move against this base. Yeah, so there's the next attack grouping up over there. It'll also group up like that when they go to expand. Unless something changed, they would do that, and it's just instead of reaching your base, they would instead, like, go to an area, stand around, and the base would appear. Okay, so with that, better gun time. Okay, we can grab our better gun here. Where are you at? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and start crafting bullets. I want to deal with this nest real fast now that I've got a better gun to deal with it with. Because they are going to just keep attacking until I put a stop to them. That is way more than I gave them credit for. The good news is they are going to kind of get stuck at each other, so they shouldn't be able to wipe me out. The bad news is that means I took all this on, and I have to wait to recover my health before we try again. But then for every one of those spawners I destroy, it will slow down the rate they replenish. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna deal with this real fast so they stop attacking me. But I am gonna need to get defenses up, like actual defenses, when I can. Okay. One spawner down. Here goes the next. I think for the other 2, I'll probably want to destroy that worm. You're gonna hop into Sleepy Lurk? Been awake since 10 a.m. because of some office stuff? Gotcha. Well, you have yourself a good sleep. Thank you again for tuning in, and thank you again for lurking. Okay, and we've got the worm dealt with. So now I just need to wipe out the last 2 hives, and that'll be another base out of the way. But they will gradually replace what you destroy. Like, not exactly, they'll just spread and they'll choose a new spot for the base. So there is a little bit of tug-of-war going on between you and the biters. But it's pretty much, once they're inside your pollution range, unless you're just turtling up with like a wall of defenses that you're just replacing the guns and repairing the wall constantly, it is good to be proactive and just knock them out and get them out of the way. Because now I don't have to worry about being attacked again from that angle for a while. Now, because I'm in desert, though, that pollution is just going to spread and keep being a problem. Alright, sorry about that. And it'll still be a problem in other biomes as well, it's just worse in desert. Okay, we can grab the iron out of here. We will make a radar. Just because with a radar, I can reveal map. And, it'll slowly expand and show the map. Plus, I have the advantage of I can zoom in and look at stuff later. So there's that first radar. We'll probably end up making 4 here not too long, but that won't be the immediate priority. I missed a tile there. Okay. So I've got all those producing. These are all going fine, so that's good news. I need more copper. So let's go grab that. Okay. So next up on our construction list, we've got the conveyor. Let's go ahead and try and get these. So those two both take conveyors and circuit boards and iron plates. Alright. So, the iron plates... So circuit boards are, again, this whole mess. We're going to do a little bit of stuff to make that work. I'm going to deliberately make... How do I want to go about this? Because I'm trying to not rely on just one again. So that'll be for the iron plates. So I have you for the wire. You'll pass it this way. You'll need your stuff there. So we have our wire, our circuit boards, and then my intention is to put a conveyor belt here. You pass those there, you pass these here. So that now gets that on there. But the thing I don't have up here is the iron, so I'll need to deal with that. But then I'll be able to go here and here. And you can produce... Actually, let's change that. Let's put the gap, because that's where I'll run the iron. So you can go up here and go, there's the underground, and there's the splitter. You can run it here. Go there and there. We can drop the pole there. And I could go to the outside there and there. Let's grab the stack of inserters. Yeah, so like you saw there, I was able to just go there and get 100 of those instantly. So these are waiting for the iron plates, and these are waiting for the iron plates. We'll have 2 stacks of each of these will be permitted. And that's what I'm doing here, is I'm saying only fill up those 2. Once you hit that, don't do it. And you just click on that and drag it up to do that. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to run a new belt. Oh, I don't have a spare underground, so that's why it didn't work. So now I could go and say pull the iron plates off those 2. And then we can just go over here and we'll put a splitter, and I'll just branch it out over there, and that should work. Okay, so we now have our splitters and our undergrounds going there. We are going to want to get some guns online right away. So get a couple of those queued up while we wait. And we're going to want to go around the outer perimeter and just put some of those down. That'll be a little bit. How am I doing on materials? We're doing fine, except for the stuff we just started producing. So, next up on our to-do list is let's get the assemblers on there. So that's gears, plates, and circuit boards again. You're going to notice this pattern a lot. I'm going to see if I can't fit them right over here, because if I can, that'd be good. Because then I can have this be for the assemblers, and then make the green circuit boards here. I'm not sure if we'll have enough space for it, though. So I'm kind of doing the same thing as last time, except I'm just not threading, like, where I was making the circuit boards and threading them through the middle. But the intent is just to make a mall here, and then somewhere else we will go, here's where I make my red science, here's where I make my circuit boards, here's where I make my blue science, here's where I make, you know, insert the name of the next thing here. Alright, so let's see. Where do we think the next attack will come from? So right now I can't see below and I can't see the right. So let's assume to the right is my bigger threat. We don't know that for a fact, but barring running around and just looking myself, that's going to be the best guesswork we're going to have for the time being. So let's go ahead and put these down here. Where's your ammo? We can drop 50 in there. 30 in here. 30 in there. Okay, so we got a couple of guns on that side of copper. Okay. But yeah, so the whole idea is here is with the mall, is when I need conveyor belts, to run up, touch that box. When I need undergrounds, just click there. When I need splitters, just click there. And it's just a place I can run back and just get those things without having to put any real, like, effort into them. You can take the time, and people will have blueprints already made that you can just grab it and just, like, import the string or whatever. That you can just go this way. Ooh, it's not enough space. Okay, what do you need for the assembler again? We can make this work. So we need gear and iron plate. So that'll be easy. There's the gear. There's the iron plate. And the place we're getting stuck is on the wire. Because there's just not quite enough room here. What I think we're going to do is we instead turn it this way. Actually, I lied. We're going to keep it there and turn it this way. So that'll be for the wire. You'll see what I'm going to do here in a minute. And then I'm going to need another long arm, which we'll have to get those crafting automatically, especially with how I'm setting this one up. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll put a splitter down here to run copper down that way and this way. It'll be a little janky, but that's fine. Usually the malls end up being a little weird unless you sit down and take the time to, like, math everything out beforehand, and I can simply not be bothered. Yeah, so you're gonna just go like this, and you're gonna go like that. And so now we have wire, circuit boards, and... oh, I forgot, we're gonna end up needing a fast inserter, aren't we? That's still fine for now, but... okay, and so with that, we can go ahead and put a chest here. That's one I'm gonna only give one stack this time. So, we're also making smaller quantities than we did the last time. Alright. And that's repair packs are available now. We'll definitely want to get some of those queued up. The repair packs are gears and circuit boards only. I can probably make that happen. Okay, so that's gears, wires, circuit boards, put them together, and a box for repair stuff. Okay, so, and the reason I didn't just grab that wire is if those do ever pick up, that'll be a whole thing. I'm trying to be a little bit more... the whole thing doesn't shut down constantly with this one. So I'm making dedicated. It'll make my mall take way more space, but then, you know, I shouldn't have to deal with nearly as much. Alright, keep doing the stone. Keep making the brick. So pretty soon I'm going to want to go here and get the stone refining set up somewhere. And I had planned for that to be, like, in this area, but we'll get there when we can. So I've got stone walls are next. That'll be another thing I need. We do have a nest down here. Luckily, it is well outside the pollution range for the moment. It'll be a problem in the short term, but not in the immediate term. And that's still good enough for our needs right now. I'm also going to take a single box, and I'm going to run way over here, just kind of in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, we just plunk it down right here. I'm not going to build here at any point. And go right there. I'm going to put the pistol in it, because I'm never going to use that pistol again, so that's a garbage can. That's what that is. That's junk I don't want or need placed. Alright, and meanwhile we got here, our power's doing fine for the moment. We haven't been ramping up research like last time. We got a couple of our iron nodes are starting to tap out. That's a-okay. Because what I could do here... Let's go ahead and get the mining drills onto this list as well. So they are also iron plates, gears, and circuit boards. That's fine. Like, I'm sitting here going, I'm just making the same thing again and again, but that's okay. So, wire, circuit boards, drill, and they'll do gears. And you're over here. It'll be fine. It'll be an inconveniently shaped / size of mall, but that's fine. It's one of those things that you end up changing it 2 or 3 times during the run, so it doesn't really matter. So gear, drill, circuit board, and wire. So you probably notice we've got a repeating pattern here at this stage. Oh, you're not the right one. And some of these, because of the inserters, are just not going to be efficient. Did you need plates? Yes, you did. And as I mentioned yesterday, I used to have a pattern for your mall that literally, I would say screen-wise, is probably like from up here to down there, so kind of like tall and narrow. And it would make every single good where I just had like the 5 or 6 or 7 inputs on the bottom. It was like 3 or 4 iron lines, 1 or 2 copper lines, like a stone line, and everything else would be made inside of the mall. I think later on you plug in, I can't remember if it was oil or what you plug into the side. But it would make literally everything you need in the game. So far as like construction and all that goes. I didn't think that through. Okay, so you can go down to this spot. Actually, go there. Alright, I also need to get bullets produced. The good news is bullets production is super duper simple. Just trying to decide where I want to put it. I'll put it up here. Let's not squish ourselves in too tightly. So I can go right here. And then we'll have that there. Put a box here. Bullet production I'm going to allow to have a little bit more, because when we start using them, we'll start using them in a big way. And there's bullet production. Alright. So let's run over here and grab the drills. And we can grab the repair things. Let's see here. Repair things. It'll end up moving some of these things around on our bar later. Just fixing some of our damaged buildings. Okay. Generally, when I go and I set up mines, I will try and just cover up the entire area and let it just slowly whittle away the entire thing. I find that to be helpful. It does look like I might need to expand that down there. Which does make me think is I will need to... That really is kind of an inconvenient stone area. It's going to be a little bit annoying to separate out the stone and the copper there. You can use stuff like smart splitters and all that, and they certainly work. But they still end up being a bit of a pain. Oh, I can drop you in there just to get you out of my inventory. It picked up its one piece of iron and is like, job's done. Okay. Maybe we can go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Retire me, Captain. I did all that you asked. Yep. Retire me. I did the one. That's not right. And there's going to be way better ways to organize this. I'm not super worried at this stage. Once I get the really big electric smelters, we'll have to, like, literally this whole design won't work. And there was, like, I even had blueprints for that as well, whereas, like, I had my, this is my early game area where I gave myself the extra space to work with. And then, you know, I could just use that. So mines aren't limitless? Correct. The mines do run out in this one. So it's not like Satisfactory, you put down a drill, and you know you're going to get this, you know, a certain amount of ore out of that forever forward. You do eventually exhaust it, which does force you to expand. Alright, so let's worry about trying to get this, this stone production stuff over here as well. Do we have any sight of any more nests we gotta worry about? Alright, so we do have a nest to the northwest that's good, I think. I'm just gonna run over here to the right just to reveal the map where the pollution is. We will still want to put up guns on all sides of our base. Oh, do we finally catch up on our research? So, steel, green, better guns, do this. Ah, so this one that used to be red science, now we get it when we get steel. I'll get the steel tool. I do like that. Let's see, are you able to build defense yet? Yes. We actually built a couple of guns, I just didn't have much spare materials to, like, really expand. Alright, we'll just go a little farther south just to make sure there's not a nest, like, right here. Okay, that's good enough for now. Oh, wait. How far out are you? Okay, that's probably fine for right this second, but it will be an issue in not super long. But we're going to run into a lot of that kind of thing where it's like, okay, this will be an issue when the pollution spreads 2 or 3 ticks. And if I sit there and try and stop all of those early on, I'll spend a lot of time dealing with it. Later when we get really effective at killing nests, like we're running around at the tank or whatever, I can very quickly knock out, like, go and do, like, a couple laps in circle and get rid of all the nests in the surrounding area entirely. And that point, that it's worth me taking the time to go, okay, it's time to do some base clearing. Meanwhile, let's see. I'll take you off the list for right now. And I don't really care about having lights on where my drills are. But stuff like those smelters that are going to be here for at least a while, it's nice to at least have the ability to see what the heck I'm doing while I'm in the area. Same with the mall. I'm going to be running in here looking for boxes. Doing that in the dark kind of sucks. Okay. I'm not going to worry about those. We'll run down to our power production. And I'll put some lights down over there, too. Probably just the one. Then we're going to check out our power consumption. We might start to be pushing to the edge of what these two can make. We're getting close. It's popping up to 3.2. So let's go ahead and just assume it's going to be a problem soon. And I also need to get these buildings on there. So burner, do 2 of those. And burner and 2 of those. We'll just go ahead and get a whole set up. Okay. Alright, so we've doubled our power production, which is going to increase our pollution generation and all that, but that's just the back and forth you do in this game. Okay, so it's looking like our next threat's probably going to be this one to the top. So let's plan to get some defenses set up for a little bit of this. Because this is going to be a thing that we are going to gradually escalate what our fighting situation is. And we could drop 100 bullets there. We'll drop 50 in there. 37. Okay, so that should give me a little bit of defense to that angle. We can go over here and top off our bullets. Okay. So, I'm going to need stone brought in here. That's been the one I've been sitting here delaying on, is I gotta figure out how I'm moving this. So we actually don't really have much stone there either. The next set of stone is over here or over there. Both have a considerable amount, but right next to us we've got just this kind of small stone node, and it's half covered with something else. So let's start working on this over here. Took literally an hour to read the update notes. Yep, they might have added 1 or 2 things. All right, so go here is where the stone refinery is gonna go. I'm not gonna need very much of them though. We're gonna probably put like, let's say 6 maybe. It's probably overkill for what I need, but let me just do that real fast. Yeah, no, they added a lot to the game. And ultimately I'll want to probably line those up and all that, but that'll be once we're farther along. Just like before, I'm going to circle this back this way for us. And right now, it's not going to get wired up to anything. I need to get the stone on mining and over there. And that's going to take me a minute. Because the trick I'm going to run into with the stone is I got to avoid going... Like, if you see where I move this, oh, you're not going to be able to see it again, so if I move my camera, if you look where my head was over there, you'll notice it's got both stone and copper listed on the right, versus that stone only. I need to make sure it does not show copper as well when I place these. So where all my other ones are in nice lines and nice and neat, these ones are not going to be, because I don't want to pick up the copper and contaminate my line. So I'm going to do a little finagling here, where it'll probably be like a nice row down there and the rest will just be chaos. And it is because I am trying to extract the ore without accidentally getting multiple things on the same belt. Generally speaking, it's fine to have one half of the belt be one thing and one half be the other thing, but you never want one half of the belt to be just whatever. It ends up becoming a major issue pretty quickly if you do it that way. I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do and use stuff to get around it. Okay. So that'll be the cursed line right there. Yeah, that spot's gonna have to wait. Alright. So that's gonna be real messy, but it is fine for now. There's gonna be a couple that I'm gonna have to, like, when they run out, shift them over slightly, that kind of thing. Yeah, so that line will be all messy. Okay. And so that we want to connect over there. We've got steel processing researched. Alright. So now I need to go over here, and we were out of belts, which is being produced here. And just like that, I got 400 more belts in my inventory, and it goes back to production. You can put an underground there. And I do apologize if I fall behind on chat. It is one of those things at like this stage in Factorio, there's just so much to pay attention to. As you get later on in the run, there'll be a little bit more time where you're like, alright, well, we're just chilling for a minute while, you know, whatever gets done. Okay, so we can put a splitter up here. We'll cut across there. Put a splitter, like, right here. Give a couple tiles of space for that. And this will be a coal line for our steel block. Or not steel. Why am I calling everything steel? Stone block. Cool. We go boom, boom, and boom. So we've got a connection over here, and I'm gonna go ahead and run it this way, and what I'm trying to do with this is I'm adding a redundant power connection. That way, if we do have biters go and hit some of these poles, it should stay online. Oh, you're turned the wrong way. There we go. Cool. Yep. Yeah, Doppelganger pointed out the same thing. Yeah, no, I saw it a moment after I got all placed. Alright, so those all run. I don't see any copper on it, so that's good. We do not have the long inserters going anywhere. So what's ultimately going to want to happen is we're going to want to bring those bricks over to the mall area, and we're also going to want to bring the raw stone over to the mall area. So that's the thing that'll need to be done. I want to say neither of those do I particularly need them in a large quantity. So let's give ourselves room to grow. So we're going to go ahead and do this. I'll just bring that over right along the copper line. That's fine. Okay, so plan here is I'm going to go there. And you are going to be smelters. Straightforward enough. That's the reasons why I need the stones, so we can go ahead and bring you over here. Actually, I'll just do it this way. Cool, so we're now producing smelters. I'm not going to need that many. Alright, oh, and drop you in here. Probably should also just have this do one of these. Got too much stone in my inventory. That should slowly empty that out. I can drop by the iron real fast. I could also go here real quick. Get those all hooked up. Meanwhile, I'm going to tell it to prioritize that side of the belt. So I'll pull from this side, wipe these out, and then we can move on to the next line so we just gradually clear through them. We can go drop those off. Alright. So we've got our stone blocks being produced. That's good news. We use those for getting around and all that. What else do we need? So the next up would be the boiler I want to build. And the boilers are pipe, which is iron plate. So we're gonna need to bring this iron plate line up over here and do that. So we can go ahead and do this. Actually, do you want to bring it over here? Let's bring it over this way. So I can go right here. Okay, so we have a couple things we want. So that'll be pipe. Actually, that'll be our boiler. That'll be pipe. So we can go give this for the boiler. That'll be for the pipe. That'll be for those to be kicked out of there. Alright. You don't need to bring the stone forward right now. We'll need longer claws. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? How are you doing? Notice a change in the early game? It did feel like they've made a couple of adjustments to not tutorialize it more. Oh, you don't need iron. Not tutorialize it more, like that's not necessarily how I'd word it. But basically, they've added kind of achievements and a couple other things here and there that's like, I understand, like, this is... You know, instead of just, like, leaving you to figure it out, they kind of just point you out, like, you now have where you have to get iron plates to get your first unlocks instead of red science. There was stuff that was normally not available, or sorry, normally was just available from the beginning that they're like, okay, you just got to get a couple of iron plates and now it's available. That way, like, when you're at the beginning and you don't know what you're doing, you really only have the choice of building, like, the handful of things you'd be wanting at that point. So you're going to need to be the curved pipe. So there'll be iron plates in this. So again, we'll just go here and here. I'm going to need some more boxes. I'm going to drop this. Okay. I didn't catch the ad break before it happened to prevent it until Tomb got home, so my apologies for that, because I'll end up needing to take like a short break here in about 5-10 minutes or so. I'll need to take like a quick 3-4 minute break or whatever to welcome my wife home from work and toss some food in and all that. But I can worry about that when we get there. Which that's normal on the channel, it's right around this time. Any day that my wife's working, we have that up. I need to grab ammo, so we can do this. Yeah, so the early game, I'm not noticing a huge difference that I would attribute with this DLC. Part of that is I haven't played much in the last 2 years, so there is some stuff that are changed in the game that are just already just a thing in the game that I'm just blissfully unaware of. Okay, so the next thing I want to get on the mall is the steam engine, which is gears, pipes, and that, so that's pretty straightforward. So we would have gears, the machine, and pipe. So boom, boom, and boom. Boom and boom. Nope. Boom. It's so weird also playing. It's just like, I remember how much just how very much I used to lean on the blueprints. And it's so wild that, like, I find myself doing stuff like, oh, this is where I put that blueprint. And you're like, oh yeah, I don't have that. And I could have gone before stream and been like, well, let me look up my blueprints and do all that. And I don't want to do that first in the one place. Like, we'll use blueprints, for the record. But it'll be when I have something that I'm like, I want to be able to duplicate this. Like, one of the ones we'll definitely do is not this situation where I've got an ore split in half. But when I got a big ore like that, I'll probably make it where it's like a 10 by 10 grid of drills that I could just go and just go stamp, and I have the entire thing covered. We'll definitely do a lot of that as time goes on. Okay, so we've got a couple more things being built. What else do we have that I still need to get on here? We have the lights. That'll be copper and iron, so we're going to go ahead and run down here real fast, and that'll be wire, circuit boards, lights. So wire goes there, that goes over. I don't know what else you need. You also need wire. Alright, well, we'll just do 2 wires then. And I know I could put a conveyor belt along the back and feed it through. I'm just kind of doing this. It's not a bus factory, but I'm kind of taking some things that feel a little bus-like. And you do need an iron plate. But it's definitely not a main bus. Main bus, I'd have like all conveyors going through here and connect off of it. I'm just trying to go and set this up with not a whole lot of planning. Just, I need a thing. Okay, let's just stamp it in here and do that. Which is honestly very typical for when you're making your very first factory in the game, how you usually approach it. Just, I need a thing, stamp it out. I need a thing, stamp it out. I need a thing, stamp it out. Oh wait, I need a lot of a thing. Okay. Are you missing something? Oh, I haven't actually chosen your recipes. Yeah, that'll do it. I was like, I was wanting a light, so I could put one right here real quick. We'll want a radar. Yeah, normally if I was doing a main bus, I wouldn't have them along it like this. What I'd do is I'd have it go like, okay, take these 2 belts, merge them off, bring them down here, and then have, you know, like, make the circuit board do that the whole way past down. I mean, realistically, what I'd do is I'd have it go over here, it'd drop wire, the wire would go back on, we'd go circuit board. I mean, I'd probably put circuit board, but we'd put the circuit board back on and get taken to the next spot. And you just kind of do that. That was the style of factory I used to make the most in the past. Now I just, with getting into the trains and all that, and the programming around the trains, I just found I just do the trains. So let's look at you. I actually really didn't need to be adding these, but I mean, they'll run at a lower capacity anyways, so it's not like it hurts me to get these built up early. It just means I get surprised less later when suddenly my entire power grid starts to fail because I haven't been paying attention and, you know, you just run into trouble. And it wouldn't actually, like, when I say the entire power grid starts to fail, it's not like I'd suddenly go and my entire factory would shut down or something like that. It's I would just look around and be like, why is my factory running terribly? And it's because, like, a bunch of the buildings would be only running at 15-20% of what they should be. Alright, so let's grab the lights. Next on the order of things to make would be the red arm. So that's gears, yellow inserters, and plates. So I have the gears here. I could bring the plates over here, so let's just do it this way. I think I can make that work. But a smile gleams without tears. Wait. But a smile never gleams without tears to begin for each kiss the drive we all lost. Good evening. That is random. Okay. I wasn't entirely sure where that was going. So with this, I'm going to go ahead and hijack that. And then we could go ahead and put a box here. That's probably a 1-stacker. Alright, before I actually commit to that, let's pop over here. What is the fast inserter? That circuit board's iron and that, which actually works out by sheer chance that I have the circuit boards right here. And then we can grab you. And then we could have this pop out here. And I could just take a conveyor belt right here. Run it right along there. Alright. You're random. There's a line. We have enough of those. No, I'm teasing. Okay, so we've got the fast inserters and those going, so that should all work. That actually works out pretty well, that setup. So we're good there. Oh no, you're good. I wasn't saying there's a line as in you're out of line. I was saying there's a line as in there's a queue. Um, we have a lot of people. That's the thing. It's like, oh well, I'm just random. It's like, man, there's a lot of you. If there's that many people who are random, are they really random or are they just a predictable group of people? It's like the whole thing where you'll have people roll a bunch of dice and they won't be statistically probable, so for like whatever, so you're like, this isn't really authentically random because I'm looking at this and I don't see an equal distribution on this. And you're like, right, it's random. And so you artificially make things land roughly at an equal distribution, but then the reality is, that's not random. That's basically the opposite of random. There's a lot of that happens when you get into random number generation and all that, like within games, that they will actually do stuff to fudge the math because like actual authentic random ends up not feeling random. So I'm gonna be in a fight with them very soon. I'm gonna be fighting with them very soon. I'm gonna be in a fight with those all three. We need to get down here and now, because what's going to end up happening here in just a minute is that Nest to the south is going to trigger combat here on us in a moment and start attacking. And where I do have defenses on the right, on the east and the north, I have nothing on the south. And that's where my power comes from. And that is one of the things you want to not fail the most. So let's get that dealt with. Oh yeah, no, you're good. That's what I'm saying. It's not a big deal. I wasn't trying to make it be like, oh, look at this, another one of these. It was just like the random thing, just because it's such a common thing I run into. But yeah, no, you didn't strike like some nerve or anything like that. You enjoy a pitch, so you like to poke the bear. Yeah, as long as it's reasonable. Yeah, no, you're all good. Like nothing said was make me go like, oh man. I was basically picking fun at the whole, you know, half of the internet being like, I'm being random. Okay, so what's gonna end up happening here for just a minute, chat, is... Oh, I thought this game used pause break to pause. I'm gonna have to step away for just stepping away for a minute or two. Well, probably like 4-ish minutes to welcome my wife home and everything. Throw some food in the oven and all that, and I'll be right back. This is the one break I usually take during stream. It's just because it's the time my wife gets home, as well as making a little bit of food happen. That must confuse statisticians a lot. Oh, well, that's the thing. There's actual random and perceived random. And actual random, you can literally have, you roll 100 dice and they all land as one. And that could be authentically random. Whereas anyone who looks at all of that would be like, well, very clearly this randomization is broken. But sooner or later you would actually do that on authentically random. Obviously that's an extreme outlier, but you get the idea. You'll have stuff that does not align with statistical probability. Actual random typically doesn't. But yeah, all right. See, this is why I value this guy's opinion. Yeah, that's the fun thing. It's fun watching people throw a fit over actual random. You're like, well, no, it's actually random. If you rolled the dice enough times, it would arguably align with statistics. But you gotta keep rolling those dice and get millions of iterations. Say hi to the wifey. Will do. All right, so I'm gonna be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Get out of here, dogs. While you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it, and as best we can, the seeds around here. That way when I add the sprinklers, there was another tree. You see nothing, chat. We did not just waste a bunch of money on seeds that we just murdered. Where did the other tree go? There you are, Paya. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, and that's, I deliberately try and make stuff... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door, and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down, so, you know... Goodbye, X-Jack. That was certainly an original entrance. I will give them that much. That was a unique entrance. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis. My jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. Plus, we did find a grappling arm down there, and the prawn suit, and the drill arm. So my hope is I'll be able to snag a, Hi, nightmares. Alright, take it easy. I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. We're nowhere near as good as an archer. Oh good, our person won. I was a little bit worried they were going to lose and that'd be in this weird... My kill. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course, regards Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the hang on. I thought this was just some like inappropriate, like just inappropriate unsolicited thing that she was trying to like talk up the science because she knows like we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker.
Left again.
All right, and
going.
I am back. Yeah, no, that's with the random number generation thing. So like, for example, with like loot drops in games, when it's just like random junk you get, like whatever. But you'll have, if you go back to there were some games that you'd have RNG locked content. So Path of Exile has been notorious for this in the past, where you have to fight the thing, and then sometimes it drops the item that gives you the invitation to let you fight the next boss. And with truly random numbers, if it is like a 1 in 10 drop or whatever, you could be that unlucky person who kills that guy 1,000 times and never gets the invitation. And that's where you get into like weighted RNG. And so like weighted RNG, what you end up doing with that kind of stuff is you literally will go in and say, okay, it's a 1 in 10 chance the first time you killed him. Did you get it? Yes, no. If no, now it's a 1 in 9 chance. Did you get it? Yes, no. Okay, well now it's a 1 in 8 chance. And so you will slowly make it till you get either a guarantee or a near guarantee to get it, versus having the odds against you. And that ends up being a whole thing. Generally for like nice stuff, through random numbers, probably fine. Like for actual damage rolls and that's fine. But when it's stuff that's like those progression locking kind of things, that's where you're like, no. This you don't want to be true random. This you want to be like either, and there's a bunch of different systems you could do. You can have like weighted RNG. You can have it so like it's got like a kind of it's sort of a weighted RNG strategy, but like it's kind of a hard number lock where you would say,
Thank you Jaywalker76 for subscribing for 10 months.
Thank you, Jaywalker, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed the channel for 10 months, and that means a whole heck of a lot that you wouldn't only sub the channel, but that you continue to keep that sub up. So thank you so much for that. But where I was going with that is then you can have, I forget what the terminology is for it, but there is a strategy where you do the thing to get whatever, and it's not weight as in the odds get gradually better. Instead, it is a system where if you go 10 times and you don't get the item, it just gives it to you. Like you did your 10 attempts, the RNG still wasn't going your side, it just hands it to you. Because it's like, look, you put in the time, you put in the effort, you did the success. Being held back because random number generator says no isn't a feel good. Yeah, so thank you again so much. I really do appreciate that. Like, coming up on a year real quick, that means a heck of a lot. Hey, live action Pixel, thank you so much for the raid. I know for a fact, if I'm not mistaken, that you were playing Factorio, because I'm pretty sure I saw you playing before I started stream. So, I do hope you had yourself a good time doing that, and if I'm wrong, then that's embarrassing, and I'll feel really dumb about it. But, that could be what it is, but welcome in, Raiders. Just double checking to make sure this cheeky raid that I have gotten is correct. You're 100% of the money. Yeah, no, I was checking out people in the category and everything before stream. I wasn't tuning into any of them, unfortunately, just because avoiding spoilers. But I did see your name there. Which, once I get past the early game and all that, then I'll probably start checking out people's stream once I don't have to worry as much about being spoiled. Okay. Spoilers are fair. Yeah, no, but it's good to see when you're like, you recognize, you're like, ah, I know, I saw that person. So yeah, so if we can get a shout out for a live action pixel, if you're looking for some Factorio, you can go find that over there. Which I assume if you're here right now, I would guess you're probably looking for it, because that's I mean, look, I don't need to explain that if you're here actively watching it, you probably have an interest in it. Or whatever. Let's see, did you read Friday Facts, or are you completely blind about what's ahead in this DLC? I'm mostly blind. I do know it involves multiple planets. I have seen, like, what's in the trailer, but no, I have not read the information. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I'm already following you. I was like, I was pretty sure I was already following, but I always like to double check, because there's been more than once where I'm like, oh yeah, I've been following this person. And then you pop and you go, oh. Oh, I'm not. You're playing Factorio? You thought this was Project Zomboid? Yeah, it's a new texture pack. It's really challenging to take a game from isometric to top-down using a texture pack, by the way. Really, really a difficulty. Let's see, was just doing the same with the raid. I'm like, I know Rual around from somewhere. Yeah, who even knows? There's been enough games I played on the channel, who even knows? Oh, right, and before I stepped away for a quick little break, we are getting ready to piss off those biters, and I thought there was another group over here that's about to get pissed off. So we did just drop some sentry guns over there. I'm gonna probably want some over here by my iron. And then we need to go and say hello to the neighbors and say goodbye to the neighbors. We're still very early game. I am very rusty. I do have all of the achievements before the DLC came out that I've earned in the past. So you're going to see like a weird mix of knowing what I'm doing and seeming to have no clue what I'm doing because of just what's stuck in my memory and what has been lost to the sands of time. I do have the no backseating stuff going on. Now, to be clear with that no backseating tag and all that, I am fine with people going, hey, you put that inserter down backwards. Hey, your belt's rotated wrong. That's fine. Like that A-OK, A+, go for it. It just don't spoil me being like, oh, this area has giant worm beast. It's going to need a lot more damage than you have. Put down 10 times as many guns. Like, don't do that. Let Worm Beast have its day and let me learn a very painful lesson. And the reason I know it's a Worm Beast, it's like literally when we were sitting on the title screen, they show the worm thing tear through your base. And you're like, oh, there's a big scary worm apparently. Okay, cool. Let's see. Oh, Big Same played a lot before, but not in about a year. Yeah, no, apparently, I thought it was more recent, but apparently I haven't played in about 2 years. Okay, so I can actually just slap a better inserter on there. Get that picking up the pace. We can just chuck you in there. Alright. Let's check our research. Yeah, so I've noticed a couple things, like, for example, you get the steel tool when you get steel. Like, when you produce steel, so it's not even that you have it like before, where it was just a cheap research. You just need to make steel. Which is one of the next things on our list right now. I've got my copper, I've got my stone, and I've got my iron. And my plan is to go the steel down here. Generally speaking, when I make my factories, I like to use train logistics. I used to do main bus, but, you know, over the years, all that. Let's see, you never seen Factorio since your stream yesterday? Can you set something to deal with pollution? I don't know about nowadays, but previously you weren't able to. Pollution was just kind of one of those things that, as you make your factory, it's going to be an issue. Now, there are things you can do that makes pollution worse. Like, if you decide that there's a forest in the way and you don't like it, and so you take a flamethrower to it, you're going to make pollution really, really angry. You're going to be featuring lots of pollution in your near future as you burn down a forest. Alright, so I need way more ammo. We're gonna pocket craft some ammo real fast. Also gonna go ahead and make a shotgun. Now I'll have to remember what button it was that you switch between guns. I thought it was tab, but I think But so you didn't know about the Beastwell main menu spoilers, all of us then? Yeah, no, there's a handful of things that if you watch in the main menu, you will see 4 or 5 new enemy types. And so it was one of those things. Which, it's the other planets, which I believe, like, the trailer shows you, the main screen shows you, like, everything kind of reveals it. Yeah, so that hive, like, that nest to the bottom is gonna be angry at us. That one's gonna be angry at us. Yeah, so we're gonna need to do some cleanup of bugs. Because there's a lot of mods that reduce pollution. They might take some of those into 2.0 or Space Age. But there's basically nothing to reduce, just avoid. Yeah, so it's like what you would do before is you could chuck down a ton of solar panels as your main power source and then back them up with batteries as your way of mitigating pollution. You still make pollution because every building practically does. It's just, if you know you go hard on coal power, pollution gets pretty thick pretty fast. Whereas if you're sitting there, like, mixing a bunch of solar accumulators and all that, and then some coal, and then a little bit of nuclear and all that, you can do a lot to mitigate that issue. Like, you'll still make pollution, it's just the rate you make it won't be as bad. Alright, so I'm still making shotgun shells in pocket for the moment. You are just, yeah, we can go ahead and do this for the moment. You can say boom and boom. And you're probably looking at this going, what is this disaster you're doing so far as your organization and all that? It's a disaster that I'm doing for organization and all that. Basically, I don't have any of my old blueprints anymore. So I am making a mall. So this isn't intended being my long-term factory or anything. This is, I have a building. I can't craft it, like, automatically yet. Okay, well now I can. Let's see here. What else do we want to put? I still need the radar. And radar requires, what was that again? It was a gear, yeah, gear, circuit board, and an iron plate. So we can go here. We can hijack that circuit board, wire, and that'll be fine. So you'll be this, and that. Because I used to have these blueprints that were all, like, super compressed. I could grab just about anything I needed. But, that's been a long time. It's been a real long time. Okay, so the radar, the circuit board, and the wire. We'll drop a light in over here. And then I need a box to put it in. We're due for an attack. And I only need 1 stack of those. Okay. So right now, all my base still is inside the perimeter. Let's see. Because we gotta be someone who's stubborn enough to do barely any pollution run. But you serious? Yeah, so the problem is everything makes pollution, so even like these buildings here, I believe, yeah. So even this thing making wire is making 4 pollution. I don't think you could get away with a building that makes like a run that you do legitimately make almost no pollution, unfortunately. Alright, so we do have a couple stacks of magazines and all that. I do think the immediate priority is that base will be the first problem. Because it's been in the pollution for a little bit, and I'm honestly very surprised we haven't been attacked by it yet. They're probably still forming a group. Or it could be that there's some terrain issue, or the trees are making it harder for them to path to me. I've run into that before, where they just have, like, this weird roundabout way they gotta go about it. But that's fine. Alright, so we're gonna run down here. We might run into a group of them when we get here. But I want to deal with this nest since we're getting pollution over to it. Because they'll just keep attacking until... Alright, so you've got a pretty decent number of worms in there. I don't remember what the button was to switch your weapons. Okay, so we got that one. Okay. Alright, 1 second. I gotta remember what button was to switch weapons. It's been a while. Next weapon is J. Okay. So let's back off, recoup our health. Because if you roll up on the hives with a shotgun, you can do that. It was tab, but they changed it, you think? Yeah, no, tab seems to be the map now. And keep in mind, I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard, so if you ever look at my keybinds, you're like, why is semicolon that button? I use Dvorak, not QWERTY. So my keyboard layout's a little different. That's the reason a lot of my movement keys are stuff like the vowels. Remember that being way better for trashing bases. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, the damage is much higher. So let's top off our health real fast. Yeah, I think it was just you could roll up on the building, and as you saw, just those 4 or 5 shots took it to half health versus, like, picking at it with the machine gun. Let's see, where do you place your hands on the keys for gaming with your keyboard? The same place, like, location-wise. You just have to change your controls over. It's just, instead of being WASD, the buttons underneath are just different. Remember the shotgun being so much better. I'm also missing a lot of my shots, which is not helping. There we go. Alright, not the cleanest, but it worked. If you're lazy and you just hot swap to QWERTY for games to avoid rebinding everything, it depends on the game. If it's a game I'm going to be hopping into and maybe putting in 100 or whatever, then I will absolutely just hot swap over. If it's a game I'm going to put thousands of hours in, I'll usually take the time to rebind. I also really appreciate a lot of games these days don't make you even do that much. A lot of games nowadays are set up well enough that they care about the position on the keyboard, not the letter. So instead of being like the W key, it'll be basically the key that's 2 to the right of tab. And on your UI, it'll show the W key, but that's not actually what they're looking for. Expand that a little more. That's and that's if games are developing it correctly, because that way their keybinds works whether you're using Acerty or QWERTY or Dvorak or Workman, or choose the name of like one of the many layouts that people use. A lot of other countries have their own, I shouldn't say countries, a lot of different languages have their own keyboard layouts that are more appropriate for them. Alright. As you notice, a lot more games lately are Dvorak friendly. Yeah, I think it's more the games are going around and being better about just being like instead of approaching the programming as in, like I was saying, the W key does this, the Q key does that, they have the key position. And then you can go into your various platforms, and then it goes that way. As opposed to strictly saying, let me check what button is pushed so far as the information there. There's just like a lot of places that a QWERTY keyboard as our layout does not make sense because they're not typing in English. And so for all the pros and cons of QWERTYs, it's even worse than normally because you're now using it with a language that doesn't even make sense for. Okay, so we're gonna fully get the drills on our iron mine, so the entire iron mine is covered with drills now. And I'm trying to make it so they deplete this line, then this line, then this line. It won't be perfect, but by doing it that way, I can kind of visually see as it starts winding down a lot easier versus just like one or two drills here and there having a problem. Okay, so we've got all that tapped. We've got all that tapped. I can't really fully tap the these ones because it is unfortunately the reality that there is stone underneath there as well. It was just where we spawned. It was a blended node. Which it's fine, we'll use the blended node, but that's the reason why this whole area looks so cursed, is me trying to like snake that through to get as many drills down as I could without contaminating. Alright, so how are we doing on a bunch of our stuff? So our coal, we've got 300,000 left, we got 200 there, 101. So we're doing okay for our initial stuff. I still have that and that nest that I'm probably going to want to deal with. So I'm going to jump on that pretty early. Pretty soon I'm going to need to get green science going. Before meeting Rual, you hadn't heard Dvorak since the 90s? Yeah. Well, I mean, for those who don't like know the history of QWERTY and all that, the QWERTY keyboard layout came out as a means of preventing typewriter jams. So it didn't go and put logic to say what's a layout for like the least hand fatigue or like the least like the fastest typing speed or anything like that. It was the issue was people get typing fast enough and then the little arms on a typewriter would get caught on each other. It would jam, and then that would like undo any efficiencies you might have because you now have to unjam your typewriter. And there were other layouts at the time, but ultimately it was the QWERTY layout that won out. And then it's only really continued to be our main layout just because it's what people are used to. Even though for a lot of different use cases, paradigms, whatever you want to have for your verbiage, there are better layouts. So like Dvorak is a layout that is designed to be far less wrist movement, which means less repetitive stress injury and yada yada, for people who are using software development. Whereas for people like typing English, Workman tends to be a better layout. And then you got stuff like Asserty, and I don't know a bunch of the other different language ones, but you get the idea. That a bunch of different use cases have much better layouts. And there's certainly, you wouldn't want to have to learn the layout for each and every individual use case. Like, the familiarity has its value. So, like, I wouldn't be like, oh no, don't use QWERTY, go use something. I wouldn't say that if you're already familiar with it. I would certainly make an argument that maybe for people learning to type for the first time, there should be some considerations to keyboard layout that we make. But it is what it is. It's just kept forward, moving forward because it's the standard. Not because the standard makes sense, it's just the standard. But it's just kind of a thing. And it does take time to relearn keyboard layouts. Like, I did go from knowing QWERTY to learning Dvorak, just stopped using QWERTY entirely and switched. And yeah, for like the first month it was baby learns typing, speeds of typing. But it only took about 3 months for me to get a faster typing speed than I had previously had on QWERTY. Oh, I didn't see the one hiding behind that tree. Alright, one worm down. Gonna circle around to the other side. Nah, I was hoping to top off my health before we aggroed again. That's fine, we'll just give it a moment. Alright. And none of that is like poo-pooing QWERTY as like don't use it. Like for the problem it was trying to solve, it was a good solution. Action going, right, need to get some sleep. Thanks for the stream. I hope you have a wonderful time with the game. Well, thank you, and I hope you also have a good time with what you've got going on in your Factorio playthrough of the new version. And again, for all the raiders still hanging out and all that, I do really appreciate it. I know a lot of times it's easy just to... I'm getting killed by that worm. It is just one of those things that, you know, you pop in, you're not familiar with the content creator, so you just bail. Which is totally fair and valid. But it does mean a lot that people, you know, trying out a new content creator, someone they don't know, and sticking around to see where it goes. Appreciate it. Because it's just not a problem anymore. Exactly. I mean, technically, typewriters jamming is still a problem. Probably not one you're going to face in the day-to-day. But, you know, it technically still solves the problem. It's just the problem's not relevant anymore. But yeah, no, absolutely. Plus, fun fact, when you don't have the key, like the numbering or whatever on your keyboard so people can read it, it's sort of like a weird, obtuse way of getting, like, a little bit of security by obscurity, which isn't a reliable form of security. But when someone tries to use your computer without permission, and they can't figure out how to type, it really does limit what they can do. I've had more than once someone had tried to hop on my computer and go, oh, well, I don't know how to type moon, and just give up. Okay, so we've got the nearby nests. There could be ones over here and all that, but we got the ones that we know are going to be a concern out of the way. Alright, so it would be good to start getting some kind of our actual production online. So not just build next building, build next building, build next building, because that's what we've been doing so far. Do we have anything else we've unlocked yet? I don't care about the steel crate. The offshore pump I'm not super worried about. You use so few of those that I'm not too concerned. We'll need to get the green science just going at all. We will want to make the walls happen. And right now I have the block over there, not over here.
Thank you Cyrus_the_mage for subscribing for 26 months. Hello.
Hey, Cyrus Mage, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 26 months. 2 years and 2 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means the whole heck of a lot that you continue supporting the channel for that long, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you again. Right. So I've got my stone block over here, and I want to bring it over here somewhere just so I can get walls and doors and all that stuff set up. I didn't really leave myself a lot of room to work here, so we're going to end up doing one of these type things. You have lots of under and overs and all that. This will be something that all of this is going to have to move, because eventually I'm going to need to have much higher throughput on these belts than I currently have. Let's make it 2 gap. 2 gap gives me enough that if we expand later, we should do that. You should say keyboards you like that are under $250. I missed a comment on that. Let's see. Use QWERTY even if... Let's see. Yeah, use QWERTY even if you can't type fast. There are so few keys, like without narrowing down. So, well, I mean, Dvorak you can have just as few keys. That said, usually most of the time when you're dealing with Dvorak, you are just taking a QWERTY keyboard and changing the layout. And unfortunately, the more ergonomic a keyboard tends to be, the less it tends to be amenable to moving the keyboard caps around and having it work, because the keyboard caps won't be the same. So let's see, there'll be the 1, 2, 3, and then a gap. Let's bring that through. So it is one of those kind of bummer situations that you might find like a really nice keyboard, but just doesn't have the right stuff for it, so it ends up being a thing. Pasta dinner begins. Yep. We're gonna have some pasta. Alright, so for the walls, I believe literally it's just I'm gonna go here. I want to say the walls were just... Yeah, it's just stone brick. So get some walls going, because we'll end up needing those. That'll be another one that'll be a decently high volume. Because we'll eventually want walls to protect stuff, to at least give me a little bit of time to react. And we got all that going. Has our factory reached the point where it doesn't fit under the grid? It's getting... Oh, yeah, it has. Because what I'll do is, I am going to let my radar dishes overlap a lot. Because the more we have, the faster it reveals other parts of the map. Did I get the sentry guns automated yet? I don't think we did we? No, I don't think we did. Okay, so let's go pop down here. So for the sentry guns to automate those, it is copper, iron, and a gear. That's easy. So gear, and then that. So I can go there, here, and then I need more of these boxes. And so you'll be gears, and you will be for the gun itself. Okay. And just all that's contributing to getting everything. This is a very inefficient mall. I would need to sit down and actually plan and math and do all that stuff if I wanted to make it better. We should also check out our power soon. We're probably getting to the point that our power is going to start being an issue soon. The one good news about this versus last night, we did kind of a warm-up. Because I hadn't played in so long. We aren't running into a lot of the problems we ran into with our warm-up where, like, materials were starving. Okay, so we're only using about 1/4 of our power, so we don't need to worry about that right now. Let's also be a little bit paranoid. Let's put some guns over here on this side. Like, up here and up down there. Because I'm a little worried I might end up getting a attack from the left to be just unprepared for it. So I'd like to get some kind of defense. Because even if it ends up being like 1 or 2 guns, if that draws them into other guns, it will prevent them from like destroying entire sections of your base. Because I've definitely done that in the past playing the game. Okay, that's fine. That the good old, why is half of my base gone? Yeah, that is one thing about Factorio that, like, it seems like you have no problem or you have a absolutely critical crisis. And very little in between when it comes to the biters. Either the biters are well handled or they've just walked over a big chunk of your base. And how's it going, Ratnaru? Did we get a shout out for Allison Adventures, by the way? If we didn't, I'd like to get one. But for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform as well. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, among other things. So we're hitting the point where we have the throughput on the belt is starting to be a problem in itself. And we also have Retinaru, who's also hanging out, who is another fantastic content creator. I haven't caught your streams. Like, I know you were doing tons and tons of Project Zomboid, but I haven't caught your streams lately. But, like, does a lot of very analytical stuff on their channel when it comes to games and all that. And so a lot of, like, for example, Project Zomboid, a lot of the information we have in Project Zomboid about how certain mechanics work and all that, Retinaru ends up being, like, one of the main sources for that information. Just because they'll sit down and actually figure out all of the information and go and say, all right, how do we test this, work through that test case, and go through. And not just do the test of, like, oh, is this a thing, and then just slap a thing down and be like, yeah, probably. Like, we'll actually do a lot of testing to do all this stuff. He did a space game called Astronauts. I have no idea what that is. Let's see, in your experience, if you let a small problem with biters last, and for any noticeable amount of time, they start walking over your base. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you've noticed with the way I've got this, if I don't... You have two ways you can deal with biters. The one is the way I'm dealing with it, where you start to see them, you know, getting to the edges of your pollution. The moment you do that, you go out and deal with them before they become a threat. The alternative way you deal with biters is the Death World approach, which is you just put a solid wall of guns that has a conveyor belt just feeding ammo into them, and then in front of all that you have your walls, and then you just have to get, like, robots to throw stuff on it. Okay. So no biter nests here. So I am just kind of doing a little... Sorry. I'm just kind of doing a little run around because I've got the pollutions reaching where I can't see. So I am just trying to deal with that. So that nest far enough back, it's not a priority yet. It will become one. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't look like I got any more biter nests close enough to be a concern yet. But yeah, no, it's a thing that, like, biters on the edge saying soon TM. Yeah, so I've got 3 tiles before that becomes a threat. So you've got to expand your pollution 3 tiles. Now that's sand over there, so that'll spread fast. This one's probably 4 or 5 tiles that direction. And then if there's stuff down there, which there probably is, we don't even know about it yet. So I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to run down here. I'm going to try and position our next radar dish. That's going to be way out here. We could give it its own dedicated defenses. We're going to add another radar dish to make it so I can see my map. The radar dishes serve 2 purposes. One thing they do is gradually over time, they will reveal tiles of the map nearby you. So they're kind of a way to, like, actively scan for biters out in the periphery as well as resources. But the other thing they do is if we look at this, you'll notice where it's, like, lighted a little bit brighter here. If I go out here and I zoom all the way in, it just gets pixelated and gross. But if I go over here, I can actually zoom in and look at this. And it's not me controlling the character, it's me controlling a camera. And that's anywhere that's in that lighted area, and the radar dishes give me that lighted area. So it is worth doing. But obviously, me having that way out there does kind of put it, you know, does kind of expose it to attack. With me, I think. There. Let's see, you did a solid wall turret approach nearly every game you played on normal maps. You learned about turret islands after a long time. Yeah, you could do that as well. Use like an area to draw the biters to that is extremely well defended within itself. Oh, you saw Astronauts on stream today? Was delighted. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'll have to check out the Astronauts. It's a salvage top-down RimWorld game. Was neat. Interesting. there's been a lot of games releasing in the sort of kind of like RimWorld-esque, but also like, you know, doing its own things, not trying to say like, oh, they're all copycats or anything like that. That's not the implication I'm going with that. But just being like their own twist and take. So I just gave that an overabundance of guns protecting it. There's a chance the biters just run over and take out the telephone poles. They like to be jerks like that sometimes. But I am trying to just position a bunch of weapons so that as we have biter attacks, they will hopefully hit these weapons as opposed to running through and destroying stuff I care about. Oh, top that off more. Okay. That's it. You'd say it is nothing like RimWorld. You control one person, but very detailed. Gotcha. Cool. Alright, so we've got that going. So this conveyor belt is full up. If I wanted to get more processing done here, I gotta get the throughput on the belt better, which you can see that rail here isn't actually getting pulled. So I'm only pulling about half of what I could off of this belt. So it is a thing I can make a full separate section here, and I'm probably going to do that right now, actually, that I can up the production rate of this. And go down here, add a couple more drills, or not drills, guns. Okay. Because then what we could do is we can use this existing conveyor belt here as my drop-off. Oh, you're misaligned. There'll be one skipped there. Cool, we've already picked up all those. Okay. So this is an intake now. And so this side will be nice and easy. Because this side, I just go plunk, splitter, turn, everything's aligned. This side won't be too hard. I can go plunk, splitter, scooch it right on past here. And then we can go right here and say, okay, under, over, under, over. And we'll have that being fed. Okay. Then we wire up all these. That should go a long way. And realistically, once we get this set up, we will not be able to keep things going on those lines, but that's totally okay. Alright, let's get that wired up first. Alright, so that's going to give us a bit more iron on there. I'd like to get the other side hooked up to this whole system as well, but that's going to have to wait a minute. This will help start to balance this out, but that's fine. The point is, this belt wasn't getting enough iron on it, and I want to get more iron on that belt. Ideally, I would like that belt to be solid or nearly solid. Makes work easier, but you gotta manage everyone. You can hire a crew. Gotcha. Let's see here. So we're good on the guns. So for all of my stuff here, we're good on. And our power probably fine on. Yeah, we're only using about a third of our power. Okay. So I think we're at the point that I need to get some actual, like, more long-term part of my factory started. I want to leave the trees alone to the south of us for right now. So let's plan maybe to go up this direction, since I know I'm going to go over here, and I've got the... Actually, let's go to the east. Because if we go to the east, I'm already spreading stuff that way. And we could probably get stuff over there. Okay. Yeah, let's go way over here. Give myself plenty of room to expand all of that. Like, genuinely, how far over can I go before I run into stuff? Yeah, I got a ridge there. Yeah, we can plan to just put it right above this. Okay, So what's going to happen over here is we're going to try and make a little bit of a better setup. So we're going to have like an input and an output between the red and green science. So if we look at what goes into red science, it's pretty straightforward stuff. We have, I need iron plates and I need copper plates. So we're going to have 2 inputs and an output. So this will be us getting the iron. Well, I won't even worry about the output. You get the idea. So this will be the iron and the copper plates coming in. And this way it'll be easy to hook up to a train later. So what's going to end up needing to have... Pasta check? Yeah. So what's going to need to end up happening here is we'll go here. And the first thing we're going to need is gears. Fair enough. So the way I'm going to approach this is we have that. We can run this up. We have that down there. I'm going to go ahead and give myself enough space if I have to expand things. And I'm going to put down 2 things for making gears. I need to grab more stuff. Let's go ahead and drop some guns over here to protect this. Of course, I don't have that much ammo on me. Okay. Yeah, so the idea is I'll have one line that I load up all the iron to feed the gears. That is going to be fed over to the next line, which will be all of our red science production, and then I'll have a conveyor belt that comes back. So the idea is 2 materials come in, 1 material comes back, and then that would get moved to wherever we end up building our lab when we have our train set up, which won't be super long. And then we'll do the same idea, except for dealing with, sorry. The same idea, except for dealing with, I'm going to need copper plates. Well, the exact same idea for all of that, except when we're dealing with later production stuff. Let's expand this as well, because this is looking like it's starting to hit its limit. And expanding it's nice and easy. Okay. Are we going to use blueprints? Yes. I'm not going to, like, grab blueprints people have already made or anything, but we will make our own. So, like, down the road when I need to do a belt balancer, I'll put together a belt balancer. I will make a blueprint of that belt balancer. Let's see. Oh, also, there's no more old display vignette on the map zoom in. That's good. I generally find those the vignette thing to be pretty obnoxious a lot of times. Okay, so I'll have this. So that's an input. This is an output. And then this is going to add on. So it's kind of like a main bus strategy here. Alright. So let's skip a couple of tiles to give myself room to work. Yeah, so it's gears and copper plates. So actually, right now, this iron doesn't need to come forward at all. So it's not at all a main bus strategy. So basically, iron comes in, makes gears, gears come out. That's going to be fed up here. What I probably should do here... I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. There's 2 ways I can do this. One is I can do this kind of thing here. Where we put, like, probably back here, we put a splitter there. That would feed here. Then we put a splitter here. And that would feed there. And then grab off that, put the red sides there, it goes back. And then we'd have these go through here. So they carry forward to if I need another row. You get the idea. And I could just turn up and make that keep going up and up, but we'll deal with that when we get there. Alright, so the point being is we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I do know for me personally, I find the blueprints are only good for when you're trying to remember stuff or when you get drones. When you get the construction drones, blueprints are amazing and you should be using them. If you're not, you are artificially limiting yourself from a really amazing piece of tech. And then this would go under here. And then this goes back. So we have our inputs and our outputs. And I'm just going to plan for this to be a bit overkill. So then just the same as the other one, I've got the stuff to be wired in here. I need more belts, and plus I need to remove that belt. All right. But yeah, so we're gonna get the red science ramped up, and I'm gonna do the same thing with the green science. And then for right now, I'm just gonna conveyor belt it over to a bunch of labs. If people remember when we were playing last night, I think it was something like 15 labs cranked up that we were just kind of like watching the science get done. We definitely missed on the doing things quickly this one. So let's see. I'm good on those. It was conveyor belts I was short on. And then also, let's grab the bullets, because I seem to always be needing those. There's the conveyor belts. And I also need the assemblers, which are over here. Alright, good news. Let's go tear up more of these dead trees so I have more wood for making electrical poles. Let's see, they advertise Project Zomboid the main menu of Neo Scavenger as their next game for whatever reason. Let's see, after all, and chat taught me that you had different dev from the start. Never know why they advertise that. Weird. I do know it's an interesting thing that, like, Minecraft advertises a whole bunch of other indie games in its title screen. But yeah, that was the thing that some indie studios were doing for a while. You don't see very much of it these days. Not that it never happens. But like different studios advertising each other's products, kind of the everyone chipping in together. If you all show each other support, it helps everyone kind of thing. Okay. Alright, so now what we want to do is the same thing as last time. For right now, I'm just going to do it this way. And if we expand later, then, you know, I have to do splitters and all that. But with this, I will be able to get 8 of these going on that. And I probably have the ratio of gears wrong. It'll be fine. If I have to add, like, 2 more on there, that's fine, too. Okay, so I already got that configured. It also just struck me that I probably should belt balance that, shouldn't I? It's fine. We'll see how it goes. Alright, so we've got all that. It's not hooked up to power yet, so let's get that fixed. So that's all working, where now if I get the copper and the copper and the iron there, then it should just work. I forgot we have that down there. The iron's way over here and the copper's up here. Let's go try to split those off. I'm going to go right up here to that spot so we've got room to expand later if I need to. Bring this over here. And the copper needs to be the bottom line. I'm going to run this all the way over here. And all of this is going to get switched over to trains once we start getting trains and all that. Because this will be a long-term installation kind of thing. Whereas the places we're mining are short term, and like where we're smelting will end up getting changed at some point as we get like the new smelters and all that. But the only thing that might change with this is we would replace the lower end labs with the lower end assemblers with the better ones. But they literally just stamp on top of each other and nothing changes other than like maybe the ratios. I also tend to leave existing turrets just in the middle of my base, just in the off chance that something gets past me. Okay, now the iron's a little bit trickier to get where I want. Probably shouldn't do it this way, but I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to go here. Because all this, I'm looking at this being like, okay, I'm going to need to go and circle back to this anyways and replace a lot of this stuff. Because unlike Satisfactory, where the joke is a temporary solution's forever, in Factorio, you have the whole idea, it's like, this is your starter base. You can put as much time planning into it as you want. You are going to replace it. Alright. I probably also need to be putting down more blocks so I can run around faster. So I can go over here to conveyor belts up there. And as you can see, we're getting down to this point that I'm splitting the iron so much, it's just not carrying through. That's just what it's going to be until I get a bunch of this other stuff sorted. Marinade made Stone Path before? Oh yeah, so Stone Path is relatively good. Concrete is much better, though. Yeah, so you're going to produce 1 gear per second, and you're going to consume 0.01... Well, actually, it's looking like it might end up being 1 gear per second on our side. It's fine. We'll let it run. If I need more gears, we make more gears. You tend to think of the initial base as red, blue, green science base. Yeah, but it's just one of those things you end up tearing it apart, adjusting it. Like, it's not you just rip the base out whole sweep. And I've done that, too, is I've taken the thing where you go deconstruct planner, drag and drop, and just watch construction drones, you know, pack it all up. Like, there are times that is the correct solution of just, I could take the time to try and upgrade this in place. But no, really, it's all obsoleted, so let's just get rid of it. Okay, so for you... need to get all that merged in. And a bunch of this is going to get moved around as well when we get to trains. Like, not just at having trains, but where we're actually using them to bring ore in. Because I'll need to make room for the train stops. So instead of stuff like this, where we're seeing it right now, I'll do kind of like what you saw on that end, where I have like the input-output. Let's see, there's also a gravel path, many mod paths, just mine stone. Surprised they didn't implement that. Wouldn't need any tech time. I think part of it's because getting the stone brick is so early that it doesn't like, it's kind of one of those things like you can add that layer, but you can just skip that layer in vanilla. Like, it's one thing when you're doing the mods that you've got to, you know, make, like, the solvent to make the... Like, you get iron ore, you have to smelt it, make the solvent, cool it down, shape... Like, those ones that, like, really add the full industrial process to it. I can certainly see a lot going for those ones. Maybe what we'll do is we'll put a road up here, and then we'll connect those later. Yeah, so if you look at the walk speed, this is me running on this. And now we switch to the road. I can't remember the exact difference. It's like 1.5, 2 times. And then if you get concrete, it's like that much faster than that even. Okay. That's fine. Sorry about that. There's also added looks, which is neat. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there's a reason why usually in a lot of these runs, late game, I will literally be paving over everything. Because once you hit a certain point where you've got it where you can just manage the biters, where anything that gets in pollution or in range of your base, you just artillery into the dirt, then you can just deal with them and not have to worry about it. Usually around that phase of the game, I am just smashing out roads everywhere. Oh, I want the turret. I'm gonna scoot you down here. Alright. Because the downside of paving everything is where you pave does not absorb pollution at all. And so it is one of those things that it'll make your pollution spread faster if you pave a lot. Like right now, this probably wouldn't appreciably impact anything. But now when you look at it, we've got this giant pipe of red science in bulk. So that's good times. I am going to do... It's not a true belt balancer, but I'm going to do this. Basically say, hey, use both sides of the belt, please. Alright. And for the time being, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the labs down here. So we don't need to have the one red lab over here and all that. So we can put that down there. And then up on the other side of the copper and iron, I'm going to go ahead and put what I need for green labs. And the idea is roughly where that road is, I'll probably have a railroad track. Not exactly that, they're going to be a little bit to the west of it. But it'll be a thing I need to deal with. We're doing good on all our supplies here. What was I over here for? The lab. That's right. I was going to go yoink, 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 yoink. So that spot's available for when I go to build something else. Let's see, do new bug nests and randomly pick up in areas that were already cleared? Yeah, so it's not that they're random. There's an entire mechanic called expansion in the game, where basically what'll happen is, after a while, the bugs will decide it's time to expand, and then they will try and move into an area. You can actually intercept the bugs while they're trying to expand and hit them to prevent it, but it's not like the game gives you some like warning being like, oh no, the bugs are expanding into your area. It's just kind of one of those things that they will move into a different area and you just got to deal. Alright, so let's go ahead and just make as many of those as we can. I'm going to need to get more copper wire, but that'll get some stuff out of my inventory. So just like last time, I'm going to grab the labs. I'm going to put them all down here. I mean, we didn't have this layout, but we're going to put the labs down here, and we'll feed all of these down into the labs. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't know if the initial planet got new enemies. I know the later ones did, because they do show that. And go like this for right now. All right. How's the power? Okay, we're not quite halfway. Yeah, so I can build a bunch of these. Do that. But yeah, so that's my understanding is we got a bunch of new enemies and all that, but I think they're the later planets. Okay, so that'll be 5 more? Yeah, so when those finish, I could do another row of 5. That'll give us 10. and all that. So now that's for red science. We're not gonna do anything else in that area. I'm gonna go ahead and pop up here. How's our pollution looking, by the way? We're good there. We're good there. Okay, no nests are threatened. We also have our first oil that we see. We've got crude oil down there, and it looks like actually a pretty good amount of it too. All right. Let's see. Sorry if you say things that are not true. Speaking purely from 1.1 gameplay. Nothing new of the expansion. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, don't sweat that. All right, so this is the line I want my first of my assemblers being, because I want those to be relatively in line with each other. So we're gonna go way up here. And so plan for boom, 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 boom. And that's gonna be my starting mark. Okay, so for the green science, I need the inserters and transporter belts, which those are going to be iron and iron and copper. So that'll be a whole thing. Alright, but before we get into that, I'm going to go way over here. And put down more guns. And eventually when we have the drones and all that, I'll have blueprints that literally I just make like a section of guns that I could just stamp out real fast. Hey, Suey, how's it going? Rual's a great teacher? Yep. I am a former educator. Yep. Specifically, I did computer hardware before, so like CompTIA A+ certification hardware and software. And then later on in my career, I was doing software development that I was teaching. But hey, Sui, how's it going? I hope you had yourself you're having yourself a good day and all that good stuff. Okay, so we've got the gears here. So that's the input and the output. In this particular case, I am going to have a bit more stuff to deal. So where this one we had this. Hitting a rough patch of the teaching right now, to be honest. Sorry to hear that. I do hope whatever's going on improves. Which one did you like teaching more? I mean, they were very, very different things. Like, very, very different things. Because the computer repair and all that, that was in classroom kind of stuff. Whereas my software development was more, like, you would watch my recorded courses and all that kind of thing, and then you'd turn around from there and do all that. Okay. You're trying your best to make it better? Yeah. Yeah. It's also difficult with teaching because half the time you don't have anywhere near the resources you really should have to do what you need to do. Which is always difficult because you want to do the best job you can do and you don't have the tools you need to do the best you can do. Alright. So we've got the conveyor belts here. So I'm going to have this one go up this way. It'll scooch you over here one more. And I've done all sorts of different layouts of this before. Let's see, we can go we'll have you scooch this way, then this way. And then we'll put a splitter here for the iron plates. We can do these two, then those two. That'll be for the conveyor belts.
Thank you SoupDog9 for subscribing for 13 months. Hello there.
Hey, Soup Dog. I hope you're having yourself a, well, sorry, first. Hey, Oopsuck, before I forget, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. If you only get one of those a month, you used to hear out of anywhere on Twitch, and that means a whole heck of a lot, so I do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 13 months. A year and a month, which is a heckin' long time, so I really do appreciate that continued support. And then on top of that, you know, I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to emotes. And also, thank you, Century Cookie, for the 285 stream streak. Watched the last 285 streams without missing a single one, so that is ridiculous. Okay. I will part off. So I'm debating is whether I want to keep it on one side. Yeah, let's keep it on one side. That means I'll have to use way more space for this. But we can do that. I'm also going to change the way I'm laying this whole thing out real fast. What I'm going to do instead is we are going to have it go up and down kind of thing. Because that'll help me out with some other stuff down the road. So again, we are kind of doing a sort of main bus strategy here. Let's change that. So then go right here. So what I can do here is I'll need to do a splitter there. So I'll put the gears in that one. There's our copper line. And go down this way, and then you're going to join on this. So now over here I've got I've got iron, copper. This will be the conveyor belts. This will be the gears. So that's everything I need for this segment. So the next thing I need in the list will be the copper for wire. So what'll end up happening is we'll go a couple of tiles just to give me space for expansions. And then this one. And in this case, I don't need the copper anywhere up ahead. We're going to drop that down there. Oh yeah, like the number of streams some people get with those stream streaks get wild. So I can get our wire here. So I'll handle that. And then this goes here. You all go this way. Now what I could do here, that's not lined up right. So I could bring this in. It'll take over the copper line spot because it won't be needed after that. Usually I make this way more compact. Some of those aren't needed here, and I need to remember which one. So we have the next thing. We'll go over here a little bit more. Because this will be for the circuit boards. And let's see, for the green science does not need the plates themselves. So for this one, you're probably going to need to go over more. But we will go one more tile, we'll turn this up, that's our iron plates. We'll be done with the wire here as well. I need to get our more conveyors, but the wires will go up there, we'll have this, it'll drop down green circuits. And all that. So I'm going for kind of a bus strategy. Normally I'll do a thing where it'll be layered like that, where I do a row that's producing this thing onto the next one. But I'm making it a bit more broad because I just don't remember the ratios. It's been too long. Okay, so we can go here because this drill's all tapped out. I got a drill over here that's all tapped out. Okay, so I need more conveyor belt. We are continuing to unlock better armor and all that stuff. Conveyor belts are down here. Okay. Have we finished our research? Pretty soon. Alright. So it is looking... Oh, they changed the graphic for landfill. So it's looking like we've reached the point where... Actually deal with that out of the way. So we'll need engines. We'll want the power upgrade. We'll need that right away. That gives us access to the railways. And then we're going to want the signals. And then after we got all that, that'll basically give me everything I need to turn on that. We'll expand our inventory, and then after that, we'll swing back for military. Okay, so basically, we're going to be stuck now until I get the green science online. And when I get the green science online, we will get the research ready for all that stuff. So now what I need is we will be taking the wire right up here. And this will be for circuit boards. So 2 of those, 2 of these. And then that goes over here to inserters, and then it's the inserters and conveyors. Yeah, so as I mentioned, I am doing this in a way that is definitely nowhere near as efficient space-wise as it could be. I need more guns, and I will need more ammo to get some defenses for those so they don't just get wiped out by the first round of biters. But it's good to take the time to set this up properly, because if you set these up where you can expand them, where I can just keep putting the stripes up until the belt has no more volume capable of going on it, it scales a lot better. And then by doing that the way I'm doing this here, I will be able to run a train track down this way and just put everything in there. So the turret's direction do thing. The turrets have to rotate for just a second when it comes to things attacking. Maybe that's changed. So pointing them in the general direction that the attack would come from, I believe will get them firing on the target ever so slightly faster. I don't know if that's still a thing. That was a thing at least at one point in time. That they do have like a speed they rotate. It's very fast though. So it's not like you turn it the wrong way and your colony is gonna fall, or your base is gonna get wiped out instantly. But, you know, it can spare some damage. That may not be a thing anymore. But they can turn 360 degrees and all that kind of stuff, so it's not like it's facing the wrong way and suddenly your base just gets rolled over and doesn't have any defense on it or anything like that. Flamethrower turrets had quite limited firing cone. They cannot rotate as much as a machine gun. Laser turrets. You don't know about 2.0 and DLCs. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, half the stuff I do know from the game, it's like, but I don't know what the DLC. Well, what about this? I don't know what the DLC. Like, we don't necessarily know all the rules that have changed. I'm sure there are people who do have read through, like, all the notes and got to play test and yada yada. But I'm not one of those people. Okay, so next up we have the inserter. Do you know what just... Oh, wait, we have... Yeah, that belt on the bottom is gears. Okay, I was about to say, it's like, wait a second, I need gears to be able to make the inserters. So, for the inserter, this one requires 3 different components. The good news is this is the last place I'm going to need iron plates. Wait a second. So where I said this is the last time I need iron plates, I'm a liar, in case anyone's keeping notes. So we're just going to need to go like... like that. Yeah, so that'll feed here. So we'll take this. Oh, I can't belt twist. I don't have 2 different types of belts. It's fine. I was gonna belt twist here, and it's like, oh wait, I can't do that. I need at least 2 different style of belts. There's another way we can do this. I can bring this up here. That's part of the reason why I gave myself more room to work. Because then what I can do is I can drop you back down. Alright, so that was because I realized I need the iron plates and the circuits and the gears. I'm not going to be able to get all that. So the gears are down here on the bottom. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is... this will be where the circuit boards go, right here. And then this will be the other two. And so the best way for me to get that sorted out right away is I can grab this belt. We can go like this. I can turn you up. You go this way. Those are now merging, and like that. So that will now have the iron plates and the gears on it. And then this is our circuit boards. I bring this back down. And there's our conveyor belts. And we bring that up. And these are green science. And I have no idea which of these will need to be scaled up and which ones won't, yada yada. So you'll be the green science. We can just grab that. And we'll give an extra space just in case I need to do anything later. And that just goes right back on out. So again, inputs, output. Now, needless to say, there's all of these gaps I go. This is me being unfamiliar, so I'm just, like, it's just been a long time, so I don't know, like, the ratios for anything. I don't know how much of anything I need and all that. So rather than try and, like, make it space efficient, no need. Just make bigger. Okay, and a lot of this stuff is going to be wrong. Like, I'm sure the gears aren't producing enough. But we've got all that set up. So now what should happen is I plug in my iron on this one, my copper on that one, and everything should just work. So I can just grab you. Bring you right on up here. Plug you right in. Cool beans. And then we can grab you. Bring you right on up. Plug you in here. Alright, and let's see where we want to line up that return line. Because I want it to be next to this one. Yeah, so I'm going to have it go right here. That'll be our green science right now. I mean, actually, change the plan. This will take a little finagling here. But what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go like that. And the green science will go this way. That way we split the conveyor belt. And we can run you right underneath. Okay. And then with that, we'll have green science online, and we'll be good for that for a bunch of tech. And I believe from what I had people mention, I believe it's there we go. I believe it's around blue science that we get to be able to leave the planet for the first time. Alright, so red science is doing A-okay right now. We'll see once we start getting the green science sorted where we're at. In the interim, some of these we can go here and say, hey, please use both sides of that belt. Hey. Please use both sides of that belt. You know the drill. It just gives you more of a buffer. Okay, so it looks like the bottleneck is over here on you. I know what I've done. So, doesn't help if you move the ingredients there if you don't actually put them in the machine. There we go. Can we get some light? Yeah. All right. I remember that. I think that was the thing I did the last time I streamed it, that we turned up the night brightness. Was I able to do that? Yeah, it's just the brightness in general. Just that way, like, I don't mind it being dark or whatever, but it's just one of those things that it kind of stinks for watching when you just can't see anything. All right. So let's go ahead and plan to have 4 of these. Okay, and you, and you. Cool. And then we're going to see where the next throughput issues we run into are. For the moment, it's looking like all the earlier stuff's good. It actually might just be fine just the way it is. It does look like the inserters are building up. So that is good news. Yep, so you can let that run, and the thing there. So you do have a bunch of turrets and all that here. How is our pollution looking now? We're probably going to start pushing that nest much faster since my factory is growing in that direction. The next thing I'm also going to do is get this positioned. And same deal as we had before, I'll put a bunch of guns around it. And I will need more power. Okay. Yeah, so we'll attach that, and I'm just trying to sit here and expand my visible range as much as possible, and all that to try and help ourselves out. We're doing pretty good. We've got our mines are still set up here doing their thing. I've got my iron production, I've got my stone production, I've got my copper production. We don't have steel online yet. We've got green science, red science, and a handful of labs. We've got our power infrastructure all set up there. They're doing relatively good. And we're just continuously going and, like, wiring in more and more to each other. Cool, so we've got that set up. How are we doing on power now? We're still saying it only about half. What are the purple dots? The purple dots. If you mean these down here, that's crude oil. Otherwise, I don't know what other purple dots they are. We will be getting to crude oil in not super long. But now we are feeding in more, like feeding in more other stuff. I'm getting pretty tempted pretty soon to start turning on our own music. Those you meant. The Factorio music's fine. It's pretty good about just staying out of the way, which is usually pretty desirable. But, there's just really not a lot happening with it. So the thing we're going to do is I think I am going to kill the in-game music. I was hoping we'd hear a bunch of, like, new soundtracks. I'll turn the music back on when we're getting ready to hit another planet. Because I figure if they do have changes in music, that's what it's going to happen. Is probably either the launching of the rocket to hit the other place, or while we're actually up there. And we'll just see what there is at that point. But right now, Just listening to kind of the ominous stuff for long hours is getting a little much. Yeah, exactly, Burning Sun. That's just what it's saying is, when we get to the point where we're prepping the rocket for launch, then we'll switch back, because that's going to be a bit yet. Like, we're just starting to properly get into the green science. All those seem fine. How are we doing so far as total ore on there? We saw 343,000. So the iron is probably going to be an issue in not super long. I do know I'm going to expand this way for the oil. Unfortunately, I don't see any iron or anything worthwhile ore over there. I do have an okay iron node down there, but I don't see any other iron nodes yet that have been revealed by radar. But as you can see, it is revealing gradually. Let's see, do plants growing on your road absorb pollution? I don't think so. I think like the little textures here don't do anything. It's just what ground type it is and like trees and that. But if it's something I can't actually like right click and interact with, I don't think it does anything. Oh, that's cool. So I can just type iron. It's interesting that it shows... Oh, that's interesting. It's showing that I've got like 56 iron smelters here, and that these are these are using iron to make gears. And that I've got this drill occupied and this one not. Okay. That's a cool feature. More than likely we will be ready for the next thing by the time we get there. Okay, so what do we got that we're not making now? I'm not worried about the labs. We are making, I think, everything here other than the pump. We don't need any of that here. I'm not producing steel yet. So I do think the next thing I need to do is get our steel smelting online. The ground tiles will stop absorbing pollution when you cover them. So, like, these tiles here will stop absorbing pollution because I have covered them with concrete. Or I know concrete's 0, I don't know the stone brick. The stone brick might be 0% or it might be super low. Alright, so the steel I wanted to put down to here. My only hesitation is I'm trying to avoid tearing down all these trees until they start dying off. Okay, let's take a peek at the green science. Alright, well I don't actually want to expand this further because I've got stone here. I can expand it maybe 2 more before it's in the way of the stone. Because yes, I understand there's going to be stone all over the maps. Research a technology using logistic science packs. I'm honestly surprised that that only now happened. Aw, man, I ran out. I'm just going to pocket make a couple more conveyor belts. As I have some right there, but don't worry. Look. Hey, it is what it is. Yeah, because if I expand past this, then I deal with that. Like, you can build directly on top of the ore, and it's fine. I just don't like doing it. That's ore I could be using. Like, it's one thing if it's like, oh, this is a node, it has, like, 10 ore, and it's like, alright, well, I'm not gonna go out of my way and be fussed by 10 ore. But if it is a large quantity, I do see that that one's blinking because of power down there. That's fine. Okay. So just increasing the throughput of the green science a little bit. Yes, I paid a little. Yeah, and that's the thing. Usually when you get to the point that you're paving large areas of the map, you're usually also at the point that you can just deal with whatever. So we already have that queued. We've already got those queued as well. I'll just go ahead and damage first. Both damage and projectile speed help, but generally I always want to grab damage first, just because more bullet efficient. Okay. Then we can go over here and grab our bullets. And how are we doing so far as pollution spread and nests? That nest to the northeast is probably one tile away from being in aggro range. So that's a little bit of an issue. I'm gonna just accept I'm gonna be cutting down some trees. Generally speaking, if you're speedrunning, you're not cutting down trees. You're getting grenades, and you're blasting. See, there are mods you can make consume oxygen tanks. The more polluted areas, or that straight up hurt you from pollution. Yeah, there's lots of interesting mods that do all sorts of wild stuff. I've modded this game a couple of times in the past. I never stuck to the modded runs. I very much like the vanilla game. Like, I messed with, I can't remember the name. There was one that tried to make all the industry part of it very realistic, so you don't just slap some iron ore into a furnace and you get ink, or you get plates. You had to, like, there was like one thing to remove the iron impurities, and then you'd take the liquefied molten iron and you'd have to like take it to the next thing to like, you know, do some rolling process, and then after you did the rolling process, then you need another machine to actually like cut the sheets and all that. Like, it was a whole thing. And I messed with that once, and I got a decent ways into it. I'm like, you know what? I actually don't want to do this. Pyrodons? No, it had like a person's name, like Bob something or other. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. Like, the name Bob's probably not right, but you get the ideas. It had like a typical person's name kind of thing. Let's grab more furnaces. I was gonna look to see if we unlocked more. Nope. It's right, it's Bob's. Yeah, no, I remember that being a whole thing. Yep, so I need to get the steel online. Let's go grab some of our furnaces. Those will be up here somewhere. Man, I remember doing that and being like, dear goodness, because I think I did I do that with the one where you start on a tiny little block of land, and then you have to like sit there and collect, I think it was slag, and then use the slag to make basically trash to fill up the ocean with. Yeah, C block. Yep, I remember doing that. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the C block, but it was like all the processes you had to go into. You're like, you know what, actually, I don't want to deal with this. This is a little much. Because I think I want to say you sucked up ocean water, and then you separated the sediment out of the ocean water, which gave you slag and something else. And then you had to you had to do a thing to convert the slag into what you can make landfill out of. And so there was like, it was like a 10-step, not really, it was like a 6-step procedure. And then you got this byproduct, which I don't remember what it was, but you couldn't do anything with it right at the beginning, so you just kind of shoved it in a corner. And then, you know, after a couple more iterations, you'd get, you know, what you needed to do to be able to take that byproduct and do something with it. Which, don't get me wrong, if you're dealing with like actual manufacturing, is far more authentic experience. That actual manufacturing would remind you a lot more of Oxygen Not Included, just in the, I have the thing I want, I put this in there to do that, but I get something else I don't want. I'm low in conveyors. And, like, you know, managing all that. Let's go ahead and drop some more block. Okay. We got our better energy distribution, which will be really nice. I don't have the steel yet, which is what I'm working on now. So we kind of delayed on getting our steel set up, and we're mildly getting punished for that. But that's fine. We're also researching our next level of logistics, which normally wouldn't be a big deal, but the way I'd set up that mall thing up there, there's not really a good way I'm going to get access to those conveyors. So that's probably going to need to be rearranged so I can actually work with it. Because I definitely want the good stuff there. Okay, so we're going to have this. Alright. So with this, I'm going to make probably an egregious error. And the reason this is probably an egregious error is that splitting off literally half of my iron to be fed into steel production. Which is a lot of iron to be dedicating to steel. But that's just what it's going to be for the moment, and if I have to expand, that's fine. The factory must grow. The factory must always grow. Okay, so with that, we've got all the materials popping over here for steel production. Now I just need to actually wire it all up. And then we'll want to take the steel up towards our mall area, because I'm going to need it for a lot of things up there. We'll want to do our big telephone poles. We'll want to do the small telephone poles. We're going to want to go ahead and set up for, like, the armor penetrating ammo, yada yada. Okay. So you've got those. But the good news of what's going to happen with all this. Cool. So that's all running now. We've got steel production online. Okay, and it's just, they're just demolishing all that. That's fine. And temporarily, let's go ahead and get some more sentries over here. Okay. Please take this extra coal I don't need in my bag, and we can drop the extra iron up here. So steel production is online, so we should unlock a new tech anytime now. Because, if I recall correctly, this is like, once you make 50 steel, that comes online. Alright, so I do need to get the steel up here to the mall area. We're just going to run it right along this iron line, and we'll figure out where it needs to be when it gets there. I'm going to merge the two different lines together. So we can just go right like this. And you go way over there. Okay, so, man, am I remembering correctly that once upon a time, like way, way, way back in the early access days, that you actually had to get steel to craft the steel thing, and that we had an inventory slot down here for, like, the iron version of it and the steel version of it? Am I remembering that correctly, like, way, way, way back? Because that feels like that's something that I remember dealing with. Like, it wasn't some big, huge hassle or anything. You made it and then you had it. Like, unless you died and then you had to make a new one, but, like, it's still a nothing burger. Okay. And it took damage? Oh, man! Yeah. So I got more bullets. That's going back in the old vault. Okay. So now I've got the iron stick, steel, and copper wire that is needed for both of those. So I've got iron here. I actually happen to have copper wire here, so this might work out perfectly. Then what I could do is go here and here. You can hijack that copper wire as well. So that's the little pole and the big one. They are going to need iron sticks, and I didn't think that part of this through. I mean, if that wasn't there, I would just shove that to the right, shove that to the left, and wedge it in between. We can make this work, probably. It's fine. We'll move it. I was gonna just try and hijack that and be like, this will be easy. It's like, no, this is actually gonna be some problems. Instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here, here, and here. You happen to actually have the wire on that side. Unfortunately, you don't. So you can put the sticks here. Actually, what do you actually need at the end? So you don't need the copper or that themselves. So you can get back away from that. And so we could do is one of these numbers, which I haven't done this in an age. And then you could be the big pole and little pole. So yeah, so get the sticks and the wires from that. Back here you can surround your base with belts and not only push the biters away from the walls, but also try to bring the pink orbs they dropped. Yep. Oh yeah, no, that's I remember the alien science. Like I remember that thing. I forgot that belt is even here. So now I just need to bring the steel in here. Trying to think of the best way to do that. We could run it up along here. I could also run it along this area. Probably along the bottom. Or actually, I could just bring it up and over. Which is totally cursed. I'm sure someone who is just like wanting this to be all organized is just slowly inside screaming to themselves. And you're welcome. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I was able to make it around. The spaghetti must grow. Yeah, this is what happens when you don't plan out your mall. Like I said, I used to have blueprints for it all being like super duper planned out. That was a long time ago. But with that said, you know what I have? I have what I wanted. And that's what matters. Because all of this later on, I'm just gonna make those logic chests and we'll be fine. Why are you not getting... Oh, yeah, the wrong inserter. There we go. So with this, I will now take the wooden poles off of here. We'll put the long poles there. There's the tall ones. I'm gonna need to get a second bar, and I'm putting it up. Let's actually get the power stuff off of here, or get that stuff off there. We can move the various electrical poles down here, because that'll be fine here. Was there anything else I need to put on these upper ones for right now, building-wise? I'm not going to use the burner inserters. I don't care about... We will put the boxes back up here. I think we're good. Because then what we can do is go here. We'll have the third one. And then this will be our electricity, like our fluid kind of electricity stuff. So we'll have the pump, the burner, this, Let's see, what else do we need on that one? Pipe, underground, and I'll just pop over here just because we can drop on the science lab. Over there. Cool. Alright, so we've got that going. What else do we need? So we have you queued up. We'll put the landfill on the list. Alright, let's see. Go into interface options and you can get more bars. Oh, that'll be great. Interface. There we go. Okay. So... interesting. So we can show and get rid of stuff. That's cool. That's much nicer. It's like back in the day when I played World of Warcraft. They give you like that one bar on the left and the one on the right. You're like, no, 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 no. Hear me out. All of them. I want all of the bars. I want every bar you can give me. I want it, and I'm gonna fill them all up. I'm playing Warlock. This is just how this works. You play Warlock, all of the bars, every single one of them. And can I have more while you're at it? Because I need more. Because I play Warlock and I've got a billion buttons. This is talking classic. As Feral Druid, you can relate. Yeah, Feral Druid. I never got into Druid as much. I tried a couple times and I was fine with it, but it's just... it was Druid I never got into a lot, and Hunter I never got into a lot. But yeah, no, there was like 2 or 3 classes. Shaman got pretty rough for having, hey, did you want 1,000 buttons? Because congratulations, you're gonna have 1,000 buttons. Okay, so here's the problem. I have all of that stuff over there for the conveyors. And we're gonna need to sort that out. Cause so for the better conveyors of this style, I just need gears and that. So that's actually easy. This is an easy one to work with. I literally could just plunk you. That's not the right box. I lied, it's not that easy. Because that's a very inconvenient position. Well, actually, no, I've got a belt here that's already got the circuit boards and on that, so it's only missing the gears, and that's fine. You know what? I can make this work. Let's actually double check. So you are conveyor belts and gears, you are undergrounds and gears, and you are that thing. Okay. We can move the gun, we can move the ammo anywhere. And I can feed the gears in from this side, so that's easy enough. So congratulations, guns, you go someplace else. Which means I'm gonna definitely go back to that same spot they were at and check for it again and again and again, expecting it to be there, and be surprised every single time when it's not. Like we'll be 100 hours into the run, and I will still go to that spot looking for it. Okay, so that's moved there, because with this, I can now put you here, and I can put another one over here. So you're going to be for the gears, that gets there, this goes here. So you are now the red underground, and the gears there, and you're going to box up here. And that's going to have 2 stacks in it. And meanwhile, we're going to get rid of this box. And we're going to just chuck the whole stack right on in. Because we are now using only the red undergrounds, only the red belts, and only the red ones of these. So there's going to be a little bit of problem when we set that up. Okay, so next contestant, we have this splitter. So this is the worst one to deal with, is getting this one sorted out here. And that's because I need the circuit boards, I need the gears, and I need these. Honestly, I can make this work not so bad. Yes, won't be as bad. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to do the thing where I offset it again. And then we're going to offset it up here. So this is where we're going to actually make you. I lied. Oh, wait, I have gears right there. That'll work. That will work down there. Yeah, so go ahead and grab you, feed you there, feed you there. And this... we can do this. Give you power. Okay. You need to be replaced. Okay. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Drop you in there. We've got an issue with that not going fast enough. Meanwhile, you need to get rid of this box. Okay. So, this is getting more and more and more cursed over here. We're gonna change you. Oh, you need to have an output box. That's fine, your output box is right there. So you're gonna actually be changed here a little bit. Because what I'm gonna try and do is bring that down here. So we're going full spaghetti now. The design that this did have, it's gone. It's ruined. Gone forever. Can't have it back. And then you will be the red belts. Okay. So you're gonna get the circuit boards and the gears. So the one big problem I have right now is this poor thing. I have everything taking gears from it. That shouldn't be that way, but this needs to be better organized. This will be another one that when we hit the blue, you blued the belt with the red splitter. I polluted the belt with a red splitter. Oh, I see what you're saying. That shall be all better now. Okay, we can drop off the wire over here as well. Just get out of my inventory. Okay. So with that, we should be able to get the red splitters. What are you pulling in? What are you supposed to be doing? That's probably where we had a box. Okay. So yeah, so you're both populating this. I've got the red underground up there, the red splitters, and the red belts. Cool. Those are going to play catch up, and they're going to be absolutely starving on the gear front. The only good news, at least that one's on its own gears. This having like to double dip for all these processes, that's going to be a pain point. Realistically, what'll happen is there's later on we will get conveyor belts that require lubricant, which means I'm gonna have to completely retool the whole area for that, because weaving a pipe in there is just not gonna happen. So I'm just taking the band-aid fix for right now, since we're gonna just tear it apart again later. Okay, so I've got the steel going on. The next thing in our order of business, we can go ahead and check these out. We've got you. Get that set up. Get that set up. Like, I'm just racing through all these, just trying to get everything set up. Okay, so the next thing on our order of business is we want to get all the train stuff being constructed. And that's going to also require me to have the motor. So the motor is going to be pipe, steel, and gears, which just basically means I need steel and iron next to each other. Which, conveniently, I do have those pretty much next to each other. Nothing is more permanent than a temporary solution. Well, so Factorio is one of the few games I disagree with a temporary solution being permanent. Satisfactory, that's very true. Factorio, there's just so many things that you end up having to go back and cleaning up as you tech up things. So you're gonna have that. Oh, we could, this is, for the engine we'll have... I had to put that close. We could just move this, because if I run it in between, we'll have that. This is just the starter base. Exactly. It is one of those things that very genuinely Factorio, you do have to very often go through and you're like, all right, I've got better tech now. And it's a different size than the previous tech was. So you're just stuck replacing. Oh, I need to bring that. Okay. So, you go underground here now. You're gonna have a splitter. We're gonna snake that splitter right along here. And now I'll have both the things I need over here, so we can go here. You need to be gears. We can go here. You're going to be the motor. Here. You're going to be the pipe. Boom, and boom, and boom. Put a box down. That'll end up needing to be somewhere else, won't it? It's fine. We'll full spaghetti it when we need to. Because you gotta admit your style of mold confused you to start, but it's kind of grown on you. You've always had the standardized production where one belt target for each thing. Target max. Well, normally, when I had my other thing, what I'd normally do is I'd have a line of boxes like that in the end. It'd be like, this one would be one building, that'd be the other building. And you'd have, it'd be in rows like this, but it'd be less chaos. But I mean, there's a lot of planning that goes into that I haven't played in 2 years, and I would spend the entire evening just planning it. Like, it's one of those kind of things that you just, there's no going around it. It would just be a lot of planning. So as an alternative, we could just do it this way. This is usually the way I find a lot of early players when they go to deal with, like, their first mall, is it looks something like this, where they just find the next thing that's a problem, and they slap it down. So you're hurting on gears. That's surprising no one. I need to deal with that. That'll have to move. Okay, so we're now making the engines. So next up is going to be the locomotives, which is steel electric circuit boards. That actually might not be that terrible, because if I put it here, I already have the circuit boards. And you'd need steel, and the steel's right down there. So I can just bring it over, belt, like, slap it in here. We can bring the engines over, slap it in there. And honestly, I probably don't even need a box for the engines, just belt it over all at once. Sounds like a crazy challenge someone will probably attempt someday. Let's see, assemblers can be hooked in to a circuit network now, so it's possible to build an entire mall with a single assembler. I would hate dealing with that. Man, there'd be so many things that go wrong with it troubleshooting-wise, too, that it would just randomly switch patterns to, like, the wrong thing. You'd be like, but why? Alright, so we need to get more gears in here somehow. I did not leave myself enough room for anything. The one nice thing is when this fills up, all the gears go over here. So it is what's happening now, is it is getting its own dedicated, like, these two are fighting, but I'm probably not going to use that many splitters compared to the belts. So that should improve itself over time. Like, it needs to be addressed, but temporarily, it's good enough. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to drop the motors in there. I'm not going to need much of a surplus anyways. Cool. So the next thing I want to do is get that hooked up. Oh, you'll probably be one farther back, won't you? Because I'll connect the steel here. I can go here. That's your drop-off crate. I only need one row. Yeah, because that'll be everything I need there. That'll get us our trains. Let's see, you're gonna be bringing a friend into the fold tomorrow? Let's see. We're only doing the base game this month because we're both tight in cash. But you're trying to decide what's the best to teach them, mall, bus, or straight up planning for the long haul. Generally speaking, when I've like dealt with new players in this style of game, just let them get it wrong. Like, very genuinely, just let them get it wrong. Let them spaghetti the base. Because it is one of those things that if you kind of like pressure them into designing the base in a specific way, it can really kind of take away from the fun and learning. Oh, if he's already played the game before, that's a different story. Let's see, someone did a whole factory with a singular assembler with a circuit network with a mod to control the singular assembler from the network before 1.0 release. I would not want to even done. He's watched it, not played it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that I do try to caution people. Like, it's not even specifically a Factorio thing. That you'll have people who are well-intentioned who want to make sure people do it right or something kind of stuff. And as a result, like when they go to play it the first time, one of the main funs of the early game of this is to just kind of stumble trying to figure it out. And you can accidentally take that entire joy out of the game by just giving stuff, like trying to help people not get themselves in trouble. Yeah, your first factory is going to be utter trash. Let them build it, and then you can restart and do a better one with the DLC. Exactly. That's actually a good idea, since you are talking about doing the DLC anyway, or you're not doing the DLC right away anyways. That very well specifically could work out great. That, you know, let them do a messy, rubbish factory to begin with, because that's how we all start. Is we all make a complete disaster. Like, you just don't give yourself enough space, and then you try for the life of you to figure out how to remedy it, and you end up having to like tear apart and rebuild whole sections of your factory and all that. Okay. So that'll give me the cars. How are we doing on pollution? I haven't been watching that. So the nest on the right is going to be aggroed, and the nest on the top here is soon to be aggroed. So the nest on the right's got to go. Let me grab more ammo, which is up here now. And as soon as we have daylight, we're going, because they're absorbing pollution, which means they're going to get mad. But yeah, no, I'd be a strong advocate for, hey, let them do it wrong and die a bunch. There are some games that's like, no, help a person out. Don't leave them high and dry. Like, one of the few ones that say is Path of Exile. Path of Exile is a game that is one of those ones that you want people to enjoy it, but at the same time, just letting them, like, do whatever their first run is perhaps setting them off on the wrong foot of just not having a good time. So usually Path of Exile, my answer is find a guide, follow the guide. You may not know what the words mean, but like here's a guide that's safe, follow the guide. Alright, let's go. But that's just because Path of Exile is a weird game in the sense that there's just too much you can do that could make it a big thing. And even then, if someone wants to play on their own, that's not gonna hurt it or whatever. Alright, so get more stuff unlocked. We are about to unlock the armor penetrating ammo, but that's not going to be ready in time. Like, the training will be done, but like actually having enough of it to be worthwhile. Let's see. If it annoys you that there are multiple hotbars, you can swap them with a hotkey extra default. Yeah. It gets intense in Path 2. Yeah, no, like, one of the big things with, like, Path of Exile is if you get, like, a really bad build, you can just have a bad time. Like, sure, with enough gear, you can make a complete scuffed build work, but realistically, someone who's new to the game is not gonna not gonna have a clue on how to make that gear happen. And you'll also ruin a game for a person if you just hand them the gear they need to make a terrible build not terrible. Like, most for a lot of players, the chase for the, I am surprised it's spinning nearly that far. For a lot of people, it's the gear chase is the game when it comes to action RPGs. Not everyone. It won't be too much longer before we start seeing our first armored biters. You have a shotgun? I do. I was pretty underwhelmed by the shotgun. Like, I remember it being amazing, and then I was using it just kind of scratching my head being like, this, like, it's good at destroying the nests once you can get on top of them without the worms. But I found I wasn't super impressed by it. And it's weird, because I remember it being better. Like, I could just roll up on a nest, 3-4 tap a nest, and the biters in between, you know, were just not a problem. Alright, let's just recover. Let's see, does PvE get harder as you progress in this? Yeah, so the enemies here, they will continue to scale based on a number of factors, like the more pollution they get, the more damaging, like the more, like you get different variants to them, like they get, you know, more health, more armor, more damage, that kind of stuff. The longer the game goes, they will also get tougher. You also have, the more nests you destroy, the tougher they get. So there's just a lot of factors that feed into their evolution. So it is just one of those things that there is a balance happening here where there's effectively an arms race between you and the biters. Now granted, it's not like they'll just absolutely blast past you right at the beginning of the game and get you. Not unless you're playing in some pretty high settings. But you can keep them very manageable. It's just one of the big mistakes you can make is to literally just ignore them, because they will just continue to be a strain on your resources. Okay, so we got that sorted. So that nest up there on the top's gonna be in the pollution. That nest on the bottom's gonna be in the pollution any second now. So let's just continue cleaning up. You can make them peaceful, only attack in retaliation, or turn off expansion. Yeah, and there's lots of things. You can turn them off entirely too if you don't want them. So you can make the game as sweaty and hard as you want, and you can also make it as easy as you want in that regard. It's honestly one of those things that when you're doing, like, the super mega factory kind of thing, that usually when you're going for those ones, you just turn the biters off, because there is computation and all that involved in the biters as well. So anything you can do to spare yourself, like, a little cost there could be good. Getting to the point where grenades are going to start being less of an option and more of a necessity. Because the grenades, I can run up here and just drop a bunch of grenades on there. It'll clear a bunch of the enemies as well. I mean, we did unlock the armor-penetrating rounds just a moment ago, so if I get those manufactured, those will go a long way for helping out as well. And I'm literally researching the upgraded damage to my gun, too. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that when you're playing the game, you can get yourself in trouble by just completely neglecting your combat research and focusing entirely on just getting other stuff going faster. You do need like a little bit of a lot of different things. But even then, there's strategies you can use if you decide to like not invest high into the military side. You can do like, if you've ever played StarCraft 2 with the Protoss where you like creep your defenses to push into it, you can do that where you use the sentry guns and just basically piggyback like or leapfrog them one by one until you're inside the biter area, clearing them out. All right. Yeah, like we gotta be ready for the first evolution where they get the tanky ones. Okay. Does munitions cause pollution? I don't believe munitions, they cause pollution directly with the exception of the flamethrowers. Like that kind of thing. I think like flamethrowers and nukes do ultimately cause their own pollution of sorts. Especially with the flamethrower, if you go and you burn down a forest, the burning forest will hurt you a lot. Okay, so the flamethrower doesn't cause any pollution? Gotcha. I know burning down trees and all that would cause some serious issues, because that used to be the thing. People would be like, take the flamethrower to the trees. And then suddenly the biters just escalated like multiple tiers because you removed an entire forest. Alright, so another nest knocked out here in a second. The flamethrower does have burning down trees. Yeah. Like, and that was... A lot of people were doing that before, you know, like, they learned strategies of, like, oh, just use the grenades. Grenades were, like, the... I want to clear a forest quickly thing. Yeah, no, killing the nest does make them tougher. But it's those things that you can ignore the nests, but you're just gonna have, like... Your base will be under never-ending siege. So there's, like, whole thing. Plus trees absorb pollution. Getting rid of a lot of trees removes a big pollution thing. Yeah. Like, the trees will absorb pollution, they slowly die from the pollution. But, they will buffer it a lot for you. Like, that's actually one of the fun things to watch on the map is, like, you have this, like, lush green forest next to you that you've been leaving alone, and you just start to notice as you come back to that forest, it starts looking a little less happy and a little less happy until finally there's nothing there. Okay, so we've got all those nests sorted out. That one's got a little bit. And then got the nest to the south. We're going to go ahead and try and get our better ammo and all that set up before we go to the nest to the south. We're going to run out of daytime soon. One thing I need to do is I need to adjust the AC because I am cooking in here. Oh, come on. We have to actually go to the thermostat, which is fine. I think with all the power outs from like the hurricane and everything a while back, it messed up the wireless on it. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Those iron plates are not doing well. All right, so let's go through here. So we did get our better ammo and the grenades. We also got our rail signals I still need to hook up. So the better ammo requires me to have the basic ammo, copper, and steel. So I've got our basic ammo up here. And I need to bring copper and steel around, which it shouldn't be too much of a big deal. I could bring this one, bring it up. The steel, I'm actually already bringing the steel pretty close. I could split up here, go up and over. So I'm just going to go ahead and plunk it up here. So there's going to be the better ammo. We don't need to worry about the stone for right now. The steel, I'm going to go ahead and put a splitter here. Can I get that all the way over? Probably not, right? Can. And then we have the copper here. That's not going to work. Yeah, there's nothing bad. Don't worry about that. It was only momentarily nearing utter disaster. Okay. Just as a precaution for now. Because I don't know where I'm going to be moving those belts in the long run. Okay, so with this, we can go ahead and plunk down over here. Alright, so we're making better ammo. I'm going to take what's there for the moment. And get more stuff queued up. I still have more explosive. Get those. Alright. So the other one we can make is we can make grenades. I'll need those as well. That's coal and iron plates. So while I want to make those up here, the easiest place to make is just plunk it down there. I'm just going to take the easy route. So I can go literally right there and say, hey, coal, this, box. It'll all have to move later, but right now that gets me grenades. Exploding can be seen as growing, right? The factory must explode. The factory almost exploded? I missed something there. We can plop down a light here so we can see that. And we have landfill unlocked. I believe landfill is just stone, so I can put that right here. We don't have an immediate need for it, but that is one. I don't think I've done a run of Factorio where I haven't needed an alarming amount of landfill. Cool. Alright. So I also need the train signals, so those are both... Yeah, so you're both plates and circuits, and then you're plates, steel, iron sticks, and electronics. So we've got the steel and the plates here. I don't have circuit boards that are easily accessible for you, so we're just gonna have to deal with that. Oh, you don't have copper down there. I think we're going over here. Okay. So what's going to need to happen is for the train signal, I need the iron sticks, the steel, the plates, and the electronic circuits. So for this, I'm going to want to go elect circuits. There's the train signal. Yeah, this will be the train signal. That'll be the rods. You'll be the circuits. So boom, 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 think you're good there. You need the steel, though, so we're going to have to get the steel in range. Which I'm going to probably do the same thing where I just run a line up. It'll probably be okay. And we go ahead and put down the box. All right. Put a light down there. Okay, so need to run the steel up there and need to run the copper farther. We are slowly starting to get enough conveyor belts to do what we need. I'm coming to a painful realization, which luckily I can fix. That if I had just run that like that, it would have contaminated the belt the moment that iron belt wasn't maxed out. Nope. Cancel that. Wrong one. Alright, so that should give you everything you need now. Okay, so with that we can make our train signals. Cool. Next up on the list is I need the signal 1, the signal 2. So those are just iron plates and circuit boards. Is there a good place I could just do that easy? If you don't have iron plates, you do have the circuit boards, but you don't have any iron plates easy to get at. This does have that, but isn't really someplace I can hook into easy. It's fine, we'll just keep going down this way. So iron plates and circuit boards. So what we're probably looking at is if I can get where I do wire, circuit board, that'll work. Yeah, so you can go here. That'll be circuit board, wire, circuit board, signal. And we're unlocking new tech, which is nice, but also kind of a problem. Okay. And none of these need to be the bigger boxes. I still need to make the actual railroad tracks themselves. I totally forgot we're not producing those. Okay. The bell copper thing, it didn't really hyperplot. Let's see. Seen the growing, right? The factory must... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, where we contaminated the bell, and I was like, wait, and fixed it real quick. Yep, so let's go over here. So I do have our first train engines and a bunch of other stuff happening. Once I'm not actively building this area, we should start to let some of this, like, buffer and fill up and all that. Okay, so you need the plates, and you need the plates. And you need the wire. Okay, let's run over here and grab ourselves some more of the inserters. This mall is a whole big disaster. Okay, so I need a little bit more belts, and then we can get that all hooked up, and that'll take care of our signals for doing our trains. Then the next thing on the roster would be to actually make the train tracks. And I believe at that point we'll have everything for the trains. Meanwhile here... just continuing to research. Okay. So, next up on our little list of things we need to do, is we need the railroad tracks themselves, which is steel, stone, and iron rods. That shouldn't be too bad because I got the stone right here, I've got steel, and I've got the iron. So that should actually be really easy to make happen. I could literally just go here and say iron rods, and then the train tracks. So boom, boom. Bring this over. You'll need this. You'll need that. You'll need this. You'll need that. Put the box here. And we'll do this. Just need a little bit more of this. And train tracks are being made. All right, next contestant. So I've got all that hooked up that I care about. I don't have the steel furnace. I might just skip the steel furnace this time and just go right. Actually, I mean, I probably shouldn't. It's literally I have both materials right here. Like, there's my stone, and my steel's right here. We can fix this. That is a mess over there, is what that is. So I need to be careful because I need to skip that spot. Because if we don't skip a spot, that copper can load onto this belt, and then that's a bad time. Okay, so we'll go here and say, give me the steel. Give me this. We can make the furnace. Just dump it into this box. We don't need a lot of those, so one stack will do. Okay. Anything else we've got on here? We got the car. I'll build one of those manually. I won't worry about any of that. And I could also do steel and copper to make the better body armor. I'll probably just do that manually. So just give me a bunch of steel real quick. Give me that better body armor. Okay. That's a whole big mess. How are we doing? So all three of you have run out of coal. That's not my favorite. We can go over here, and we got one of our iron. Two of our iron nodes have run out of iron. Also not my favorite. We've got a couple of copper, well, a copper node that's run out of copper. Okay, so checking on our stuff. We've got the stone up there for when I get low on the stone. We are burning through the iron at a decent pace. That nest is going to be a problem soon. That nest is going to be a problem soon. The other nests are all fine. So we are waiting on logic circuits and all that. Let's go check on our bulletproof ammo, or what? Not bulletproof ammo. That makes no sense. Bullet penetrating ammo, real quick. Not a lot, but we do have some. I'm going to stick with the normal ammo for a little bit. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll stick with the normal ammo as well for a little bit here. And as we burn out, we just won't be grabbing more of it. That way the bulletproof has some time to catch up. Let's also grab the grenades. How much do I already have of that made? 42? That's not nothing. Okay. Yeah, so that nest to the straight south is a pretty big nest. Alright. So, what we're going to probably need to do, figure out what ore we're going after next, and start setting up a train to go there. And it will bring that train to go back to our smelters. And we'll start getting our logic set up. So unlike yesterday where I just kind of, you know, just slapped it together real fast to demo it, this one I am going to be naming the stops and doing all that because that's going to be necessary. For the record, we did get multiple layers of upgrades to our weapons since the last push. So we got a faster fire rate and higher damage. Okay, so it looks like we were able to push this just fine until we get an armored one, and it'll be bullied off. You're here to backseat and tell me how to play Factorio, but that's a lie, you don't actually know how to play. Fair enough. Okay. So you've tried a few times to get into this game, but you've been unsuccessful thus far. The trailer X-Pack looks sweet though. Yeah, no, honestly a big part of getting into this game is like, it is a game you can very easily get yourself in the weeds of being like, oh, what do I gotta do to make this as good as I can? Oh, I can make this more efficiently, and that's a big draw to the game. But you can fall into that trap where you try to optimize overly early versus, you know, okay, but can I make this work? All right, well now that's working, can I make it better? So that is one of those catches of trying to make it work and then go, well, what can I do to make it better? This is the game that kind of also taught me that I would have a lot of times I'd have something that was working but not well, and I'd be like, okay, well I'm gonna go make this better, and so I'd tear down what I've got so I could replace it with a better version of itself, and then my entire factory would shut down because now I'm suddenly not making like an early game material I really need. So you kind of learn to be like, okay, well just leave the working thing where it is right now and start like greenfield, building a brand new part of your base that just does the thing you're trying to do way better. And then when it's done, then you know, reroute the stuff to your new thing and then rip out your old one. And so this is one of those things that goes into that. It's also a thing that like some people, the biters are just like not their jam kind of thing, which is totally fair. But you can turn that off if you want. That said, not every game is for every person. There's some games that's just not really their cup of tea. Like no big problem with that. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so let's back off for a minute, let ourselves recover our health. That nest is far enough away, I don't need to worry about. That one's fine, that one's fine. That one's kind of in the, like, it's not a right now. I mean, that's a very soon problem. We'll probably go up there and deal with that one in just a second. I'd rather like do a foray where we quickly go and wipe these things out real fast than wait till I'm in the middle of something and I'm getting attacked. Alright. Because the area our pollution's going to cover is just going to get worse and worse and worse. The point that I really start going after the biters is usually when I get the tank. Once you get the tank, it's real easy to just kind of steamroll through and knock a whole bunch of stuff down real fast. Quite literally at times. One of the strategies of dealing with biter nests is to literally just drive the tank through them. There's definitely a point, though, where some of the bigger biters will cause your tank to get stuck on them for just a second, and if that happens in the middle of a nest, that can be it. You can get yourself wrecked real fast that way. I'm genuinely surprised we haven't had the armored one show up yet. Okay. I remember when the biters, like, graphics were way, like, more just kind of a pixely mess. Like, they weren't bad at any point that I can think of. But the one thing that it did have was the armored versus, like, the not armored ones. The color was so distinctly different that there was no confusing them. Alright, so we got this nest getting all cleaned up. And literally right now, we're actually upgrading our attack speed and damage again. Alright. And that'll help more to keep the arms race ahead, so when they start armoring up, we're able to tear through them. But that's also the reason I'm burning my not as good ammo on this real fast. Because once they start getting better, my weaker ammo won't be worth anything, really. So I'd rather use it up while we're starting to get our, you know, surplus of the better ammo. Kept accidentally shooting the nest. I was trying to shoot the worm. Okay, last nest, and then that should be handled. Okay, so check it again. Yeah, so we've got no biter nests anywhere nearby where pollution reaches, so we should be safe from attack. But you'll notice, because I'm using this strategy, we actually haven't had our base attacked itself in honestly a couple of hours. Versus you can choose to play defensive as well. Which I do have preparations for the defensive side too. They're not... Like, that is one of the dangers with me being that aggressive. If we do start having our defenses challenged, it can end up being a problem just because I've neglected to expand my defenses. Alright, so you need more copper. Probably fine. You know what I can do to help with this, though? So get a belt and I'll just feed it in on itself. Alright. That way they balance a little bit better. Okay. Now what I was going to do with this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Get another round of these up. Is there a warning if you're attacked? Yeah, so what'll happen is it'll have a little yellow triangle will appear down there, and that's your weapons have engaged something. It'll turn to a red triangle when something starts actually taking damage. And it'll become a red X in a triangle when something has actually been destroyed. So there is a whole warning system and everything. It is one of those things that when you start doing Death Worlds, eventually you just turn the signals off. Because it's a perpetual, like, red marks all over the map and yellow marks all over the map because you're just in a never-ending battle. But that's playing a non-standard playthrough. But yeah, since our green and our red science is keeping up, I'm going to expand our labs. Because I don't see a reason not to. When we hit to the point where they're just kind of sitting here idle waiting for science to roll in, that's fine. Put a light down there. Okay. Yeah, so some of those might start stalling soon because our iron is looking scarce. We're just splitting it too many ways and we're consuming in too many places. And the challenge is going to be to expand that. I'm really a little bit limited on options because of what we've got coming into the system. Yeah, because we've got all this coming in. This belt is nowhere near saturated. Is the ore actually reaching the end of the line? No, not even close. Okay. Start working on that there. So those are going to be a little bit better. Improve the splitter. Improve that. Okay, so that's back to being saturated. But yeah, so you can see we're slowly burning out this iron mine. And as that happens, it's going to be more and more of an issue. Yeah, but this belt is solid at a tier 2. So yeah, so that's starting to back up and be fine now. And we're not hitting the point too much with these starting to be like too much of a problem. Probably go here and say, hey, pick up the pace on all of that. It'll probably be fine for right now. Like, eventually I'm going to need to replace a lot of these belts. Do you have better belts? Yeah, we just aren't producing them fast enough. So, it's just kind of one of those things is I need the tier 2 belts to get myself enough iron to make the tier 2 belts. So we want to try and get the iron coming into this area to be a bit better. So you can see this is starting to hit a higher level of saturation on the belt though. I'm gonna need to grab the underground one. Grab a stack of the underground and a stack of the splitters are just gonna kill things. But yeah, so we're just trying to get it through the system as much as possible to help out. So let's grab the splitters. That was a full stack, so that's gonna set us back in gears. Yeah, so we're good on everything but the belts themselves. The belts themselves, I'm struggling. But if I can get at least the iron into where it splits over there, that should help quite a bit. You could probably also take the conveyor belt and turn it that way, so that it kind of fills in the gap. All right, and some of these things will also improve as the assemblies of these get done, like they get full of those materials. Yeah, that's just gonna have to wait. That's fine. Okay, so a lot of that's just gonna have to wait. Let's see what we got in our tech here. So we have unlocked a bunch of stuff here. We have that we can get the solar panels, fluid dynamics, the pumping the oil. Oil processing requires me to just get oil. Research speed. All right. So we need to let that run. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom, and I'm going to adjust my AC because I'm, like, getting slowly cooked alive in here. So I'm going to take a minute and do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. Ah, but this key, you can only use it once. Once you have used the key, it's done forever. And you're like, but why? Is it a very poorly made key? And I understand it's game mechanics to make you have to go back and kill the boss again, so you have to do the tough fight. Because otherwise you get into the Escape from Tarkov thing where you get your hands in the really good, like the really good key, and then you just farm the really valuable plays. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. Alright, and I am back. So, the factory looks like it's coming along real well. I just realized a while ago, chat on YouTube, so I've not been trying to ignore you on YouTube, my apologies. Is the ratio between gears and science? No idea what the ratio is. Alright. So I do apologize for like missing the comments over on YouTube and all that. I do stream primarily on Twitch, and it is one of those things that I tend to focus on, so it's not trying to ignore you. It's just sometimes when I'm like playing a game that I get really focused on, it's very easy for me to miss stuff. Okay, so we've got the coal is going fine. The iron seems to be doing a bit better. Yeah. Oh, right, I was going to do this to help balance it out a little bit. Meanwhile, that's just going to take a lot of resources to resolve. Okay, so let's do a little evaluation. So we are burning through our iron node fast. So I've got an 8 million iron node up there and a little tiny 290,000. But the 8 million node up there, which is huge, let's go explore that area real fast, see if we have any real problems over there. Because if I can get the 8 million iron node hooked up to our factory, that means I don't have to worry about iron for a long time. But we are starting to get to that point where our iron node is starting to wind down. And if I don't be proactive and get ourselves set up on the next node, you can get yourself in trouble because you suddenly realize you're too low on iron and a bunch of your production starts dragging behind like ammo and all that. And then trying to get to the next iron node and putting it to good use becomes more of a pain. Now, one of the downsides is where we're expanding way out here, is I will have to go through and take the time to build some like proper defenses up here. But this will be a satellite location. The other thing I'm going to have to deal with is there's a bunch of trees between me and here. And unfortunately, most likely, I am going to need to destroy a lot of trees to like cut through and all that. So I do have one nest to the southwest of here That's probably close enough that the moment I start exploiting this for ore, it's gonna get in the pollution zone. But it's looking like the other directions might be just completely clear. And I probably should get the car built because this is what the car is good at, is like reconnaissance over here. Ooh, good, we have water on this side. I'm gonna just go ahead and see if that's like a big lake. Because if that's like a really big lake for us, that'd be... Alright, so there is a bridge across. That's still fine. It does mean I will have limited biter from this side. Like if the water area was big enough, like I've had what felt like oceans before on the map, where it'd be like a big area, like over here, we have this giant lake. When the pollution spreads, at least I know that lake isn't going to be a problem. Okay, so there's also water over here. This would be good if this is a peninsula. It's probably not. But I do have that giant iron node. If I get rid of that biter nest, we can take over that node relatively easy. I'm not going to worry about the biter nest just yet. I'm not going to be doing anything bringing pollution until I go to set up the miners. So in the meantime, while it's not aggroed, I'm going to start running the tracks up, doing all that stuff. And then when it comes time that I have to actually deal with it, we can deal with it. Alright. So we have the gates been researched. We have fluid, we have the pumps, we have the faster research. And go grab our fluid handling. Alright. So we're now officially at the phase where I want to start dealing with trains. Now, the way I like to set up my train networks boils down to I will have pickup and drop-off points. So I'll have like, this is the iron ore pickup, this is the iron ore drop-off, this is the what, you get the idea. And then I can just have multiple trains running between there. Right at the beginning, it'll be 1-to-1, but as time goes on, we'll start building that out more and more. So my intent for the train route is that we are going to have a north-south route in between here somewhere. We could probably put it... Yeah, eventually I'll probably want one there as well. But right now, I can put a north-south route right along here, so between the science and that's the reason I left some of that buffer. But let's actually put it way over here. So I think we put the north-south route, like, along here. That way I have enough room for train stations and all that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we can do all that. Because like we looked at before, this thing is very quickly starting to burn down on its resources. We are also just kind of stuck waiting on our conveyor belts to construct faster and all that before we do major expansions, which is fine. It is slowly resolving itself. Okay, so railroad tracks, we got 400. And grab the armor-piercing ammo. And honestly, at this point, we can probably just drop off the rest of this ammo. It'll at least keep this from consuming more iron for a little while. Okay, so we've got those. I need... Do I have a stack of... Yeah, I already got a stack of you. I need the trains itself. I just grabbed 2 engines. I'm not going to grab the whole stack. I keep trying to right-click, grab them in sets, so that's fine. So we've got 2 trains there. That'll be good. We're already good in that. I need the signals. The signals, I don't mind just grabbing a stack. They're not nearly as expensive as the other things. And then you... We'll grab 4 stops. Okay. Because that'll be where we start. That's going to take some work to get that set up. So like I said, I'm going to try and make a north-south route that's going to go roughly in between where we've got this construction. And you will notice this is where stone stuff is going on. And that I am going to want to move that stone stuff to the west once this is depleted. And then the idea is we'd run trains through here that drop off the refinery and yada yada yada. So I think literally right here is where we're going to put our train lines. So I need to go train station, train line, this signal, train, there. So yeah, so my thought is we would go right around where those turrets are. This is one of the rails. I want to make sure I got 2 tracks worth of spot. And the reason I'm doing, or 2 conveyor for the spot, and that's just because with that amount, then if I need to run stuff underground and all that, I can have it run underground and pop back up and stuff like that. Yeah, so those are 2 parallel routes. That way it's one this way and one that way. And so what we would want to do now is over here, I'm going to need to stop for the iron plates and the copper plates. That's fine. I'm not going to worry about that yet. Right now, the issue is going to be our iron ore. And so right now, our iron ore smelting is down here. We'll want the train to come in on this side. So I'm going to plan that we shoot just a little bit past the copper, that way we got, or the steel, that way we got room to expand. So that'll be fine down here. And we can look here, that'd be a pretty good area for an east-west. So now I'm going to take a different rail route. And so as you can see here, we're going to go ahead and do this. And just like before, going to go ahead and get you set up. So that should be 2 gap in there. That it is. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to build an intersection here. That way, as I need to do stuff with this down the road, we can take the trains wherever the trains need to go. So, it has been a long time since I've done this. So this is our, just to mark stuff, and grab these signals. This is our northbound route. This is our southbound route. This is our westbound. Yes, it'll be, this is our westbound. We'll go back here a little more. This is our eastbound. Same on the other side. I'll put that farther down. But you get the idea. We've set directions so that the trains will only go this way, only go that way, and all that. So I'll figure out where I need to line this up. I did not give this enough space. That's fine, I'll deal with that in a moment. So I want to have kind of a fly off here. So 1 more tile. To go that way, so train can go this way straight through or fly off that way. And we'll add a little bit here and a little bit there. I'm trying to set those going in and out of the intersections. So just the same, I've got this one, I want to be able to go up there. Because this ultimately will be like our major setup here. Cool, so I've got all that sorted out. And it's the same deal down here, is you need to go here. And so that way, anyone who needs to make a right-hand turn, they just make it. Yep, so anyone making a right-hand turn can just make it. Anyone who's going straight through the intersection, no problem. The only issue we have now is if someone wants to go this way and go that way. So this is where it gets a little trickier and where we run into some problems. So I could do that. And these start getting really cursed about trains being able to intersect and cause each other problems. And same here, we go 2 notches this way. I went 3. So that takes care of that and that. So now I have to take care of this one and this one. Alright, just like that, we can have the trains go any route they should desire. That going into this intersection, you can go out any route you want from any direction you want. Alright, I'm trying to remember if I want the... I was trying to remember that, like, there was a way I used to have it where you could turn around and go back as well. That looks crazy. The thing to keep in mind is if we put the signals out here, you'll notice how that's all pink. It treats that as one block of the track, so a train will pull up to this intersection and it won't zip through there if there isn't a path through there. Now these are the signals that they carry through where the train will check the whole path before it goes. What it'll end up doing is it'll end up having pull-off areas that, you know, it'll wait at the pull-off and then it'll pull into the next area. You can do some wild stuff with trains. Now for right now, I don't actually have anything I want over here. So I do need U-turn locations. And I was trying to remember, I had a whole system I set up for being able to turn around elegantly. And I wanted to say it was on the intersection, and like it wasn't the four-leaf clover, but it's something of that nature where you could go in this way and then go out and around. But I don't remember what it was. It's been too long. So right now, they can go out either way, but they can't turn around. So I'm going to leave these ones off to the sides just open for later growth. And we're going to run this way. And not every intersection is going to be that big. This is meant to be like my main east-west, north-south roads, or trains. Whereas just pulling off just in there, we don't have to do anything. Let's see. Well, you could make a railroad roundabout. I used to make that until I learned the trains can do extra spins in there and block their own path. Yeah, no, I didn't do roundabouts. I usually had like an area where they could pull off the side and then they could turn around and like, basically that they get off the track here and then they get on the other side. And then you just make that a section. Alright, so that looks like it might be a good distance for us to bring that up, because you do need enough room to make room for the train to pull up and park. Yeah, because yeah, this is all being drilled, that's all going to go away, that's all being drilled, so these are where the actual line is. So yeah, bringing the trains in around here should work. I need more train track, though. But yeah, no, I've had runs, it's been a long time, none of the saves work anymore. But I have had runs where you can like go up and just hop on, it would just take you to the next spot. Cool, 400 more. But yeah, so I'll have major intersections like that that are designed so trains can just zip through at speed. And like I said, there'll be a point where there'll be like a branch off that'll go off to the side and it'll have like a stoplight at it. That way you can have a place for the trains to stop and bypass each other if they're like, so you can go up here, you'd have the branch off here, pull into this, the other train would zip around this way, and then when it's cleared, the next train would run through. Do you have any favorite version 2.0 improvements so far? That's honestly a hard question. Mostly because it's been 2 years since I've really played, so it's hard to remember what's an improvement and what's something that was just the way the game was before. Okay. So I need to carve a path through these trees. And then usually long term I'll also run all my like my really tall big power poles. I'll run them either in the middle of the railroad track or along the sides, depending on what I'm feeling. Okay, so I do feel like we do... Yeah, it's clever. You never had the space to such U-turn sections. because stuffed railroads crossings, concrete with circuit-controlled gates, both sides, each intersection. Yeah. Okay. So this one's not going to be as dramatic of a setup as the other one. We're still going to have an in-out lane because as this grows, it will become more and more of a problem. But improvements. The problem is I'm having problems thinking of like what were the improvements. Like for the record, I'm really enjoying the DLC so far. They've done a number of things to clean up the early game tech so that people who are new to the game can get in without as much difficulty. That's definitely something worth considering. Interesting that I can't research that. That's fine. Okay. So this, again, is the northbound lane. So this one goes here. You need... Yeah, so that one goes there. I do not need a pass-through lane. That's fine. We can fix it easy. Yeah, so that's in here. Once again, I'll put a signal there to keep it on track. Now, this is the outbound. The outbound can go either direction. So I'll have an outbound going this way, and then we'll also want an outbound going that way. And then we also need you to go 2 segments this way. So you get the idea. I don't need the whole big thing because it's just which way the trains can come in, which way the trains can go out. So you go here. You go there. You go here. You go there. What am I forgetting about this? That looks right to me. That's fine. They're flashing at this right now, but that's because there's nowhere for it to go, so it doesn't know what to do with it. Alright, so put the train stop over here. And for here, we do need the ability for the trains to turn around. Now, later on, that'll be clear and that'll be less of a problem. But in the short term, I just need to make it work. And that's our iron there. So what I'll probably do is right now, this will just be an iron stop. That we'll expand on later. So these dead trees need to go. The dead trees aren't doing much for us anyways. They're busy being just dead. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to just have the stop here anywhere that I can make this happen. Will I be able to get enough space? Will I be able to get enough space to make this work? Probably not. Not there. We'll have to back it up more. Probably around here. Because then we'll bring this out, bring it over, give enough space to offload. It dumps the ore in, feeds into that port. And it'll do a whole thing. So we can go here and do that. Okay, can we make that go a little bit farther? Alright, so the train is going to have 2 cars on to begin with. So we can grab the stop. So the stop would need to be here to fit that. Which is weirdly going to work out because that means I have a coal line going directly past where my train is going to be parked. So this gives me a place to fill it up easy. Yeah, so by seeing that stop, you see I've got those two straight on there. That means I have this one here. So this is going to be iron ore drop. Cool. Before we get too worried about it, that's immediately going to turn around. It's not going to be able to make the turn. It's fine. We'll get there. So I can go here. Yeah, so until that drill in that back corner gets done, I can't quite make the turn. But that's fine. How much ore do you have beneath you? 1,000. That's not what I wanted to see. So we're gonna switch our priorities on there, so that's left. Because now I need that to be pulling from this area. That's not gonna get resolved anytime soon. So that is a problem. I might be able to make this work. Oh, good. It's 1,000, like, way up here in the corner. Oh, okay. We're probably all right. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay, never mind. So we're going to go here and go ahead and keep your priorities the way they were. I just saw the 1,000. I was like, oh, crap. It's a bunch down there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run this one up because, again, this is the end point we're going for. Normally I'd have it go sharper, but in this particular case, I'm dealing with constraints because of what I got existing there. Okay. So now with this, normally when this would be merging on with the rest, I would want like an actual stop light thing. We'll be dealing with that down here. So later on, I'm going to switch that rail out because I'm going to need our stuff. But now what I need is for this one, don't use that signal, use this signal. And that tells the... Oh, actually, that's too far up. Back here. There we go. So that's going to tell the train is stop here and wait. Do not enter the area until there's a clear path between you and your destination. And we'll break this into smaller segments later. That's the reason this is probably complaining here, is I just didn't have it far enough up. There we go. So now the signals aren't complaining because we got sorted. Yep, so train can come in from this side, it'll pull up, drop off at the iron, go here, it'll wait to make sure it's clear, and then shoot off to the other route that'll eventually take it to the iron ore that we don't have made yet. Now I gotta rearrange this crap to actually let the train get in here and do its job. Now, I could offload to this side and then pipe it in, which would probably be straightforward. I'll probably do that, actually, because that'll spare me dealing with all this for the short term. In the meantime, this is the train. And there it is. We'll definitely want to reroute this coal, because what we're going to end up doing with the all of that is I'm going to want to have boxes and arms on both sides of this, so when the train pulls up, it can just yank out as fast as possible. But right now, we are just not going to have what we need to set that up, so that's fine. So we're going to have 2 of these here. Let me go ahead and... I probably do want steel chests for this. Just make them. That'll be for the fuel. And those are for removing the materials. So fuel in, iron ore out. So we've got all that. I will need power to be hooked up to all this. Cool. And then we can take these 2, and you'll go this way. You'll go that way. We'll drop this. And just like that, it's almost like it was planned. It wasn't, but I'll pretend it was. So, yep, so when the train pulls in here, The ore gets dumped out that side, and it goes through here, and then we'd add like another row here that dump onto that belt. It gets fed into the machine, and we now have that pickup. The only thing we've got left here now is to get the coal actually to this spot. Honestly, I could just do this on the other side, probably. Because the coal's right there. Yeah, so you can plan this to be here and here. And instead of having that go under, we'll just have it go by. So the box, the inserter, so this is the line I need. Cool. So that's good news. We do have the first location all hooked up and all ready to go. And then we're gonna have this main, vertical area over here. And so now we want to bring that all the way up here, probably to around there, and then cut that way, and then we can have the train stop there. Yeah, so you see how that light's red? It's telling you that this area has a train in, so it would mark that this path is not clear. That blue means that some paths going off of it are clear and some are not, and then green means there is no trains in that direction. So if I had a train that's trying to get into this area, it would see those blue lights and that red light and be like, oh, I can't go. Whereas the train going out here would have green lights the entire way and be like, alright, I'm going. Now, we don't have our train station yet and all that built, so the train's just going to sit there, fueling up for the time being. And that's fine. The next thing I need to do is get this train track all the way up to where we're going to have that, we're going to have the... Sorry, I'm mentally juggling things. We're going to have our next iron mine. But this is a lot of initial setup. But the advantage we'll get from this down the road is that when I end up needing to do a bunch of, like, you know, oh, this copper's running out, I can just run over, grab the copper, plug it into the existing train rail, like the train, you know, system, and we're just already good for it. Because if I didn't do this strategy, my alternative strategy I tended to use was main bus. Seems like belts would be faster than a 2-car train. Well, that's the thing. If it's one 2-car train, probably. But the advantage with trains of what I can do here is I can just keep adding another train after another train. I just make a little rest spot, and as fast as you go. Because with the belts, if you do get a whole bunch of the what are the name? The stack inserters. 6 stack inserters going to fill like 2, 3, 4 cars and all that will absolutely outrun it. Alright, so we've already got that almost up there. But yeah, now I could sit there and do the whole thing where we build the other stuff and all that, but that's fine. Plus it's faster expansion-wise. Yeah, no, you can fill up a train car with, like, everything you need to build buildings and keep a roboport on you. And then just pull up to the next area and then suddenly plop down an entire base and you're just good. But yeah, no, doing conveyors across the entire map and all that ends up being really not productive. Because you can also... The trains in this game... If you start giving them, like, rocket fuel and all that, they can become terrifyingly fast. And you can stack them, like, 8, 9 cars deep. Like, right now I'm just doing the 2. There's a reality where what I could ultimately do is later on, and this would be one of those things where I just slowly, like, inch my smelting out a little farther as the run goes on. One second, I'm just cleaning up these drills that are running out. Which is why I'm doing this now, is when this runs out, everything grinds to a halt. So I gotta get that dealt with. So what I could do here is I could actually put, like, a stop here, 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 and I could have literally 5 trains pulling it as fast as they could, and just keep expanding. You wonder if they added long arm stack inserters? Those are dearly missed. No idea. Alright, so let's go grab ourselves more track. But yeah, this is a lot of initial setup, but the beauty of it is, once I got that track run up here, it is one of those things that, sure, that'll run out in 8 million, no problem. Later on, I just take this 2.7, I plug it in, everything else is wired up. Literally, I just give that the same name as that, and you're good. Are you not making... Let's see, are you not making the labs work on purpose? No, the labs should be working. Are the labs not working? Yeah, no, they're working. I've got 11 labs running constantly. I just don't quite have enough resources to get more going, which is because you can notice this iron line is just not adequate, and these are starting to run down. So I could potentially improve the throughput on these, but it's not going to do me much good. It's just going to die at the next step. So I gotta bring in more iron. And then I can start scaling. Oh, inventory full? Yeah, inventory's full. Let's go find the regular conveyor box, which is here somewhere. Oh, I think I just got rid of it entirely. Okay, so one of the things we can do here... About to reroute a little wiring, but that's okay. And that's because I keep replacing the conveyor belts with the better ones. So we're running into more and more of that as an issue. This becomes less of a problem as the run goes on because you won't have things to be replaced. So we've got that sorted. We also have a bunch of undergrounds. But we could go ahead and do this. Okay, that'll be fine. Did you build the mall from a blueprint or just freehand? Freehand. This is a pretty bad mall. As far as like efficiency and design, like it's not a clean, elegant, whatever. Like choose any positive word. It's not that mall. Like that intersection we put down there, I'll be blueprinting that. Like the next time I need one, I'll blueprint that and bring it with me. Like, and once I get this properly set up, not in this one. I mean, it's functional. Yeah, no, it's working. Like, I'm not unhappy with it. But, like, as far as malls go, it is a messy one. Is it not a positive word? You're using strip malls on your game? I don't know what that means versus... Oh, you mean where you're like, you go up and you do like the straight out kind of thing? Okay. But yeah, so ultimately where we have this really long run here, this will be someplace I will want to add a, like, an area where there's like a drop off to the side. Early on, I won't need to worry about. That starts being a thing when you start having like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trains zipping around the map. That you end up needing those areas for the trains to pull off because they'll start getting each other way, that the bottleneck of the areas being blocked by their trains will be the actual delay. You don't know what that means, but it has the word strip in it. You're in. Alright. Oh, a little bit more. Okay. Alright, is that a place that makes sense for another major intersection? Is that far enough away? Probably. Yeah, probably, because then we'd break down that cliff, we could go over here, there's the uranium up there. We've got stone nodes on either side. Yeah, no, I think that makes sense for another east-west. So let's go ahead and run down here. Let's get a blueprint of that R1. Now, what I'm trying to remember, let's get these trees out of the middle. Because I'll probably run, like, the big power lines up the middle here. Now, I'm trying to remember for the life of me, is I know with the drones, you can have where you just stand there, you pop down the blueprint, and just, like, throws them out. I can't remember if you can do that in the sense that where you're standing at, you can say just place the things nearby me. I don't think you can. Because that was always one of those things I wanted where I'm like, hey, look, I get it, the drones, this is the whole thing they do. But also, it really undermines the value of the blueprints until you get construction drones. Because you put down the blueprint, you're like, alright, well, I still gotta manage all this manually. And honestly, some of the stuff like the railroad tracks, that's the big draw, is being able to figure it out really quick without having to juggle. Alright. Why do you... Oh, you've not been running... I've totally missed that. It's not running because of a lack of materials. It's not running because it wasn't powered. Fair enough. Alright, so blueprinting time. Then go right up here. And just like that, I've got myself a Crossroads blueprint. Crossroads 4-way intersection. Crossroads. And we can choose create blueprint. So I've got that. But we're not done yet. I'm going to grab the blueprint book, and we're going to open that up. And I want to get that off my cursor. There we go. Okay. So I'm trying to remember. So this is, trains. So I'm trying to remember for the life of me... Upgrade items, export string, list view. There we go. And then I could control... Alright, and just like that, I now have, when I grab this, I can just place it. But I'll end up doing that with some of these things, like when I go and I make like a train station where I've got these stack inserters on both sides of it and all the boxes and all that. Because then we get the construction drones, literally you just hit it, and you just watch the drones scatter in all directions, and then you just have that station done. It ends up being this absolutely amazing thing for late game and all that, just going real fast. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to be... Why do I not have... Oh, it looks like we'll figure it out. Not sure why chemical science is not available. Let's see, you also want to run slower, fuller inventory. Let's see. You also want to run slower the fuller inventory in vanilla. That would be annoying for so many players. You have all materials on you. Oh, geez. No. Or, like, have a very strict thing in the game where you have a carry weight as well. No, thank you. Please don't talk to the devs. Yeah, so that puts down a blueprint. That's a saying as I was trying to remember for the life of me. If there was a way to tell it, hey, build this for me. Because otherwise it's a ghost image. It just kind of lets you know where to place stuff. Okay. As you think you're too notorious in the forums a few times for the devs to ever listen to you. It happens. But yeah, so you get the idea of what's happening here is I'm just printing this down. To make sure we set all the directions on these railroads and all that. Cool, so I believe that's fully set up now. And so now I go over here. It is going to go by that 8 million iron. Yep, there's the 8 million iron that we're looking at. And I'll probably do the exact same type of intersection I'm doing down below, where it's just literally the train pulls down, it gets loaded up, and then it leaves. And then once I go to set up the actual miners on there, that's the point that I need to put down a bunch of defenses and all that, because that's when the pollution is going to start reading those biters. Now, I don't believe the biters will attack the railroad tracks themselves. Not normally, if I remember correctly. That could be entirely bad information. Like, usually when I had railroad tracks get destroyed, it was my own weapons fighting the biters, damaging it if I was using, like, flamethrowers or whatever. Or it's probably grenades or whatever I was doing. But I don't recall running into issues where the biters hit the railroad tracks. So absolutely trash are conveyor belts. Okay, so that one's coming from this way. That's going back out. That's going in. Did I give myself enough space? I did. Almost exactly. Cool, cool. 1, 2, and turn. And turn. Oh, I don't have enough rail. That's fine. They'll hit the train adjacent things like signals. Maybe. I don't know. It's been a long time. And the last time I remember having to deal with all that in the biters was Death Worlds, where you just had to worry about things getting destroyed as collateral damage. I probably need to make the car so I can drive back and forth between this faster. Man, I can see where this is going, though. We're going to get this train route up here. I'm definitely going to want to put some defenses at different key points on it. So that way you can do stuff like protect where I run power in between and yada yada yada. So that's gonna be a whole thing. That is gonna take time to work on. But with that said, we are researching lab speed this entire time. So while I am doing this setup, it's not like we're not progressing things. The issue I have that I'm not too sure on is I don't have access to blue science yet, which I find curious. That's also interesting that apparently I'm going to get the speed modules, so I don't know when... Oh, you know what, I bet you? It's going to be locked behind this oil processing. So I gotta get oil set up. That's fine. That'll be the next thing we do after we get this, this new iron node. Because I think our coal is fine, right? Our coal's okay for right now. Our iron node is fading fast. Our stone is fading fast. Now coal, I don't think I got a good spot for coal to go after. I take that back. I got coal just to the west here. Yeah, now when I could just take this railway over, pop right in between the two, and that'll be 3 million coal. Neat. Oh good, it marks them on my map too. Neat. Okay. So, let's see here. I need the railway. Alright. So we're going to need to get the oil set up. We are now officially stalling on research, which is not good. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our railway set up. Get this sorted out soon. Let's go ahead and grab that ammo. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start using the train as my means of transportation. Because in a moment I'm going to have a full connection that I'll be able to run back and forth. So we can go here. All right. Then go here. You go that way. Okay, so that's in from this side, in from that side. Plunk you there. Cool, and that's out this way. And that needs to be out that way too. We're gonna have to adjust that. So you get placed over there and there. And you get placed over here. So that this is one segment of the railway. Alright. So now I can go here, jump in the train, back it up. And just like that, I would have the train park here. That's actually almost exactly on the money. And we've got ourselves a place to top off. So, this is the point where I would be setting up all of my drills here. Let's not do that yet. Because the moment I do that, it's going to start getting hit by biters. Instead, what I want to do is I want to go over here to this edge. I'm going to drop down some guns over here. And once I kill that nest there, I shouldn't need to worry about attacks from this side too much. And there's cliffs there, so it should be mostly from the left. But also, just as a precaution, let's go ahead and put some guns up here too. Oh, yeah, and I got tons of ammo. Now, these are very remote, so I am going to go kind of over the top on the amount of ammo I give them. Let's not. 100's a lot. Give them 50 each. Did you just start this run? Yeah. Or at the beginning of stream. The DLC dropped today, so... You know, that's kind of how you do it with the DLC. Cool, so you've got all that set up. Alright. How bad of a nest is that? Probably just deal with this nest real fast. We don't have many worms. Let's come from the other side, though, so I'm not trying to fight past a cliff. We're gonna go in, wipe that nest out, because that nest is gonna be aggro the moment we start mining. But that was 6 hours ago? Yeah. No, we're making good progress. I mean, we could honestly be making a lot faster progress. I'm willing to bet the people who speedrun this and have, like, good familiarity, they would probably be able to reach the new planets 3-4 hours, I'd guess. Maybe less. Okay. How big is your base? It's a decent size. It's not huge. Like, mostly it's just a mall, red and green research. And then, you know, like, the supporting infrastructure for them. We got a better part of a mall built, though. But, I mean, this is just started today, so it's not like it's any kind of mega factory or anything like that. And then plus, you know, we do have biters set to their normal settings, so... They do take time to clean up. But yeah, so we look at this. I've got, like, my factory down here is the main part. Then we got green and red science being made. We're just starting to make our first major expansion out to get ore that's not at our starting area. And that's what I'm working on now, is just clearing up the area so that we don't have to deal with the biters constantly being an issue. Alright, I did not give myself... Alright, we gotta go for steel. What is a mall in this game? So the mall in this game, that's down here. Basically what the mall is it's making a little bit of everything. So I've got, like, my inserters here that I use. I've got, like, my trains. So, like, all those buildings I would be making, they show up there, as opposed to me having to make them all up manually myself. So it's a location designed to restock at. So it's not really contributing to, like, science or whatever. It's just making it so you can build stuff more efficiently without having to, like, constantly deal with it. Oh no, don't do that. So the good news is that did contaminate the belts, but it contaminated the belts with something those things are going to use anyways. So that's probably fine unless it's not, at which point everything's terrible. Rocket launch soon? Probably not. Like, I know it's supposed to be around the time of blue science, and we're not far from blue science, but I don't really know for sure. Okay, so we can go make the 40 containers, which will be plenty. I've got plenty of inserters. We've got conveyor belts. Let's go ahead and grab more conveyor belts while we're here, because I'll probably need those. But yeah, no, we have blue sciences coming up, but I got to get oil set up, and I'm just having to chase down some other materials first. Yeah, so like right here where it's low on belts, I just go to that box and I just grab belts out of that box and run away, so I don't have to craft them in my pocket. Because crafting in your pocket's like crafting on the bench and test factory. It's just slow. Hey, thank you for the raid. Let's see, was that Fluffy Let's see. Fluffed Apes? Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. But how was your stream, and how is... I'm assuming you're playing Factorio. How did it go? If not, then, you know, what were you playing? But welcome, and thank you so much for all of those follows. I really do appreciate it. Fluffed Apes? Gotcha. Alright. I'm going in here with way too much gusto. Interestingly enough, that will actually work as a very cursed U-turn point. Okay. You rocking the DLC? Just started tonight? Yeah, it's the same here. We just got we got this going tonight. Okay, so not you. I need the boxes there, and there, and here, and here. All right. Later, we're gonna want these to be stack inserters, but we're doing what we can for the time being. And just enough. You need to scooch just forward, so that doesn't start accidentally loading stuff where it doesn't need to. You're starting to hook up blue science, and the brain was like at its limits. Gotcha. Yeah, we're getting pretty much right to about the point where blue science is gonna start being a thing. Alright, so we have one conveyor that's going to go by here. And the other one is going to go underneath the train. And go by here. But yeah, no, we're not quite to the point of setting up blue science. I have played a lot of Factorio in the past, not so much on the stream. Oh, I just realized. Those are going to need to be here. Will you reach that whole way? I'm hoping you will, but I'm a little worried. Nah, we're good. Cool. So once I get power run to this area, we'll be good. We got our turrets over here to give us a little bit of leeway. And all that stuff. And then now I just got to set up a whole bunch of drills and all that to get all that in there. So your mall is so tiny and compact compared to mine. Yours is just a spaghetti mess. I don't know what to say, because I look at my mall and I'm like, man, I have had a better mall than this so many times. But it's fine. Okay, so we just want to go along here. And we're going to stamp all this out, because we're moving from the 200-something thousand we got left in our node back home. And we are jumping up to a mine where we're going to have, what was it, 8 million? Your blue sends and you're 100% spaghetti, going for bots and then redoing everything. Well, yeah, that's, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, a temporary solution's as permanent as it gets kind of thing. It's like, okay, if we're playing Satisfactory, yes. But Factorio, there's literally your beginning base. There's just technology that's like literally you get smelters that are a different size than what you start with. So you do end up grabbing and tearing it apart and moving stuff around and all that. And that's normal. So it is perfectly normal to have a base that starts out as a, you know, unmitigated disaster. Alright, so we can tuck you under here. You can't... Actually, we can make this work. No, I can't. That's still fine. We'll do it this way. It's not ideal, but it'll be fine. I wanted to feed them into both different ports. But, you know, it's whatever. Okay, so we clearly don't have everything hooked up here. That's totally a-okay. But I'm going to get power run over here. Yeah, it turns into unmitigated disaster. Well, it's I think the real, like, I think it's the exact same thing that happens in Satisfactory, is you get to the point of like oil and all that where you're dealing with fluids, and that's really kind of where things get to their worst of just, I don't even know what to do with this. Because sure, when you get to like needing just ridiculous amounts of wire and circuit board and all that kind of stuff, it is a big mess and all that. At that point, you got a lot of the tools to make it better. Now, I'm not going to be able to take the train back this trip, because I will want to get this sorted out. Alright, so what we want to do is I am going to run the power poles right along here. Show new aliens, please. I would love to help you, but I'm not where they are yet. So we'll get there when we can. So click there and drag. Are they main world or other planets? I would tell you, but I don't know you that. I believe they're on the other planets, but I don't know that for a fact. Like, I know they are new ones on the other planets, I just don't know if there are not new ones on the initial planet, if that makes sense. Because I am going into this where I haven't done a bunch of research ahead of time. I didn't, like, look up a bunch of, videos or guides or anything like that. I am looking to run into problems and have a bad time and figure it out as we go. And that's where we're at. Yeah, so as you can see, I do like running the power poles right down the middle of the railroad tracks. Just because that makes it so where I'm like, oh, where's my nearest power to this location? It's in the middle of railroad tracks. Where else is it? It's in the middle of the railroad tracks. So even though I can connect right here, that's actually perfect. But yeah, so anytime I need power, I know exactly where I can find it. So with that, all of those drills should have just gone live. And I believe where we're at is I just need to go to that train and program it, and it should just work. Oh, I'll need to rename the train station. So that train will just do its laps, and then later on we will add more trains, and then I'll have to have like little fly-off lanes, and we'll do all that. But we do have our initial setup of this whole, train going the distance. Get the radar? Yeah, I need to get a radar up here as well. You're not wrong. You don't know why they make the circle radius bigger for the rail turns? You walk a lot? Why not a car? I keep forgetting to build it. Yeah, no, we started in the desert. It was funny too, I did like a warm-up session last time, like yesterday before the DLC dropped. Because I didn't have the DLC, and we also dropped in the desert. That said, it's been fine. We've just been aggressively dealing with our neighbors. Probably also want to add some lights around here. But yeah, so now if you look at this train, it is loading up very rapidly. This will go much better when you have the stack inserters and better belts and all that. But yeah, so this car is already full. It is going to take a minute because these boxers are going to get full. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Let's see, you got a beautiful dense forest spawn. Just go around. Yeah. Can I get a shout out for Simcopter1? For those who don't know, Simcopter1, another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a lot of simulation and strategy games and all that stuff. Ooh, we have already knocked out one of these. And two of those. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Does it have to do with the math that allowed them to do weirder twists and turns? Gotcha. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is this train station. I want to go ahead and rename the train station. This is iron ore pickup. And then one thing I'm going to do is, if I can remember where this is located now, let's click through all these. Yeah, because we're gonna need to set up a bunch of this. Where is the red wire now? There we go. So I could change the car. So we want the red wire. I'm going to click on that train station and that pole. And I'm going to wire up all of these boxes. And you're going to see why I'm doing this here in just a moment. We're doing a little bit of logic networks. You do not need to do any of this stuff to play the game and be successful. But when you get to like mega factory situations, it is a whole thing. So I've got all of these boxes wired up here. Let me make sure we got a shout out for Sim, by the way. Let's shout out Simcopter1. Okay, we did. My apologies for missing it. But yeah, again, Simcopter1's amazing. You should check them out. All right, so this box, I think each row is about 1,000. No, it's 500? Yeah, each row is about 500, so 2 rows is 1,000. So that's about 2,000. Actually, you know what the easier way to deal with this would be? You want to first yourself to learn circuits this time? Yeah, I could show you some here. So let's actually figure out. So this train can hold about 2,000 per car. So what we will say is we're going to give this, if we go here, I got it all wired together. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is say enable, disable. And we will choose the iron ore. They've changed the UI here a little bit, so it's throwing me off. Where you hide my ore? There you are. So iron ore. And I will say, if you have, let's say 2,000. And if you are more than 2,000, it'll turn the station green. So if we look at that, it's blinking yellow to show that there's a train there, but that should be fine. Now, if I hop in the train, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to program the train and say, all right, add station, and you're going to start with ore pickup, and you are going to wait till, let's see, wait till, where are you at? Cargo is full. Or wait until you have time passed. We'll say a full minute. Which will most likely be what actually stops, as the full minute will be a whole thing. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to add another station to the ore drop. And if the cargo is empty... Where are you at? Empty cargo. Or you have a full minute goes by. I need to change it to ore. So you... Oh, I need to actually hit confirm. Yeah, so change those both to ore. So basically, you go to the station. If your cargo is full or you're like a minute's passed, it's time to go. And on the other station, which is the one way down there, iron drop, that if the cargo is empty or that, and so we can go ahead and switch you to automatic. And it'll sit here for 1 minute, and then it's going to go to the south. And I'm doing this because it's going to take me just as long to run on foot down there versus just waiting for the train and then have the train go at speed. And this will be something that will improve once we get stack inserters and faster belts, and if I clear some of that ore off, I'll be able to have, like, where we merge in a bunch of belts down to have these each have their own belt feeding them. Right now, we're kind of cramped up here, but it shouldn't be that big a deal, because basically we're going to be able to get... Ooh. I could make this faster by plugging that in there. It's fine. We can do things. The point is this doesn't... Yeah, balance or unbalanced. Yeah, no, it's not balanced at all because this is not remotely enough space to do what I need to do. If I brought them down this way, we could fix it. But yeah, the point is just get more ore in here. It's fine. So then the train automatically goes, okay, it's been 1 minute. It's time for me to go. And that's the reason I usually will put full ore time, because otherwise you can sometimes have it where, like, if you're wearing down the field, it might just take a long time to top off the boxes. So this will now go here and drop off at this station. So now what I'm going to do is, just like we did before, is I'm going to grab the red wire. I'm going to plug it into the station. And plug it into all of this. That way I have a red connection through all here. And then I can go to the station. We're going to disable the train based on the amount of iron ore we've got there. Now, in this case, we want kind of the reverse. So, again, with the train's going to carry somewhere in the ballpark of about 4,000 between the two cars. Now, we don't want to wait till it's like fully empty. So, let's say here, if you have less than, we'll say 2,000 for this, in all of that storage, then go get some ore. And so what this means is if the other stop doesn't have enough ore for it to grab, it won't bother. Now you can see the problem is, because I only had room for the one side of this to empty out, that's just not fast enough. It just can't empty it out, you know, quick enough to make it worthwhile. Let's reroute this to get around here. That way I can expand this train stop to be a little bit better. So yeah, we can go ahead, and that's where that splitter there is. We can move that splitter over here. So now I can go here. Right, so this input's going to go away entirely. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I forgot about you. That's totally fine. I can get around that. So we can grab you and just plunk you there, and that'll be good enough. Okay. So with that, we routed around, so I got more space to work with over here. And by having more space to work with over here, I can grab the bigger boxes here. Alright, so I need more inserters. But yeah, now right now the issue is that train's going to probably sit up there, and that's going to complain about no path for a while. And the reason it's complaining about no path is I'm telling it... never mind, it's right here. It is going to run to a situation here where there will be too much ore in here that it won't have the space to deal with it all. I'm just going to merge this in. And that'll be fine. We can go here, and power, and power, and power. So that way we can empty the train a little bit faster. Ultimately, we want stack inserters, but we don't have those yet. Now I need to figure out a place to dump off a lot of coal. Which shouldn't be too hard. I can go right here. Box. Try that again. Try it a third time. Box. Add a couple belts. And let's see, I think I missed what, make sure I didn't miss the, Oh, and I'm doing pretty good, Sim. Sorry. I just, doing that thing where I got like 10 things going on, and I forget that I was meaning to respond to someone. How do your track ores counts? I see you're tracking 2 coal pocket, 2 coal pack. How do you track ore counts? I see you're tracking 2. So if I go to M and I put my mouse over it... Oh, you mean those? Yeah, so if I go over here, I can go to search up top and I can say, okay, I'm looking for iron. And it'll show all the stuff... Just show all the stuff doing iron nearby. So I can go, oh, I got this node up here with 7.9 million. Let me go ahead and tag that. I've got my little one here. That's 2. I can tag that. And so now when I pull up this... I can see that I've got 213,000 and all that. That's pretty good. All right, so it does look like we're actually doing good. I have to be careful crossing these tracks now. If the train hits you, you're dead. There's not a second part. You're dead. Honestly, with that, I know it's going to be a little bit of visual noise on the screen. I think we're going to track all of our stuff. So we can go coal. There's the 200 and whatever. And we're going to go to copper. We got that one. And we can go to stone. So I know there'll be a little bit of visual noise. It's a lot of visual noise. But at least running by here, I'll be able to go, oh, okay, so I'm down to 213,000. Ah, that's not great. So the other thing I want to do is this is where we have the input from our remote one. That is not the priority. We want to prioritize grabbing the ore that's right here and depleting this and letting that go. Yeah, but so what should happen is eventually this stop will get turned off. Yeah, so it's just, these aren't picking up nearly fast enough. Alright, so, the next thing that needs to happen is I am going to need to get down here. Yeah, that pollution up there is stacking fast. Oh, right, the radar. I forgot. Let's hop on the train. Because what I want to do... Yeah, so you see how this is turned red? That's because I told it, hey, if you have more than 1,000 iron in there, or 2,000 iron there, you're turned off. So the train arrived, started offloading, and then that train stop got turned off. This one has enough material on it that it'll go out of here. So what should happen is the train should go up here, and then in theory, that'll stay full up, so the train will just sit here and do nothing until it needs to be. Later on, what I'll do is I'll make like a parking area somewhere around here that it'll basically be pick up the ore, drop off the ore, wait. And then we'll refuel the stuff there. And that way you can have all your trains just sitting there doing their thing. You're saying earlier you can make cars and tanks? Yes. I can actually make the car right now. I do not have the tank yet. Okay. So, what I want to do here is I'm going to put a satellite dish there. That way I can zoom in and look at this area from the map. Realistically, I'm going to need to do a quick tour of the area around here. We are putting off a really large amount of pollution here really fast, which is no shock to anyone. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and run up here and just make sure we're not like right about to trigger a nest into attacking us. Do you have the legendary stuff yet? I'm not aware of legendary stuff being a thing in this game at any point. Alright, so it's looking pretty good so far as not seeing any nests up here. There probably will be, like, just with the odds, there'll probably be at least, like, one in this area I'm gonna have to deal with. Alright, so you're gonna have the one nest to the southwest will kill. But it's looking pretty okay from this front. We do have more desert over here, which is pretty annoying, because that just means the pollution carries farther faster. Okay. And the good news is I am noticing, I'm really hoping, oh, this might be great. This might be a really good spot. If that's surrounded by water over there, and there's oil right here, this is even better. So I don't even need to go over there. I've got oil right here. I could just run the line over here. It's looking like this might be a really large, like, sea, ocean, lake, whatever you want to go with. Which means there's an entire side of my base I just don't even have to worry about. So instead of having to put, like, the stuff there, I can put a choke point right there. Alright, so let's take a peek. Yeah, let's double check. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we're looking at... That's probably walled off. I wonder if that's up there also walled off. So let's kill this nest that's right below me, because it's going to be a problem causer. But we might have gotten lucky with there where, you know, we just don't have to worry about that. Oh, there's just one respawner here? Okay, little baby nest. Alright, so I got that one. Yes, this is good. I want to check to see if that goes up farther, but if this is what I think it is, I can wall that area off. And we could just keep expanding this way and like hold that area. That looks like it might be a huge body of water over there. The question is though, is there bridges? If there's bridges, that means I gotta block off those bridge points. But that might work really well. But the good news is we've got oil right here. And with the oil right here, is if we look at our railway, it's perfectly in line to just drop a train right into this area somewhere and grab that oil. Okay. Which, unless something's changed, oil is an unlimited supply. It does have a thing where as you draw from it, it gets slower and slower and slower until it starts to become a pain. Okay, so that's good. So this is blocked off here. The question is what happens up here, because this could be a bridge over to another area that I'd want to block that off. Or it could just be that it goes up against a waterfront. If it goes up against the waterfront, then this means this whole area of this map, I don't need to put any defenses. I just have to defend from the south end. Oh, this is excellent. Sweet. So what this means is this whole area, I don't need defenses on that side. Obviously over there I will. I do wonder if it does more of that over there. Wait, did you put the patches under the minimap? The patches under the minimap. Oh, they just go there on their own. Once I search for them and flag them, they're just going there on their own. Yeah, so that means I'll have to defend from this side and from that side and from this side. I'm honestly curious if this goes over here too. That's a giant nest though. But that's encouraging because that means that nest I just destroyed, I don't have to worry about so much. So let's try and go ahead and get our railway going over to the west to where that oil is. And once I get to that area, I can run the main power lines right there, because wanna know where my next power line is? Right there. Right in the middle of that railroad. Because that's how I do that. That way when I go, where's my nearest power? It's right there. It's in the railroad. Where else is it? I mean, it could be lots of places. But the point is, I always know I've got power right there in the railroad. Now, the downside is it looks like there's a couple of cliffs here that might be in the way. So I might have to deal with that. And most likely, I'm going to go ahead and do fluid cars to bring the oil for refining somewhere else. I'm not sure where I want to bring them. Yeah, this is what I figured, is there is a cliff there. So I'm going to plan for this to be a turnaround point, and then we just have, like, a line branch. Well, actually, I could probably make a train stop here, but this needs to be a turnaround point. Because the oil's right there. Trying to think. Later on, I'll get stuff I can destroy those. Here we go. I can go here. There we go. So obviously that is not a pretty turnaround. It'll work though. This game released to Steam in 2016? Man, it feels like it's older than that, but I believe you. That sounds entirely plausible. It just doesn't feel like it, or it feels like it's been longer, because I know I played this game a lot in the past. Cool. Alright, so we've got that set up, so now what I do is I grab this here, click and hold, and we can just run. And as I need to place them, it'll just drop them behind me. Indiegogo campaign 2013, so maybe early access release. That could be why I'm thinking about it's being a little bit earlier. I didn't have that one, I only had the Steam version. Alright, so we've got the power up there. This is going to be another situation where I'm going to need some proper defenses. Do I have a lot of ammo? Yeah, I got a pretty decent amount. So I can wipe this nest out, and we can put a block off here. So that way, as we aggro stuff from the other side of the water and all that, we got a choke point for them. That it? Oh, we got spitters. We do officially have spitters, and that's an armored one. One worm down. Generally, the spitters are more of a danger when you are defending. Okay, so let's back off for a minute and recover. But yeah, so my idea is I want to try and put a bunch of the sentry guns along here, and then later on we'll want to wall it off and all that. Because realistically, as we start spreading pollution, it'll get across this water, and then the enemies on the other side will figure out paths to come around. So this will be a very hot spot there, and then this will be a hot spot here. So I wanna plan accordingly. Okay. But as you can see, we're consistently getting the armored ones now. There's only like one per wave or whatever you want to say. But we are consistently getting the tankier ones. And even with the armor-piercing rounds and a bunch of upgrades, they do manage to get up to me and get like a whack in before I finish the job. And they are just going to get worse as time goes on. But yeah, I'm just trying to have some basic defenses up. Before I drop the oil there, because that's going to make a bunch of pollution as well, and this is right next to it. Okay, so meanwhile, now that I've got them out of the way, we're going to go ahead and do this. I don't have much ammo left for you. Drop those, take half back. Drop that, take half back. Alright. So yeah, so I've got basically a choke point there, so if we start pissing them off, they'll come that way. Now, downside is if they come around to the right, I'm just woefully unprepared for them. That'll be one of the things that'll be a priority pretty early. So we do have all of this oil here. Yeah, some like 4 nodes and all that. And I just realized I never did set this up to have... Oh, I need steel. I never did set this up to have this. I need to get the car going. I've got the spare motors or engines or whatever back at base. I just need to build the car, put a bunch of coal in it, and get that going. Because that'll be good for like zipping back and forth between these kinds of areas. I do remember, as you build your factory, eventually get to the point where you stop using the car, and instead you start favoring building like the travel train. So it's just a train that you just have parked where you want it, and you say go to that station, okay, autopilot on. And you end up doing a lot of that. But yeah, so let's make the car, because those those runs are starting to get a little on the long side. Okay, so I can use more railroad tracks. Let's grab that. We can put a light down here because it's getting dark in that spot. We need more bullets, so there's that. What else am I in need for? We're okay with the inserters. Let's grab the conveyor belts because I always need more. Forever and ever. We've got the train. We're going to need... Oh, you know what? We weren't making the fluid wagons, right? I think. Let's look here. So I need the fluid wagons, which is... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So that's going to be steel. It's going to be the... Oh, I need to make the storage tank. What was the storage tank's production? Storage tank is here somewhere. I'm just overlooking this, right? See there it is. So that is just literally steel and iron. That's easy. We have steel and iron right here. I'm gonna go put this way farther up the line on this side because I suspect we're going to need. We'll put it right around here. I suspect we're gonna need a lot of stuff. We can go here and the long arm. Drop you there. Make the storage building. Make more iron chests. I probably should automate those at some point. This will be another one that I only want one stack of. Cool. So you're working on that. It doesn't need to be particularly fast. Okay, so for the storage wagon, so I need gears, steel. So basically I need gears and pipes. And then we just grab the others from those nearby. So we can go here. And that'll take care of that. But then I need gears and pipes. I do have gears up here. And they are just going to sit and idle most of the time. Yoink. How many do I need for the car? I need more steel for the car, that's right. So I got the car made now. Alright. So for the steel, easy peasy, steel's in. We got gears right here. And I could easily make pipe over here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let's see. I'm trying to see how I want to lay this out. Because I could easily, you know what, let's just... We can do it like this. And then I'm gonna just run another belt right here. This belt's overkill, but, you know, it's fine. So that gets me the iron here. And you can be gears. And you can be pipe. And then go power and power. And it'll drop a light here, because it'll get dark. And I did not give myself a place to put the box that it's going to drop out of. One moment, please. There we go. And then we can just put a box right here. Okay, Yellow Factorio, time goes in, factory size comes out. Yep. Alright, so we've got that going. We've got our, oh, I've got my better armor. Wait, does that not run out now? Did they make it so the light armor no longer gets damaged and destroyed? Oh, we need to check our power. When was the last time we did that? Surprisingly, we are barely within the range of the power we can handle. So we need to upgrade that. Because I haven't been looking at that power in a while. I was like, wait a second. We're probably pushing our power to its limit. Okay, so we'll take the armor. Get rid of that armor. That's our, it doesn't exist anymore. We don't care. That's what that box is for. And we go here. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Let me go grab more. Let's see, the thing every factory needs. This isn't here. Box? Yeah. Well, that's because this, unless something's changed, I don't believe Factorio has the equivalent of a trash can where you can be like, I don't want it, and you just click on it, deletes it from existence. So, there are ways to get rid of stuff. You can throw it in a box and then hit the box with grenades. There's a couple, I remember there's a couple different ways to delete stuff from existence. But usually it's just, you chuck it in a box, and you proceed to never acknowledge its presence ever again. Alright. I remember doing challenge runs where the idea was you had to do, like, the mega factory kind of thing, but you were not allowed to build anything but coal power. Which honestly wasn't that big of a challenge. You got pretty obnoxious on your coal use. But it was just you had like this area of the map you could barely walk through because it's that everywhere you go. Okay, we got more lights down there so we can continue seeing. Alright, so with that now, if we check our power consumption, we're not using quite half of our power. Okay, so let's make sure we had everything. So I wanted a couple fluid wagons. We're good, that's 5. We already have a train, so I don't need to worry about that. I've got train stops and signals and tracks and all that, so I don't need to worry about that. Conveyor belts, we're good. Inserters, we should be good. I probably need more steel for more, stuff there. We want to grab the storage tanks here. Oh, that's right. There was, where's the ducts? So I've got the pump. I don't probably need the pump right now. The pump jack. So the pump jack is steel, gears, electric circuits, and pipe. I don't have copper anywhere. Like, I could bring copper down this way, which I'll probably need to. Alright, let's look at that again. So, it's steel, gears, electric circuits, and pipe. So, I could put it here. And that'll get me the pipe, the steel, and I can go and make gears next to it on this side. And then on the other side, we can bring the copper over that way, and we'll have enough to make circuit boards and feed in. So, not you. I need the pump jack. I need the gears. Wrong arm there. Okay, so we've got all of that stuff, but I need to bring this copper line over here. All right. And so I can go like this. To there for the wire. Feeds in that, grabs that, goes here. So I've got wire in this one. Grabs the copper belt on the other side. Circuit board here, grabs the wire from there and the iron from here. And I've once again not given myself a place to put the box. In this case, though, I can make this work by just going like this. Cool, so we should be making pump jacks now. A quick question before you have to tune into the daily meeting. Did you add the vanilla mods? There's no mods. I'm not running any mods whatsoever. This is as like as you get it out of the box. Grab some of these drills that aren't going. I need to grab more drills. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get the pump jacks online. So we're looking at fluid stuff. So let's go here and storage container and pump jack. And I believe I had enough for 4 of those. So bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I've got to use the restroom in a big way. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the game real fast, use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. But thank you again so much for tuning in. Let's see. The DLC is technically a collection of mods, and those are enabled. Yeah, it's just the DLC. Whatever the DLC comes with, that's what we got. All right, we'll be back here in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. I'm impressed that even with some pretty awful grabs, I've been able to get stuff back with this one. The truck, if I had anything less than a perfect grab, you just have logs get dropped out of the side of it or whatever. Now that I haven't had any escape this, we definitely have. It's shaking a bit. It's not happy about that. But I think it'll do well enough to get it over here, which is all I really care about. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having any emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? What's... Alright, and I am back. So sorry about that. Just need to use restroom and all that, and we'll pick up where we left off. What is this game? How do I play it again? Alright, let's go grab the bullets. And I will want to drop off. Where's my car? There you are. Drop off the car. It's going to need ammo and fuel. So we can go down here. I was seeing if we still had a box laying around here somewhere. Just gonna grab a bunch of coal off the belt. Oh, there's a better place we can do it. So I can go to the train refill spot. Or I could just have a completely full inventory. That's fine too. I just need to have some in there. We do have some ammo. And the good news is the car itself has its own gun. That's pretty solid. So I can go in here and say, yep, I'd like to put the bullets in there, and I'd like to put the stuff in here. So now what I could do is I can grab my car and go for a drive. But this will be faster than walking here every time. And as you put better fuel in the car, you get a lot more speed a lot quicker. You also notice I'm taking a little bit of damage here and there because I'm catching like little logs on the ground and all that. The good news is every time I break one, it's gone. Okay, so here's the oil. So I'm just gonna park the car over here. Before I forget, I am gonna repair the car. Alright, so I've got... Oh, is it actually 6? So actually I had more of these than I gave myself credit for. That's fine. Oh, there's a lot more than I thought. That's fine. We will get those figured out here in a minute. Alright, we're gonna need way more pipe and all that. In the meantime, let's figure out where we're putting the actual train stop. So, if I remember correctly, it's top is left, bottom is right. So it'll be like that. Just to mark it so I could figure it out. So, I'm just gonna grab the train off of this spot. Almost perfect. Okay, so with that, we can go over here. So we have that to cut that section off. We can add the light out there, but knows not to try if we don't have access to it. That cuts that section off. I mean, I could put another... It's weird that that's complaining. Okay, get this one out of here. Let's have the spot way back here. Okay. So that gives me the signals here for that. We'll probably need to adjust that. We'll pull this up. And this will be where we have train. And then like the 2 oil cars. Oh right, I'm gonna need pumps to physically push the oil into there. I forgot that's a thing. That's fine. So let's just craft those out of our pocket here. I'm lying. I need engine units? Ah. That's fine. I was gonna see if I could. Actually, we can. We can go like this. Pump. All right, weird. That's fine. We'll quickly take the car back down. I need more pipe. I need more pump jacks, and I'm going to need to grab some engines to make some pumps, because the pumps aren't a thing I'm gonna need to make a lot of. Eventually, I probably will want more, but that's not an immediate concern. But I was short on some supplies. So we're going to grab all the pipes we can. Oh, there's a rock. I'm going to make it a rule to myself when I slam into rocks like this, they got to go. Because if I slap into it once, I'm probably going to slap into it a dozen times. Okay. Because trees, when I slap into them, I will get rid of them by destroying them. The rocks, it takes a good number of bumping in them before they go. With the tank, you can sit here and hold the gas against the rock, and you will eventually wear through it. Alright. Oh, and you can absolutely destroy your own buildings by smashing the car into it at speed. Okay. I also look forward to having repair drones. Okay, so we want to grab a stack of the pipes. That should be one of these boxes here somewhere. I've moved so much. We got pipes there, but that's being fed in for that. There we go. So there's 200 pipes. I've got more coal. The stone and wood is starting to be a problem. We're also at the phase of the game where I'm not going to use wood for almost anything anymore. So one of the things you can actually do with wood in a pinch is I can actually sit here and on the steam generation line, I can put a box that will feed into that. And then eventually, if I ever do run low on coal, it gives me a little bit of a pretty poor quality buffer. But it can slowly feed into there and be a source of getting rid of things. I can also put into the car as a source of fuel, but having your car suddenly switch speeds when you don't expect it can cause a problem. Yeah, so that's going to feed wood, so you're going to notice this wood's going to go on here. It's probably not going to do anything until it starts to saturate the bell down here and they start to get coal starved because the wood is in the way, and then they'll switch over to wood and they'll gobble down the wood pretty quick because it doesn't burn as long. Alright, so I grab the pipe, and I also need the pump jacks, which is down here. I got 20 of those. I'm just going to overkill those storage containers. Because my intent is to grab the storage containers, and I haven't decided yet where I'm going to do my oil production. You want it to be near water, because it ends up being costly on water. And you really don't want pipes strewn across your entire map as much as you can help it, because they're just an obstacle and a thing for the biters to attack. That, you know, it's really easy for the biters to break one segment of pipe and you overlook it. And then wonder why half your factory just shut down because now you're not getting any oil. So I'd rather throw the oil on a fluid wagon, take it to where I want it, and deal with it there. Alright. You give the wood priority if you want to get rid of it quickly. Yeah, no, there's definitely ways I could do that. Like, I could also go to the very last one on the row and set it for wood, or one of the earlier ones set it for wood, and that would also help. The big thing is that eventually it'll get dealt with. So I'm going to go ahead and just hook all of these up. Good spots of these are long length areas, and just try and get these to be the undergrounds. That way I can drive around and walk around here without getting caught up on it. Because the thing you can get yourself in trouble is you get into a fight with like biters or something, and then suddenly you can't move because you slapped into a bunch of pipes. So this little segment here we'll leave. Oh, actually I take that back because I'm gonna need that one up there. Yeah, so you're going to need to be here. There we go. Cool, so with that, all of those will be connected. I'm going to grab the pump jacks. Nothing else is highlighting, so they're all set. I didn't grab the motors. And I don't think you can backpack craft motors either. Yeah, so red out. It's fine. I'll deal with that in a minute. No, it's not fine, because I don't know the distances. Alright, motors. Don't let me forget, chat. Got you all sleeping on the job about reminding me. No, it's teasing. I understand people don't realize where the line is and backseating and all that. It's just I went on a trip for one thing I needed and I just totally forgot. Which, for the record, I've mentioned it a couple times. It's been a while since I mentioned it, which is why I'm bringing it up. With the backseating, like, I don't want people spoiling me about new content or telling me, hey, you need 5 of those to 2 of these, or hey, build more of this, like that kind of thing. That is the, like, no-no backseating. If I do something like put a conveyor belt facing the wrong way, that is fine. You can be like, hey, that conveyor belt, you put it on backwards. That kind of stuff is fine. You get the idea. Like, something that's just like, I overlooked something. Those are totally free game. You can let me know. It's just the whole thing of that. Rual, you remember Fluid's getting an overhaul in 2.0? Oh, that'd be good, because I wasn't even aware that that was a thing. Okay. So now I've got this. I'm gonna make 5 pumps just because I don't think. You made a mistake versus you're doing it wrong. Yeah. Like, you could clearly, like, for example, you could see I had an intent, but, like, the execution of the attempt, not from my understanding, but from my, like, actual clicking and all that, you know, me misinputting versus me making bad decision making. The decision making, let it ride, let me fail. Is he going to the mall for one thing and then forgetting it equals core Factorio experience? Yup. Yup. One by one, those trees are gonna get out of my way. Alright, so now we have the pumps. I remember not needing that many pumps, but also I don't remember how many I do need. Yeah, because what this will do is we can bring the fluids here and it'll just dump as much as it can in. You can do that. So I'm having a really large fuel storage here. It is connected on that end. I'm also going to connect it. Let's not connect it that way. We can connect it this way. Just that way it can run in here if we gotta deal with something. Holy mother of storage. Yep. Hey, sometimes you just need a little oil. Now we can cut through there. Do I want to route one of these other ones to get over here? Probably. Yeah, we'll do this. That way we have multiple routes for it to go. And the only reason I'm making multiple routes, one, is so if I accidentally break a pipe, we'll still be good. And then two, so they're not all going in. Because I remember there's some type of limit throughput on the pipes. I just don't remember what it is. But I do recall there being a limit. So I can grab this. Okay, so we've got all that hooked up. And now it's time for this. Cool. So we plugged it in, and instantaneously it's like you've done oil. All right, so start research, start research, start research, start research, start research, start research. Yep. Oh wait! Don't do those two. Those require combat. Queue it. Red circuit boards. Blue science. All right. Blue system has been completely redone. Yeah, so you're producing fluids. It tells me the pipe contents, but it's not implying there's a limit here. Interestingly, I remember the UI being different here, but that's okay. Let's put our mouse over here and just check. Last user, health, temperature, crude oil. So it looks like the pipe can hold 100 units of crude oil in it. Just out of an abundance of caution, in case stuff sneaks past. Put some guns here. Oh, right, your ammo is in the car. Do you want us to explain the fluid changes? No, I'd like to figure it out. Because right now, it's pumping in here. We've got our fuel pumps, which should put it in the train just fine. Because I assume it will behave in a logical manner. It's just a matter of, like, there could be a throughput. I am noticing, if I were to guess, since I'm mousing over this and it's showing the entire grid, it might just be that it's doing a calculation on the grid and not trying to do it, like, this pipe has this throughput or anything like that. It might just be kind of like cumulatively treating it as one thing. What is an easy way we could check? So that's got 2.7. That's got 2.7. That's got 2.8 just now. That's got 2.9. Yeah, so it does look like it's treating that all like it's one, like that network is one thing. Yep, so I think we're good there. So I did add some defenses there. We don't have to worry about defending from the north because there's no biters up here. Eventually we'll get them from the east, but we're good here. We will get attacks from down there eventually, but we're doing good there. Okay, so this part of the railway system is sorted out. We will have the oil pickup. Oh, I need to rename this stop. This will be our oil pickup stop. Now I gotta decide where I'm actually doing our refining. So oil pickup. Cool. So now the question is, where am I doing the refining? Because I need water for that. So interestingly, this wouldn't be a bad area. I've got water all around. The downside is when the pollution spreads across here, I have to deal with enemies running the whole way around and attacking. And then that means to deal with those enemies, I gotta drive the whole way around and kill the enemy. Yeah, we got a bunch of nests over there. We'll eventually want to probably go over there because that uranium is up there. I do want to go there, but there's no water. This is my power. We don't want to do that near our power just because I won't do it. So my options are this peninsula, along this shore here, or down there. Down here feels like the only absolutely wrong answer. This shore wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for all these cliffs. But, there's that. This feels like it's just the wrong answer because we got lots of biters up here. And I don't know what the shape of the terrain is. So we've got... Oh, I should probably put down a radar here. Before I forget. Okay, that way we can keep having it show up. I feel like it's going to be up here. I am pretty worried about the pollution going to the other side and have to deal with biters running the whole way around. At least that would give me established specific choke points like we got here to deal with. But yeah, so maybe it is just up here, which, you know, feels a little bit of a waste to have the train go up, drop here, and then come right back up, but we're gonna have that kind of thing. Yeah, no, I think that'll be what it is. Just up here in this general area, we can pipe the water, deal with it. And this will be something that, like, you'd be like, oh, isn't this a waste to do this? Eventually I'm going to knock those cliffs down. I'll probably take this and make a bridge across the water and all that. But that won't be for a while. Okay, and all these trees are dead. Yeah. Because this will also be something that we can have this expand more and more and more as need goes. Alright, let's see here. You know what? We need to go back and get the chemical plant and the refinery on our thing. We also have the assembler too. When you build a car, where does it get delivered? Into your inventory, and then you place it like you would a building, and then it's available. So it'll just show up in your inventory here. You can just drag over here and click. It's the same with the train and all that as well. Oh, we've got drills going offline. Yep, so if you look at this, it's telling the train, it's basically saying the train's sleeping. That's because the train's full. But if we look down at the stop, it's already backed up with iron that it's not needed right now. And that's what you want, is like, the train's not zipping around in the tracks when there's nothing for it to do. It just kind of waiting its turn. And normally I'll make like a depot so they all wait at the depot, because later on I'll have multiple places I'm bringing most resources. The iron ore and that kind of stuff, not really. Usually I'll just have like my refining point. But stuff like iron plates and wire and circuit boards and all that kind of stuff, I'll use, well, not usually wire, but circuit boards and all that stuff, I'll usually have a couple places they're at. Okay. Alright, so we'll repair this. So, I need to get the chemical plant, which is stone, brick, steel, gears, pipe, and circuit boards. And the chemical plant, which is the exact same thing without the stone brick. Alright. So, we're probably going to do some nonsense with the belts. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is... Oh, I'm out of assembly machines? Let's grab the... Well, actually, let's do the assembly machine 2 first. Which is 1, gear, steel, and that. The assembly machines are buried in here somewhere, aren't they? Yeah, they're here. Those are probably going to have to move. Yeah, which would be these 3 going away. Alright, let's plan for the assembly machines to move. So I've got steel up here. I've got this over here. So we got the circuit boards. Let's check. So you need more circuit boards. I think this is gonna be some no matter how I approach this is gonna be some nonsense. So let's go ahead and move these guns a little bit farther up. Grab some ammo. Okay, because what's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to get circuit boards going. Where is the ammo? It's here somewhere. There it is. Okay. So I've got my copper and iron here. We've got our steel up here. So what I'm thinking we do is we get circuit boards and gears going, and we put those on a belt to go wherever we need. Because that'll allow me to make this, this, and that. We'll make the pipe separately and to feed into these 2, and all that. So let's get that started. So the first thing I'm needing to do, let me grab my assemblers. We're just gonna need to try and make that happen. Just grab me a stack of those. Engine is such a pain. Yeah, I got the engines over here. Wait, did one of those require an engine? Okay, you worried me there for a second. Alright. So. We can do... That'll be this side. We'll have a belt in the middle. And then gears on that side. So put that there, and this here. You need to be fed here and here. 2 of the long ones there. 1 over here. So I'll do wire, green circuit, gears. Alright, so we've got that feeding on here. So then we have the assemblers. So the assembler 2 just needs steel, and assembler 1 does not need steel. So basically what I'm going to do is we got the steel line right there. I'm going to go ahead and plunk you right here. So congratulations, you're now making assembler 1s. And we're just going to go do that. And this. So we've got that going through. You also need the iron plates. Okay, that's fine. And you do not need iron plates. We'll do one of these. Okay, so that'll give me the assemblers. That's good news. And we'll deal with that in a moment. And so we still have this conveyor here. I will need the steel brought over, so we're just going to grab that and just yank that right across here. I'm going to need to do this and this. Put a box in the middle here. Put down to one stack. And I'll need an assembler on the other side. And this assembler will make these ones. And so we can go and add power here. So now we're making the tier 2 should be happening here, because we'll get, well actually, I need to do this and this. So with that, we got the tier 2 being made, which honestly I can grab you and drop this off there. Put the box down here, set it down to 1, and then have that as the output. And with that, we're getting the assembler 2s. Machine make thyself, exactly. Alright, so we're making these assembler 2s. That's 1. So the other 2 I need to make is the oil refinery, which will need stone brick, and the chemical plant. So both of those need the steels, the gear, and all this. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is say boom and boom. And we can go like this. You'll be the chemical plant. You'll be this one, because I'll need to bring the stone in. You will grab the stuff off those belts. You'll grab the steel from over here. Okay, so you'll still need the pipe. Both you'll need the pipe and you'll need the stone. The stone's way over there. For the pipe, we can make the pipe over here. And I can probably just bring it along here. So we can go right here and say, hey, I would like pipe. And then a long grabber and a long grabber. Alright, I want that. Drop those down. Cool. And so that should have everything it needs. What's going on with the gears that we're not seeing? They're just getting gobbled up too fast? Yes, they're just getting consumed too fast. That'll be a problem that'll sort itself out. One way we can help with this is grab that stack, drop you off. You are now the tier 2. Let's change the way we're approaching that and go here and drop it in there, which will stop the previous machine from even operating, and we can drop you in here. Okay, so we're not making enough gears. That's honestly not that big a deal for me right now. I'm fine with that. It's actually, we can fix that problem relatively easy. And grab you. I'll drop this here. I don't want to do this. Because I could bring the... Nah, it's fine. We'll leave it. I actually... Don't these ones make stuff faster? Crafting speed 0.75. And I'm guessing everyone is crafting speed 0.5. Yep. So, we can make it faster by just going like that. And now it's faster. Okay, so you're going as fast as you can with all that. Okay, so we've got more of these to research. We have stack inserters. A lot of this is... Oh, yeah, so we can wait on the ones there. Yeah, so all the rest of those, we're going to have to wait on getting blue science up. What does blue science take? Ooh, engine units, advanced circuits, and Gross. Gross. Okay, that's gonna be a big pain. We'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, so we've sped that up. That's gonna take a little bit of going till we get that box maxed out. We are getting that built, and you are needing to put that somewhere, which is fair. So we'll go ahead and do this, which is that's the one wrong place to put it. Everywhere else would have been fine, but not that one spot. We can do this, box, one stack, drop it off. Actually, for that matter, I can put this all the way up here. And then we can go here, box, one stack. Alright, so now I need to bring the stone over. The stone is right there. Okay, so let's grab ourselves some more power poles. Run on those. The belts are the wrong way? Belts the wrong way? Which belts? Oh, yeah, I see. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see here. So I will want more of these. Doing okay on the others. Railroad tracks we're doing fine for right now. Grab the ammo because we're here. Pretty soon I'm going to actually want to use those walls. Landfill will be something we'll need way later, but we've got it being made for when I do. Let's grab the long inserters. We're getting pretty short on those. Meanwhile, you're no longer needed. So I can clear up this space, because we're already making that elsewhere. Oh, that's one too many. Too close to the sun. Okay. So we got rid of that, and that was making our assembler ones. And I just, we're making those over here now. And I don't need them, really. So we can go ahead and drop them in here. Cool. Alright. Okay, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, so we got our signals. We're all good there. We got all this stuff set up. We're making our pipes. We are making our chemical plants, which are going pretty well, so there's a stack of those. We got a couple of the refineries, so that'll be good there. So I think we're doing relatively well there, and I still probably have a bunch of the water storage buildings. Yes, I do. I think we might be in good order. Oh, I need to make the actual pumps. Let's make sure I have what I need to even make those. Not these pumps. Those. There. Just to have a couple. Okay. And we want to take this ammo and drop it in the vehicle. Alright. So now I want to go up to where we're planning on doing our oil refining and get all that wired up. It shouldn't be too much longer before we start seeing some of our stuff back home getting wound down. Okay. Yeah, keep researching stuff. Quality module allows machines to make higher quality products. I don't really know what that means, but I'll go ahead and choose it because it sounds interesting. Alright, so now you have to remember what the heck even the setup for this, because this is usually one of those processes that gets to be a whole big thing, is your refineries and all that. So we need to go here. So let's clear that off there. We can put that down there. You're going to be the refinery and that. Let's plunk down the refinery. So the only process I have right now is to turn crude oil into petroleum gas. And then the next process we have in the option is to turn petroleum gas either into solid fuel. We'll have sulfuric acid will be a thing later. I can use that in coal to make plastic, so coal is going to be a thing we need. Water and petroleum gas to make sulfur. That'll be a bunch of stuff we need. And explosives. So, interestingly, there's a cryogenic plant. I see that down below. Alright. So, looking at what we've got here. We are going to need to make the blue science. What's the blue science need? So blue science needs plastic and sulfur. Is going to be things that we'll require from here. Okay. And then plastic is going to be coal and petroleum, and sulfur is going to be water and petroleum. So the answer is we're making petroleum, and we'll probably ship the petroleum. Well, no, I can do this here. I'll probably ship the coal up here. Doesn't have to be coal anywhere nearby here, does it? No, that's fine. We got this one here, and actually it looks like we might even have more water area over here. So this might actually work out okay. So looking like the idea is we'll want to grab one of these coal nodes, probably this coal node. Well, we can bring this over. We can attach these coal nodes on the network. They can feed up. That'll be fine. Ever fall asleep at your keyboard? I've done that before. Alright, so we got a whole thing going on. We'll start out with the refinery. Was that just oil? Yeah. So for right now, for the refinery, we can go ahead and just up here. We'll make a railway stop up here. That's going to need 2 different locations on it. Well, it's going to need a couple locations on it. So that'll be the output. And this will be the input. That's not right. I don't want to do it that way. Okay, so we can go here with our signals. That's the input here. So you can go in here and they can come back out. Yeah, we'd probably want to have this zigzag right in here. So that's an input here, and then this is an output. Cool. So there's that part of this segment, there's this part of the segment, we've got all this here. That goes in here, and that's a segment, and then we put our actual stoplight there, so that we go out. Okay. Because this is meant to be that. We're going to have a couple stops here, though. We're going to have the oil in. Maybe the petroleum out? Well, so oil in. We're going to need to have coal in. We're going to need to have plastic out. And we're probably going to need to have sulfur out. So for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to run this up here. But this isn't meant to be a main road like the other ones are. This is just to facilitate that we're going to have a number of different trains involved in this process eventually. For right now, I'm mostly just worried about the input of the that hill's a problem. The input of the oil, and then what else we got here? I can just leave that alone for right now. We could deal with that in a minute. This is where we can start using explosives and landfills and all that. All right. So this is going to be an unmitigated disaster when we look at how all of this is going to connect. So this is the in lane. And this will turn around here. This is going to be an unmitigated disaster description of every Factorio game you've ever played. Yeah, it gets better over time. But yeah, in the short term, I'm going to need to do some shenanigans to make this work. So the plan here is that's an input, this is the output. So I'm making where I can loop this around so that the trains can hop in one direction and go out the other, and it'll be fine. Actually, let's adjust that. I can make it so there's no conflict points. So let's get rid of this, because again, we'll go in this way and then out. Okay, so there's out. And we will put a normal light right here. And then this is gonna get a little bit weird. Actually, I don't think I need a normal light there. Don't I just need... Well, this will be the bypass lane. So if something gets back here and we just want to get through, that's the bypass. Do I even need this lane here? No, I won't need this here. Basically, all the trains are gonna go back there. They're gonna pull in their respective spots. It's fine. We'll leave it. We'll leave it. They're gonna pull in their respective spots. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They're gonna go in here, and they're gonna pull around here. They're gonna pull in their respective spot, do whatever they gotta do, and they're gonna go on that as their output. Let's go. Here's probably about as high as I can go before I start worrying about those ledges. We can clean this up. I have one more spot here that's just not needed. All right. Okay. And we're going to start way up here. So let's move our car. And the plan is straightforward. So this is the bypass lane. Basically, if anything goes wrong and I get a train back here that doesn't need to be, this is just where the train goes around and U-turns. So it comes in, goes here, pops back on the network. Probably not necessary, but I'm going to include it anyways. And so the next move is going to be clear out some of these trees so I have room to work. But we're going to have our oil intake, which is still going to be a weird thing that this is going to pop in here and just do a lap here. But the idea is down the road, I'll probably end up getting enough oil that needs to come through here as these ones start to wind down. Because it is a thing that the more you use the oil in an area, the pump jack speed just kind of slows down over time, unless that's changed. Don't spoil if it has. But, so it is those things that you do ultimately need to get more oil down the road. And that's assuming, like, no extra consumption or anything either. Alright, so we will start with this. I'm going to plan for this spot to be just here-ish. So I've got you. And I'll put a light here, because I want that to be a separate part of the grid. Cool. Yeah, so this should be its own segment here. So if a train's sitting here, everything can still go around. Actually, Yeah, everything can still go around, and that should be fine. Okay. The train is going to pull up here. We'll put... Actually, you should be all the way up here. And then you will be here. So this is now the oil drop-off. Alright. So just like before, we're going to have the pumps there. Do I have enough stuff to make the pumps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Which is probably way overkill for what I need. But we'll do that. We'll put some storage here. We'll pipe it across, and we'll start setting up our refineries over there. And this usually gets to be a big mess really fast. Okay. So now we can go here and do this and this and this. Now the real problem I have here is there is no fuel for this. The good news is I am going to need to bring coal here anyways, so we can just ship the coal up here and then we can just run a conveyor belt down here and have it for all the refuel spots. Let's go ahead and plan for the refuel spot to be here. So we can go right here. That's fine. Yep, and then what would end up happening is we would have coal fed into this area. Alright, in the meantime, we can go ahead and put you there, connect you here. And that's all connected there. Cool. I'll want to add the programming to that later. Right now, it's not important. We can... Alright. So we've got that set up. I don't think I want to bother putting a train station to this. Like, to grab from this. I think literally all that'll happen is it'll just run out. We could bring that railroad up here, go right up through the middle here, and grab those two. The problem is, now I'm going to have all these nests to deal with to make sure we clear out, because I don't want nests in the middle of my area. That'll just be a problem down the road. But I could take this over, go tap these coal nodes, that brings the coal around. This is going a lot out of the way to get stuff set up, but I think it's worth it. So let's go grab our car, let's go deal with some nests, explore a little area by those coal nodes and deal with that. And I'll probably do like I probably won't do what I did last time at the end of stream yesterday, where I was driving the car and using that to fight. Because while the car can be a lot of fun to fight in, as you saw exactly how that can end yesterday, where you bump a rock and then it's just over. Let's see, how do you prevent nests from spawning in your area? Is that a problem in player playthroughs? Well, they actually will migrate, so they don't just appear in your base. They'll actually run through there, so it's leaving, like, making sure you don't leave gaps in your defense for them to run past to then set up a nest. Starting to get too many tanky ones. Okay. They're getting to be almost exclusively the big ones. Alright. Okay, so back off for a minute. Recover our health. We'll try to finish that off. But yeah, so like right now, that's the reason I want to get them out of the middle, is because then these will expand into my area. Versus if we get over there, we find like I got choke points, which it doesn't look like it. I could prevent them from going there, but we just want to move anywhere we got our defensive areas. Normally I want to get a lot more of a defensive line going, but I usually don't worry about that too much until we actually have the construction drones. Because then I can start daisy chaining robo ports and just slapping down entire walls solid of guns and all that. Yeah, so you're starting to become a real problem. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to start doing stuff like grenade spam, that kind of clearing. Because those tanky ones are getting to be too tanky where they're getting hits in all the time. Speaking of which, with that there, give me those grenades. Let's top off and we're just gonna grenade spam that, because if I sit there and shoot, it's gonna be just annoying. Can you leave the worms without a nest? They'll disappear eventually? I don't believe they'll disappear. Why are you... Oh, it's right click. Yeah, so wiping them out is really not hard when you bring the right tools. How's my ammo looking? It's fine for right now. Okay, so I've got another really little nest up here in those trees. So I'll deal with that real fast. Okay, so pretty soon I need to be up-teching my weapons. Alright. Cool. So I've got that nest down there. That's gonna have to go before we hit the coal. I'm gonna take a quick peek over here while I got the car. So, is that a bridge, or is that just like a little spot? Like a little peninsula. Hoping peninsula. Nope, that is a bridge. I think that's far enough away, we're not going to worry about that right now. Okay, uranium, we got a pretty big nest over there. Got a bunch of stuff down there. Okay. Okay, so looking at this, we got a pretty decent sized one. It's got a lot of big biters. Doesn't look like it's got nearly as many worms, though. Alright, let's get back here before they re-up their numbers too quick. Okay, come on. Does you really like how much tougher they made the nests and such? Well, so far they're about what I'm used to before. It's just as they evolve, they become tougher. So they do kind of scale with you. Now, it's not directly tied that you unlock technology X, they go to strength Y. It's pollution, time, how many of them you kill, yada yada. So it is a thing that if you just don't invest into your combat stuff at all, eventually just get ahead. And it becomes really hard to deal with that. So you triple the pollution scaling. Let's see, it kind of forces you to turret push though, which is not ideal for me. I mean, I have not done that at all. Later on, usually end up just using the tanks. Like, don't get me wrong, I have done turret push, but that's usually like Death World stuff and all that I deal with that. Alright, so with that, we don't have any more hives in range. We do actually have a hive that's going to be a problem to the east there. I gotta deal with that eastern hive. Not gonna lie, you forgot the tank existed, you never used it? Oh, the tank is amazing. You can genuinely just drive through the nests with the hive in a lot of cases. You just gotta be careful because it's very easy if there's like a rock in the middle of a base. Then you just slap into a rock right in the wrong place and just the worms pepper you to death. Oh, that's annoying. Well, we're just gonna push through these trees real fast. We got a nest to the east that is in our pollution range. When you get the tank, you don't have to do that. You can just blast through. Well, this isn't the tank. This is a car. Let's top off our ammo before I go. Let's see. You thought you'd load your advanced save and be ahead? It took your baby. Space migration straight up removes Spidertrons. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's the thing that a lot of the time these games will try and make it so you can't just skip stuff easily. Which I think is reasonable. Especially when it's going to be a major overhaul kind of situation. Oh yeah, so it's good that we got our iron mine on, because that is a lot of blinking red I'm seeing. All of these are out of iron. So it's just slowly chipping away. Yeah, it's down to 150. The stone is actually getting pretty low too, so that's a little bit of a concern. We've also got this coal is starting to get down as well. Alright. You can't play Space Age for 3 days because you have interviews coming up? Yeah, that's no fun, but you know, it is what it is. You gotta do what you gotta do. Grab those. Alright, so let's see here. So we've got the coal over there. We need to deal with this. Oh, right. I was going over here to grab ammo because we did burn through a couple hundred. There's some more ammo for our weapons. And we need to go over to this eastern nest and deal with that. Because I have not set up like proper defenses. Our entire strategy has been just to aggressively attack the hives as they show up. Eventually that's gonna change. Yeah, that nest to the east is gonna attack any time now. Okay, let's try and get on here before it can respawn too much. Yeah, just the number of tanky ones is getting to be too much of a problem. I'm gonna need to have a significant increase in my damage output soon, or we're gonna have to change up our tactic. Which, like I said, it can even be that you run up and you just unload grenades on it to kill the nests and all that real fast, and then mop up what's chasing you. That gets dodgy, though, because if you get yourself cornered in by them, then you fall over dead. Try and get to the other side. See if we can kill that nest before we have to deal with this. Okay. So that way we won't be attacked by that nest for a little while. We do actually have more oil over here. So the good news is, now I have no more enemies within the area that we got pollution here. Interestingly enough... Oh, right! Because this has been turned off because we are slowly depleting that, so that train hasn't really been needed. So we haven't had any pollution there for a while because it's not doing anything. Okay. So we're fine. So the plan is to get those coal nodes on the network, because I am going to need that to, 1, top up our trains, 2, our coal is getting low on our main base, and then 3, I'm going to need the coal up by the oil so that we can make sulfur. So, as you can see, I'm just having to run around and expand more and more. It's all good. The good news is once you get, like, one side of the stop sorted out, it usually doesn't take much to set up. Just right now, without the construction bots, I'm pretty limited on a lot of stuff. Let's go ahead and just park the car right here for right now, because I'm going to be building. We'll want more train tracks. Let's grab those. Do we have more stuff we can research now? Yep. Get the personal solar panel. And all the rest of that's waiting on, like, blue research and all that. Okay. So, I need the railroad tracks. Do I have another train engine handy? Yes, I do. And then 2 cargo wagons. Alright, so I gotta get some stuff in our inventory. We have stone. See if I can't feed this in here somewhere. That's actually one of my favorite things about the logistics network stuff later. Is just where you can do that kind of stuff. Just have, like, dump chests that you just teleport crap over to and not have to worry about it. Okay, so I'll clean that up. Grab this. Give me more ammo because I'll constantly need more ammo. Yes, we're just unlocking a bunch of stuff. Oh, wait. Get that in the queue. We're unlocking lots of stuff. The only good news about that is at least the stuff we're unlocking, most of this isn't new stuff we gotta worry about. The accumulator will be nice eventually. That's gonna be a pain, because that needs plastic. But we do have the modular armor. That gets to be really good later on. We don't have much to make it good yet. I think we're at, yeah, you're at about where I am right now? Yeah, so far as progression. Yeah, no, we've got oil coming in. We're just not really doing much with it quite yet. We're also hitting that phase where we're starting to deplete our starting area things. But that's part of the reason I'm spending the time to get a train network online. Once I get it, all I need to do to get like a new thing here is we just run a rail over, plug in the new thing. When I get the construction bots, I can literally just stamp down stuff and we'll be have that sorted out. Okay. I feel like the production modules also used to be later in the run too. Maybe they weren't. I'm probably thinking the higher end production modules. Okay, so let's take a quick peek here. So I've got this railway going here. I don't know if it makes sense to put a north-south railway, like an actual main intersection. Let's see, have you played with quality modules yet? Not in this run. So don't spoil what they do, because they may have been a thing before, because the modules I remember were there's one where sometimes you get an extra product every so often. There's one where it would make the product much faster, and then I want to say there was one that would reduce the energy consumption of the building. It's always fun to see how different people play. Your early game is bash together spaghetti so you can rush bots as fast as possible. Yeah, quality ones. Yeah, so don't spoil what they do, but I have not played with them yet. Because, like, before there wasn't an idea behind products having a quality to them. So we'll see where that ends up going. How fast can bots go roughly? The bots can go fast. The thing that the bots are amazing about is they can just do stuff without your involvement. Like, I can just put down a thing and the bots will just take care of it. As long as I got the materials and they're on the network, I can just say, hey, build a train station there. And as long as the materials are in storage boxes where they can get at them, and that's in range of your bot network, they'll just slap it down. So it ends up being a thing that, at times, I will daisy chain my bot network across the entire map, so far as, like, anywhere I'm going, which is incredibly inefficient for the bots getting anywhere. But, hear me out, I'm very lazy. Okay. Oh, how fast people can get them? Okay, so we've got that there. And so for right now, I just want to run a railway in between these coal nodes. And it's going to have to go the whole way up and around, but I figure when we tap those out, I just don't see a reason to have one go up here. There's nothing else in between here other than some stone, maybe, which actually I'll probably tap that too once we need it. So let's run up here to that, and we can just bring those down. Because this will give us 3 million coal that we can grab, because we're getting pretty low. It seems like more engagement on Twitch stream. He'll just migrate here again from YouTube. Yeah, no, I don't try, like, it's a thing I try to make sure I'm paying attention to both. It's just way harder to keep up with YouTube due to, like, how many fewer viewers I have over there. It's just kind of one of those things. I gotta focus where my audience is, and especially in a game like this where you can just, like, get into the weeds, that can be hard enough to keep up with your audience by itself, just because you're trying to figure out, it's like, okay, well, what do I gotta do here? All right, you know, where can I put this, that kind of thing. Hey, well, I appreciate the YouTube algorithm showing me a little love. Doesn't do that very often. Which is fair, because I don't do enough on YouTube. But, you know, I still appreciate it. Okay, so this is in, that's out. So I do not want this one facing this way. I want it facing that way. Because I'm not planning on making this like a major intersection. It's going to be just, you know, the normal stop. So 1, 2, and you're there. So then we can go here, and there's the signal going in there. But you probably noticed I like to almost always have two tracks going to each location. There's times I won't. But if you do set it up where you have it, where you've got tracks going to different locations, then that's the whole thing you got to deal with. Is the one more tile there. Okay, but it just makes it so you don't have to worry as much about trains getting in each other's way and all that. Okay. So this is your out. Then we can mark all these. That's that segment. Are 5 viewers a lot? No, but you gotta keep in mind that's on YouTube. YouTube live streaming is pretty dead most of the time. Like, not just my channel, there's only like a handful of channels that actually do well over there. Whereas on Twitch, we're sitting at somewhere around probably, I'd guess, 130, 150, 160, somewhere in that area. I've got it hidden at the moment, but just from like how active people are. But yeah, so it is an unfortunate reality that, generally speaking, YouTube live streaming, that it almost feels like YouTube does the live streaming on its platform out of a feeling of obligation and not because it actually wants to. Because they kind of add a feature to it and then they forget it exists for like 2 years. Which might be me being unfair about it. Does the Space Age DLC make some of the systems easier to manage in your base game? I'm not far enough in yet to really answer that. They did add a bunch of UI stuff that's pretty nice. But yeah. Alright. I do think I'm going to push this up to where that stone is, even though we're not going to touch it right now. It could just be a thing that later on we can do that. Because I was also looking that there wasn't really a good place to turn the train around there. Okay, got a couple more trees we gotta get out of here to... Let me turn this around. Oh, not quite enough yet. Let's see, 60 plus quality updates. Oh yeah, no, I'd believe it. Oh yeah, no, here's one. Like if you look on the map on the edges, you'll see where it says like iron ore 7.9 million up here, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's all from this update as far as I'm aware. So it lets you kind of monitor your, you know, your quality, like your material nearby and all that. Wait, what's that? Belt immunity equipment available. Inserted into armor to prevent you from being moved by transport belt. Interesting. We can get inserter stacks there. Alright. Yeah, no, it'd be nice if YouTube took the took that set of things more seriously. Like the only time I've seen people do really well on YouTube is if like that is their main thing. Let's see, taking Twitch spots didn't work due to network effect. Oh no, I don't think YouTube ever took live streaming seriously. Like I think what happened was you had a lot of creators on YouTube that also wanted to be on Twitch, but Twitch used to have a rule that you could only stream to Twitch or YouTube. Like, I could be on both channels, or like both networks, but I couldn't stream simultaneously to both at the same time. So I could end a Twitch stream and then start a YouTube stream, but I couldn't do both. And that changed a little while back. But that used to not be a thing. And I feel like it's one of those things that, you know, a bunch of people on the YouTube side were like, hey, it'd be really nice if I could stream here. And that, like, again, that YouTube felt like it had to do that to retain its creators or whatever. But when it didn't take off because they didn't really put major investment into it, it was missing 90% of the important features. I mean, it still is pretty subpar experience. That there's just, like, no drive there. Inventory is full of wood. Alright, okay, let's go drop this wood off and then burn it. Let's see, you did see someone on YouTube claim that YouTube live streaming is overtaking Twitch? As in YouTube is growing, Twitch isn't? I mean, so YouTube as a platform is doing well. YouTube live streaming is not. But that's the difference between live video and, you know, recorded video. Well, someone isn't a great source, might as well be the uncle who works at Nintendo. Yeah, no, exactly. But yeah, no, like, based on YouTube's own analytics and stuff they've shared with their stakeholders and all that, no. Like, you barely hear them mention live streaming in any of their, like, investor calls and all that, which tells you they really just don't care. Because if they were putting effort into it, they would be talking about in their investor calls because they'd be wanting to promote the crap out of that thing. Alright, so let's grab that wood we dropped so it's not just sitting on the ground. It was a YouTube oh, yeah, if it's a YouTube commenter, like, I mean, that's like going into the bathroom wall and using them for medical advice. That's pretty close to worthless. Like, it's not that you inherently don't trust it, it's like, it has no value on the trust scale, good, bad, or otherwise. Okay, so we got the railway going up here, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Alright. So, honestly, I'm gonna make this one stop. Let's see, also a bunch of big Twitch streamers had their contracts renewed, so they can now stream on other platforms as well. They were restricted on Twitch before. Might account for some of the thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. So, alright, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so as far as the growth on YouTube, yes. You are correct that they have seen a lot of growth. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing of... The suspicion about that growth is that it is literally Twitch streamers who are also streaming on multiple platforms. So, like, take an example for me. I literally talk about how... you know, how not useful the live streaming is on YouTube. I am streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now, but that's just so it saves my VOD. Like, I don't really stream over to YouTube with the expectations of anything, you know, positive growth or anything meaningful happening on YouTube. It's just kind of the whole thing going on there. But generally speaking, there's nothing to worry about. So this one's facing the wrong way. That's the out lane. So this one goes here. But as far as YouTube goes, even creators with large following shouldn't really be trusted either because they let literal grifters and scammers on there say, oh yeah, no, that's... And very honestly, we have more than enough large content creators, whether Twitch or YouTube or whatever. Like, it's not even a platform problem, it's just individual problems that they'll go out and say all sorts of stuff that is got no basis on reality. You mainly use Rual for investment advice? I don't think I've given anything that could arguably investment anything. Yeah, your comment is the smart streamers do, and yeah. Well, there's not really a reason not to. Not unless you're dealing with a very bandwidth-limited situation. Which there's ways to even work around that. So I need the stops. Like, it's kind of one of those things that you'll have people like, oh, well, I use this platform or that platform, and you kind of stop and go, but why not both? And they just stare at you. I'm like, no, really, why not both? Why would you not use both the platforms? Because very genuinely, there's, like, again, outside of, like, technical limitations, there is still advantage of having yourself in more places. Even if one of those places is only going to equate to a small fraction. As long as you're not running into, again, like, bandwidth issues or, you know, connection stability. Like, there's, I used to stream to TikTok as well. I stopped that because their stupid player they make you use, that thing's a piece of garbage. Like, I wouldn't have a problem if they let me use OBS. I would be 100% on board with continuing to do so, because that did get me new viewers here on Twitch, as well as, you know, there was a little extra income from over there, and as a full-time creator, I like income. Income's swell. But the problem is, unless you hit, like, a pretty large size audience, you have to use the TikTok Studio, or TikTok Live Studio, or whatever it's called. And that thing's a smoldering pile of garbage. Like, its optimization is horrendously bad. Versus if I could just plug in OBS, it'd just be some extra bandwidth. Alright, so where do we have our train stop? There it is. You purely invest in games Rual plays? Hey, I mean, to be fair, the games that haven't been good, we stopped playing pretty quick. Alright, so let's see here. I don't think this is long enough. I wanted to have two, Nope, it is. Cool. I'm gonna need more steel. I probably just need to set up it. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly set up over here to have a, an assembler make those steel boxes. And I know I'm running back and forth versus driving. It's those things. I got the trees here. I think my car's down there somewhere. Or it's over here. I don't know where our car is anymore. It's fine. I'll find it, and then I'll use it again. Alright, but I keep using these boxes, so let's get, we'll probably just do the steel box. I won't even worry about the other one. I can go right here. Start making the steel boxes. What? Apparently I can choose the ingredient quality. I have no context of what that means, but the thing that caught me by surprise is I kept setting it and it kept being like, you're not here. So now I have to hit the checkbox. Huh. Interesting. So that is, we got a thing for improving the quality of stuff, but I don't know what the purpose behind that, and don't spoil it for me, by the way. I'm more stating that I don't know, not asking that I don't know. Yeah, that'll be plenty. But yeah, no, it does seem like that's gonna end up being an interesting thing. Yeah, so we need to get the blue science up, which is kind of what I'm working on right now. Is we're getting low on coal, so if we don't tap these coal nodes over here, we're gonna run out of coal, and then things are gonna be bad. But as a separate thing with the coal, by tapping these two coal nodes, they'll be on my train network, and I can just run them up to where my oil is. And once I've run them up to where my oil is, then, you know, I can just get them with everything else. And this will also help, because then I can put this over onto the train network for dealing with the other stuff. So we have you. This will be the coal train. Coal train's going to end up having a lot of stops on it. Put box in boxes the whole way down. Let's see here. We can go ahead and move that for right now. Yeah. Why would you think there'd be a difficulty in putting an object inside, like a rigid object inside a space the size of that rigid object? By very specifically being that rigid object as well. I'm sure it's fine. Physics has never been upset about those kinds of things. I can't wait till we have the bots and blueprints start being really useful. So interestingly enough, I am thinking for this, we could probably put the mining drills down on both of these. Okay, so we're gonna... Alright. Before I forget, I'm gonna go ahead and put some defenses on this side of this node. We're honestly at the point that these defenses I'm putting down are probably woefully inadequate. Because we haven't had to defend ourselves against a group of biters in, like, what? 5 hours? 6 hours, maybe? So we are multiple, like, full tiers of enemies harder than the last time we fought biters. So wherever they show up, they might just roll right over. Okay, so I'm thinking we go ahead. Everything is a spring. Nothing is perfectly rigid. But yeah, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to get this one covered in drills. And I think I'm literally going to use a merger nut. You put a bunch of nuclear reactors in your back pocket? Yeah, it's fine. Makes me think of there's oh man, there was a test they did for a long time ago, and it's basically to one, it was designed to be silly, but the other thing it was designed to do is to deal with different types of lessons that, you know, you learn as children. So stuff like object permanence and all this kind of stuff. And so the first part of the question, it goes, so how do you put a elephant in a refrigerator? And of course, you'll have people come with all sorts of horrible answers, like, you know, you just cut the elephant up into little pieces and all that sort of stuff. And the answer to the question is you open the door and you put it in there. No one gave you a frame of the size of the elephant or the refrigerator, so you shouldn't just assume the size. And then the next question goes, okay, well, how do you put a giraffe in a refrigerator? And of course, the answer you're going to give is, okay, well, you just put the giraffe in the refrigerator. You know, you just followed up the last one. I remember the lesson you just gave me, and like, you know, and all that. Well, it goes, well, no, you gotta take the elephant out first. You know, object permanence. The elephant is in there, and basically the whole quiz is designed to be just a big troll. But you know, it's funny, and all that. But it just made me think of the whole like power plant in the back pocket. It's like, yeah, no one said how big my pocket is. I can put a nuclear power plant in there, but only one. Like, you know, two's just too many. You gotta take one out first before you put the second one in. Let's be reasonable here. All right. Been a long time since I've done this. Okay, so both go in here. Those two skip through there. These two go in there. I'm forgetting something. And I know I did this the last time as well. Because the idea is you wanted to go through an equal number of splitters, but every one of them to go through, like, splitters the whole way. Why does it feel like I'm forgetting one? So, oh no, I need a splitter in front of this one. That's what the problem is. The exact same thing I did yesterday, too. It's been a while. So I need a splitter here. Get rid of that. You become a tunnel. And this is belt balancing. You don't need, like, all this kind of stuff when you see players do that, and you're like, oh man, this game's so complicated. You don't need to do this. But it is a thing that can be kind of fun. That you end up having the same amount of stuff go on every single belt on the way out. So we go here, and I'll explain what's happening here in just a second. So what's happened here is this is a belt balancer. And so what ends up happening is each one of these pipes, they're going to go through splitters the whole way, but they're going to go through the same number. So if you watch this lane, it goes through this splitter, it gets divided between those, and then that goes between those. So that's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, because it goes underneath. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, or 2, 3. You get the idea. So that way, all of the stuff on all of these will be evenly distributed between, the whole set. Now it's 4 in, 4 out. And with the 4 in, 4 out, I could sit there and do that. Honestly, this is probably a waste of time, because most likely I'm going to want 2. So I did all that stuff just to remind myself how we did it. But realistically, I'm just going to probably do one of these things. Which means I actually need a 4 to 2. But what I am going to do is this. So we create the blueprint. We create in our book. And then I will try and remember where the heck I named the book. Do I actually name the book? Yeah, so it's trains. Where did I name you? There was a place. There we go. Balancers. I drop you in here. There. So now when I need a belt balancer, I could just drop it out. In the meantime, like I said, I just remembered I actually don't need 4 lanes here. I only need 2. So technically, this definitely is not actually a good belt balancer. But, who's paying attention? Oh, heck with it. That's fine. That's good enough. That's definitely not a proper belt balancer on any way of describing a belt balancer, but eh. Oh, I see a problem there. Cool. So when I get all that wired in, that'll feed coal into those 2, and I'm going to have this one feed coal into the other side. That's basically where I was trying to go with that. I am going to need to grab, for that to work, more drills, and then we can run power and all that stuff. Do you have your own technique that seems to accomplish the same? Yeah, there's lots of ways to do belt balancers. I remember I once sat down and took the time to make belt balancers all the way from like 8 down to 1 belt and 1 all the way up to 8, and then every iteration in between. And I needed, what was I needing? It wasn't conveyors, wasn't inserters. Drills. We need drills. There we go, now we got 57. How am I doing on radars? We're doing great. But yeah, no, and it's a totally unnecessary thing. That's one of the things that, for a lot of people who get overwhelmed, where you watch someone and they go through, like, I've already got programming set up on my iron train where it won't go if it's not needed. You don't need to do that. Like, you can do that. It's not going to hurt you. but it is an optional thing. But a lot of people see that type of gameplay where, you know, the person's got the train station area where the trains only go when they're necessary, and there's like 50 trains zipping in and out, all with their own programming, and you'll even have like lights that turn on and off, so you have like a home base where you can, you know, look at the status of all your trains without having to go anywhere. That's all cool. It's a lot of fun to set that up. But none of that is required to succeed in Factorio. And we don't mean as in like, oh, well, you can manage to squeeze by. It's like, no. You can full spaghetti and do perfectly fine. The big thing is just making sure you're managing stuff like the biters, and that you do not let yourself completely run out of a material you need to keep your factory going. Okay, so this is gonna be a weird one because I actually want 2 tracks coming out of here, and I got 3. We'll have these 2 go like this. And so normally what I need to do is you do these things, let's see if I can remember it, to actually balance it. So this is going from 1 to 2. And what you normally do with this kind of thing is you have one of these that would snake through in on itself. So like it'd do something like this. That's not right, but you do something like that where you snake in on itself, and that way you go through the same number. I don't remember the pattern. It's been way too long. Alright, so I want that to go down this way. Like, I used to have patterns for all of these things that I got the ideas from other people. I don't want to take credit and be like, oh yeah, you know, completely original idea. No one ever thought of it before or anything like that, because that's just handily not true. But I did sit down there and be like, okay, so I'm trying to get this, and oh, I could just, you know, feed back into the same system to get what I need. Cool, and then once I knew that much information, that was enough for me to get what I needed. Alright. And that's not going to actually take much off the line, so I'm going to just bring it by here. Could have done it a different way, but I'm already here. Okay, so even though that's not at all as efficient as it could be, We're just getting all the power run over here. Do you want the iron going past the 2 front chests? It's not iron, it's coal. So yeah. Those are both coal. So I do want it going past the front of the train to top it off. Okay. I'll learn you for paying attention. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Especially with the drills covering it up completely, it's not like it's easy to see what's happening. Alright. So with this, we'll have the coal in. And I'm going to have 2 coal stations that I'm going to want to set up. We'll deal with it in a minute. Alright, so you need to cut some trees down the middle. And I realized I could have just cut that across the middle of the map and made it much faster. It is just a thing that I do try and run my big power poles through the middle of my tracks. It's just a way of going, I know exactly where my power is at all time. You ever feel like you really like the improved dragging for placement? Oh yeah. I remember when we didn't have this, and those were dark times of the game. Like, the moment they added that, you're like, oh my god, I could just do this. Just for those who don't know what's going on, I've clicked and I'm holding the power, and it will place it at the distance it needs to do that. And it'll also, like, finagle it around buildings or whatever it has to do to make it work. It's not perfect. You can find edge cases where it can't figure out what to do. But there's not, like, most of the ones you run into, you're gonna be good. It'll be like just when you're like really crowded and you just don't have a good place to put in the first place because you got like a really cramped area or whatever that starts to struggle. There should be another connection right over here if I'm not mistaken. Especially underground pipes. That is one that it's been in the game long enough. I don't really have an excuse for it. But I just never got to the point where I was comfortable just taking like a conveyor, just like whipping it across the building and watching it go under and all that. I know it works. I've done it. But then the very next time I pop by, I'll forget to do it again. All right. Okay, so everything's working here. So the questions are... So we've got a defensive line here. I don't expect to get attacks from the north. Eventually we will get them from the south. I should probably just assume that's going to happen, like, well before it's actually a concern. Just because that'll be the kind of thing that I'll forget I haven't dealt with, and it'll come back and half my base will be torn down. Alright, so we've got the defense there. So this train is getting itself set up. Meanwhile, let's go here and say... name... coal... pickup. Cool. And while we wait for that to get some stuff done here, we can grab the red wire and get that all wired up so we can go train station. And I'm just running a signal along here so I can check on how much coal we've got in there. That way if the spot doesn't have like any coal worth mentioning, we don't waste our time doing that. Alright, so now with that we can go here. And again, the train station, that's about 2,000, that's about 2,000. We're just going to do the same way we did with the other one, where I'm going to say, hey, enable this. If you do not have... Or sorry, if you have over 2,000, you enable. Don't queue up send for train. So basically, this will, anytime there's over 2,000 coal within these boxes, it should enable the train. Yeah. Yeah, so it's saying right now there's 2.7 thousand. You set it to over? Correct. Yeah, so while it's over, it should be enabled. Because this is the pickup. I want to only come by here when I have enough coal here to be worth my while. Whereas the other side will be under. So only call the train when I'm short enough. Hi. Yeah. Toom does like to get sleepy. Yeah. Just my wife. I've got a beanbag chair behind me and she's coming to the room and she's falling asleep. Yeah, but you enable the train when you have more than 0 coal. Did you miss something? Yeah, so I set the train to be enabled when I have over 2,000 coal, the train station will turn green. So what that'll do is that'll allow the train to pull into the train station as it'll become available at that time. And the reason I'm doing that is then I can make 4 or 5 different places for the coal train to stop to pick up coal. And it'll just go to one that has enough ore available. So this brings on to the next thing, which is I now need the coal drop-off up here. In hindsight... Oh, right, I remember why I didn't do the coal drop-off up here yet. Or, sorry, the train up here. Because I didn't have fuel for the train here yet, because I don't have the coal drop-off here yet. Because then I was going to have this work as a refill location just for these trains. Eventually, I'll go and have a dedicated... This is where the trains go to wait, / this is where the trains go to refuel location. But we're nowhere near ready for that yet. Oh, did I not set the 2000? That could be. That could be. I could have genuinely, like, overlooked that. That could have been a thing I just didn't notice. I'll want to verify that here in a minute. Like, we'll get this side set up, and then I'll verify it. Because once I get this side set up, I can get the second train hooked up, and then that second train will be for moving the oil from the 2 spots, which there's no programming I put in there. And if you're wondering why I'm taking the time to program these trains, for those who are new to the game, I am going to be putting a lot of trains on the network. You can just do it with the remote view? I did not put the thing here. That's fine. I can do this one already. I've got the, do I actually have the... You'll probably need a radar here as well. It'll overlap a lot, but that's fine. Okay. So that should be enough space. Then go here. Alright, we need a light here. And one up there. That way this is its own section. We can put a stop here. And then this one's going to be named Coal Drop-Off. Or Coal Drop. Yeah, no, I just probably said it wrong. Okay, so with this, I need more steel containers. Alright, well, it looks like I'm going to be checking on that sooner than I expected. Because I realized I didn't grab enough steel containers. That's fine, we already have them being manufactured. You'll also notice I will try to avoid driving on the tracks. Even though I don't have many things here yet that can present a problem to me. It will become a problem. So I'll drive along the side of the tracks, but I won't drive on the tracks. Because if the train hits me, we explode and we die a horrific death. The trains in this game show absolutely no mercy. And also, slowly this will become easier and easier to drive as I accidentally take out more trees and more rocks and all that. I'll just have more and more paths carved. You haven't played Factorio till you got planned? I mean, there's an achievement. Like, what's the point if you don't get the achievement? Alright, so there's the train. Just as a precaution, let's go grab those as well. And I want to have the fluid wagon set here. Like having to hit the tech box for the quality all the time is gonna throw me. So let's grab the guns. I'm gonna need those. Let's grab the ammo while we're here. That should be up here somewhere. There you are. Yeah, no, you're fine. Okay. What happens when you unalive yourself the drain? Yeah, you get achievement, and then you hit respawn. Respawn's not a big deal in this game, though. You just hit it and you get back. What was the other thing I needed? There was something I came down here for. Okay. The boxes. That's right, the boxes. The boxes are why I came down here. There we go. There's an achievement for resisting a lot of damage. I remember the easiest way is to get a full shield and armor and just stop a train with your body. It's kind of funny. Yep, I remember doing that one. When you die, your corpse drops in the ground, and you can collect stuff from your corpse. Okay, so with this, I'll be able to set off the coal drop-off here. And before we get caught up into the oil production... Oh, wow, what time is it? Oh! Yep. That is Factorio. We'll probably go a little long tonight. Not super long, but a little long. That is Factorio of, I'm gonna sit here and play for a couple hours. When did the sun come up? Okay. Typical Factorio. Oh, what time is it? Yeah. I have done that many a time. And go here to these. Alright, I need to shift those forward. Alright, we can pop this down there to connect them. Okay, so what's ultimately going to be happening is we're going to end up having one of these paths is going to go over to the left to deal with, like, all the things over there. And the other one I'm going to bring over here to the right. And it'll end up getting split down the road to go wherever I need it, but for the moment, I want to drop it like that, because that'll bring coal over to the engine for the one bringing the oil in. We'll have this. Did we already name you Coal Drop? Yeah. Alright, once again, I need to get a red wire. We can connect these, and the reason we're doing this as well is the exact same thing as the other side, where I don't want this to show, like, I don't want trains to try and come here unless there's a need. So I can go here, enable, disable, we will grab the ore, so coal, normal quality, and it gets enabled when that is less than 2,000. So cool. So when it's at less than 2,000, you can see that's yellow, telling it's that. So not sure if you noticed, but the world gen is completely overhauled. At a glance, it looks similar, but they made it, but it was made traversable, like paths through the forest and all that. Yeah, no, I definitely remember the old world gen. You'd have like this giant monolithic forest, and you'd just be like, all right, I guess I'm just gonna slowly carve my way through this thing, and that'd proceed to be your like entire, you know, like 30 minutes of just cutting the trees down one by one, or more realistically, you get grenades and you just start blasting. Also, before I forget, there's the train. Oh, right, the other one hasn't arrived yet. I'll deal with you in a moment. Okay, so things I need to do is one, I need to go down to our train that's down over this way. Okay. It's fine. The rail track chefs that's good. I like your commitment finding every rock possible in your car. Oh, it's gonna be a thing. And little by little, we'll get roads between places. Because like I said, I don't want to drive on the tracks themselves. A lot of times I'll usually have a path along the side of the tracks from B doing basically this kind of thing. But right on the edge of the tracks. I just realized I don't have a train going on this route yet. Because just don't want to get smacked by a train. It's okay, eventually all these trees will die and I don't have to worry about them absorbing pollution anymore. Alright. So, now with this, let's go down here and double check that train station. Yep, you're right, so 2000, set constant, cool. Alright, so with this, I can go to the train. Oh, first, before I forget, because we can configure this remotely. I'm going to hop in the train for a minute. And we're going to go here and say, add station. We want to do coal pickup. And we're going to choose to wait till the cargo is full. Or time passed has been at least 60 seconds. Now, with what we're doing, 60 seconds is nowhere near enough. And then the second one is we're going to go to cold drop. And we're going to say either empty cargo or time passed. Or actually, wait a second. Did that say station is full? That's... Oh, that's gonna get not great. Okay. Station is full, time passed, 60 seconds. If I had them all named one by one, that'd be fine, but I don't know how that'll work with us doing that. Okay, and that needs to be an OR. So we've got all that configured, so what should happen is I turn that on, and it should beeline all the way back up to where I just was. And it will drop off its coal. The trains do make you happy? Oh, yeah. So that should be all configured and ready to go. It'll start dropping coal on this line. And honestly, for right now, with this one, we're going to say oil pickup. Full. So I'm not sure if full fuel is referring to the train or full cargo would do that. I don't think that will be. I think it has to be full fuel. Well, no, because empty fuel is not an option. So we'll see what happens with that. Because I know there's fluid count. Or it'll just blast through back and forth. Full cargoes you want? Yeah. So that should fill up relatively quickly. Yeah, it's already almost half full. Yeah, so this is just going to ping pong back and forth that when it's empty and when it's full. So the idea is what'll happen is if the other side's full, it'll just sit there and wait. Because this one I don't feel like there's a big need, because I'm not going to have that many places it's going to top off. Yep, so we got another train here. Alright. Cool. Because you're so impatient to be able to start playing Space Age just for fluid changes. I don't actually know exactly what they changed, but it does seem like I vaguely remember like pipes seeming to fill up gradually kind of thing. Where it looks almost like there'll be this section, and in that section, like it seems like it's treating it as like it's like one big unit or whatever. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is we've got that starting to move stuff around. But before I forget, we're going to be running out of coal relatively soon down here at our base. So what I want to do is I just want to run down here and add a quick coal stop here to plug into an existing coal network. Because if I don't do that, everything will be running fine and then suddenly all the lights will go off. And that'll be bad. Yeah, previously every pipe was calculated individually and depended on the previous one. Now it's calculation by section. More intuitive, infinitely more efficient. Yep. Yeah, that's what it seemed like, because you moused over and it highlighted the whole grid. Which I think is better, because like if nothing else, it'll just be computationally nowhere near as bad. Alright, so yeah, so our copper is down to 188k, that's down to 71k on the stone. The ore here is down to 122k, and then this is down to 227. Which is not a small amount, but it's getting there. Yeah, so that station's turned off. This is where we're gonna get like a little bit of weirdness going on here, because I don't really have this set up in a good way for what I want to do. We can make it work. So this would be the way in. Man, you can start seeing that some of these trees up here are starting to die that weren't dead before. And that's because of pollution exposure. Over time, you will kill all the forests and all that in range of your factory. Somewhere around there, maybe? Nope, one tile farther. Okay, so with this, we will need to put a traffic light there. This is a weird segment of road. Okay, so that's one segment. I need this to be a separate segment. Yeah, I think that's fine. So this is a segment, that upper area is a segment, this is a segment, that's a segment. Meanwhile, we're gonna need to go here, and yours is gonna change to that kind of a signal. So the train will wait here if this is obscured. Okay. Or not obscured, blocked. Okay, so we can just go right over here. Block the train station down. Need to grab more arms. But the good news is this is another drop-off. I don't have to do anything more on the other end of this. Literally, I'm just going to have a drop-off here. This is not right on this side. All right, let me grab more arms. But basically, it's going to drop off, and I'm just going to feed this coal right around. I'm just going to put it in that splitter, because that's where this goes, and have this be the primary, so it drains this first. And then with that, it should ping-pong back and forth between the different coal places as needed from that one spot. I needed arms, which are down here. And then after all of that, we'll be ready for oil setup. Like, we've got the oil set up, we're just not doing anything with it. But I'll be ready to sit here and start, you know, making plastic and all that kind of stuff. Because I have the materials in place, and we can just add our chemical plants and all that good stuff. And that takes a little bit of work. Like, if you take the time to have the blueprints and all that, it's nice and quick. But I haven't done it in an age. Okay. And we already pick up coal for this train at a different location. Alright, so you want to know what I have to do to make this work? Is I go right up here, and I say coal drop. Nothing else. It's just called coal drop, and you notice that our train immediately kicked into gear and is on its way here. I didn't have to do anything else. And that's because both stations have the same name, coal drop. And so as long as one of the stations is active, whenever it needs to do its next thing, it'll check for a station with the right name and it'll go do it. And just like before, we're going to go here and enable, send train, do this, coal. All right, and if it is less than 2,000, you know, send the train. Which is basically about half the capacity of the train. The train will take a little while to get here. So the idea is pretty much, let me know I need the material before we actually do need it. That way it's available when I do need it. Cool. And with that, we've now got that all wired up. We can go over here. Plunk down a light there. Let's see here. You're already in range and all that. This is a cool train setup. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing that's so nice. The biggest challenge with trains is learning when to use the different signals and how to lock it off. And if you want to like just have like the 2-second, if you look at these, you'll notice they're different colors. Like this is a cyan, that's yellow, and this isn't our cyan up here, but that's okay. You see the yellow here? The idea is this is one block of track, and so these signals are green, saying it's free to come in, and then it won't go into the next the next section unless it's clear. And the way it works is this signal says stop here, wait for it, and this says, hey, this path is clear. Because you can have it where it says, you know, if you can get to the next stop sign, you're good, just go for it. Versus these ones can be, if you cannot find your full path to the next one. I don't remember the exact nuance, but you get the idea. You break it up into segments, and there's one signal to stop it here, and one signal to stop it if the entire path isn't clear. You can priority coming out of your box too. This is true. And what I am going to do is I'm going to run all the way down to this chest because that wood is not going away. And I need it to. So I'm going to go to this box. I'm going to drop wood in that spot now. And so what's going to end up happening is this arm, if I remember correctly, that arm should start grabbing just wood. So as it needs wood, it should just feed it in there. And actually, I could do that as well. And so we'll get that one in the end burning the wood so it doesn't keep piling up. Cool. If I'm correct. Worst case, there's other ways I could deal with that to get that sorted. Alright. So now if we look at our map, this coal drop is full, that iron drop is full, the coal pickup is available, the oil drop here is available, because we didn't do any real programming on this. We just told the train, hey, if you're full, go to drop. If you're empty, go to pickup. And we're just not worrying about that. Signals are really easy when you understand that basically you're always just using full stops everywhere except where the intersections are. Yeah. Basically, you put like the stop where you want a train to stop. But everywhere else you just use the signals to break it up to help it navigate. And then these coal pickups are available. Cool. Put all in one box and just nuke it. Yeah, that's always a strategy. Put stuff you don't want to box, slap it with a grenade, and call it a day. I believe my car is over here somewhere. Yeah, there's my car. So let's run over there. Go just a little bit longer just to start the oil stuff. So at least I have the satisfaction of knowing that's going. Because right now I'm upset that it's just saying research here. Because I did go really heavy on the red and green research, so we blasted through it really quick. But that does mean because I don't have blue ready, it's just sitting here. Yeah, and eventually I want to go in here and have those two feed into each other. Let's just grab the car. Because now this is a danger track. Like, we probably won't have a vehicle go on here. But now there's the possibility we have a train go whipping around this thing at speed. They are just shoving down all the trees in the way till I give myself more avenues to cut through here real easy. Like big force like that I'm gonna try. Oh, that's right. All these paths will just get wider as I do this. It'll be fine. Or it won't. I don't really care. Cross really quick, don't delay. Okay, so repair that. Alright, so we've got our oil in, we've got our coal. Okay, so finally after all of this time... do you know you can go around trees, right? Yeah, no, I've done a few areas. But some of those areas, like going around the trees, isn't particularly convenient, so I'm not. So right now we've got our basic initial reaction, which is oil in, petroleum out. Straightforward. So the first thing it's going to be doing is getting the oil over here. We're going to worry about how many of those we're going to do yet. I've got you turn around backwards. And these reactions will change, and we'll get a bunch of other stuff later. And so for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and make like one length of pipe here. And then drop all these. Set up a bunch of them as a huge buffer. Okay. So we're now officially should be getting... I keep forgetting I have to set the quality. It's gonna take me a while to do that. You know about flipping the inputs? Oh, these? I remember there was a way to do that where you could change like the inputs and outputs and all that. You could move them around. So where this one's saying go in here, I can't remember if it's you literally just plug it in. It's like okay, or there's probably a button. You hit H and hover. Gotcha. I probably won't remember that, but it is good to know, and I'll just probably need a reminder. So we can leave that over here. Meanwhile, let's look at our chemical plants. So we have where we can make the petroleum into solid fuel. We might end up doing that later, but not yet. This reaction we're not ready for. We can do petroleum and coal to make plastic. That's going to be necessary. And then we're going to need petroleum and water to make sulfur. So we do have the coal here. Fair enough. So what I am going to go ahead and do is straight to the side from here. I'm going to go ahead and set up some chemical plants. And you'll notice I'm giving myself lots and lots of space here. Again, always assume you're going to need like 10 times as much space as you actually need. Because it's just really easy to fix it if you got it wrong. So these are going to be plastic. Just deciding how I want to set this up. Cool, so we set up these two to make plastic. And so for right now, there's no output I have to worry about. So what I ought to do is just run... Okay, so train's here. Just run the coal over. We do have an odd number of pipe undergrounds. Something terrible has happened. I don't know where the answer is. Clearly somewhere I have a pipe that's connected to nothing. It's probably down in my oil field. Yeah, no, I get why you're bringing it up, because I shouldn't have an odd number. So clearly one got placed somewhere and they don't have the other half. So trying to decide, do I want... we'll run the coal up this way. And then the plastic output will be here. It'll become apparent sometime in the future. You're not wrong. Yeah, there's probably a much better way to be laying this out, but it's good enough right now. This is gonna be another one of those things that you like don't get attached. It's gonna change like 4 times. Like, I already know one thing that is gonna happen is this one will change to, instead of giving you just petroleum, you can give it like where it gives petroleum and heavy oil and all that sort of stuff. And so that ends up being a thing. We'll go ahead and put 2 more chemical plants on your side because I already know I'm gonna need an obnoxious amount of plastic. Okay, so what we can do here is if I add... Why are we only having coal on one side of the belt? Well, this is an easy problem to fix. I just didn't expect to need to fix it. Oh, right, because that can contain 2,000 within that. I understand. So this light should turn green relatively soon. Yeah, because we look at... How much do you have in your network here now? You're at 2.2, you're at 2.1. So yeah, so if we watch this, right now that indicator's blinking red. In a couple seconds, it'll blink yellow because the amount of coal will drop below 2K. You got to hook up the petroleum? Yeah, no, I need to. It's just, I got distracted by the fact that it's like, wait a second, my coal line's not right. Of course, it's not going to actually do it right this second because that filled up. And it filled up just slightly over 2,000. Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. We got our petroleum line. Yeah, and it's all connected to here. And that's slowly filling it up. I need to get petroleum up here as well. Let's deal with it from this side. There's more plastic. I have no idea about the ingredient quality thing. My only guess, my theory about the ingredient quality thing is eventually down the road, I will need to have the ingredient quality for other purposes. Right now, also just to have this working, I'm just gonna huck them in a box. I'm gonna need other stuff later. That's gonna need to be connected to a train that will then get that. So the good news is we've got that going. The other thing I would need to make is the sulfur, which I'll then also need to make sulfuric acid. So that's gonna be a little bit more involved than this one. So we're gonna go ahead and turn these this way this time. For the sulfuric acid, or sorry, sulfur, I need water and the petroleum. Then go here. Actually, I want it to be on the belts. Yeah, we'll turn it the same way. That won't be too hard to make happen. So we'll go ahead and give ourselves plenty of space. Yeah, so then this will be the sulfur. We'll configure all these real fast. Yeah, so you notice they have water and petroleum they need, so we can just go right here. I'm just gonna craft these in my pocket right here. I'll need to put a pump over here somewhere. That'll work. We'll deal with that, because you're gonna need to go there and there. And I want to be able to go through the middle, so I can go here and connect that, and figure out the way I want to lay that out in a moment. I'll figure that out in a minute. Okay, so this is gonna have the sulfuric acid being fed into all the places it needs to go. The water still needs to be hooked up, so we're gonna go like this. Then we can go here. Honestly, just do that. Okay, so I've got the water hooked up on this side, but I need to bring it up here as well. So this one shouldn't be too bad, because what I can do here is it'll just pop right on over here. Not there. We can go right here. Yep, and bring you over this way. We'll need a spot there. A couple more of these. Do I not... Am I... Okay, there we go. I was about to say, it's like, don't make me one ingot short from being able to connect this all. Okay, and we'll need to do a couple of these and a couple of those. Alright, so this is a colossal disaster, but with that said, that should all be hooked up. And so that's now producing sulfur. And for right now, just like the other one, so they don't know where I'm taking it yet, just to have it working. Put it in the box. Okay, and I think it's also just struggling because petroleum production is insufficient. Which that's an easy one to fix, because all we do to fix the petroleum production, we just go right here and say, hey, what if we made more? I already know that's going to be a problem in like 10 seconds, so let's skip that. Because we will get multiple types of materials I want out of those in like one version of this. Okay. You can flip those now so you don't need to space them. Oh, right. What people were mentioning. Yeah, I didn't catch that was like the primary value of it, which does make sense. Because I just want to get these hooked up and working. Once I get that, that'll be fine for the moment. Because at least then... Cool. So I've got 4 of those producing petroleum. And that's splitting up between making the sulfur and plastic. Those will end up going on, most likely on trains to go out to, like, make our tier 3 science and all that. But, with that said, it's real nice you can fit the entire rows all touching each other with just 2 spacings for pipes. Yeah. You only have... Oh, right. I am not going to get used to this ingredient quality thing. I don't know what the outcome idea of that is, and don't spoil it, but I really don't like that it's adding like a whole extra set of clicks every single time. And I'm sure there's a way to deal with it. Okay, so I've got 4 of those making petroleum, so that's good news. So, it's looking like we're in pretty good shape right now. We've done pretty well. We've already finished all of the red-green science research. We've already expanded our coal, our oil, our iron. We've got trains automated to do all that. We managed to fight back the biters to control a whole bunch of area. I do have some biters over here and over there that I'm going to want to deal with. It looks like this might be another peninsula area that I can clear out, and then I only have to deal with this front and that front. The extra click was a major complaint during the beta. Yeah, and that's the thing. It feels like it should be defaulted, and then I can go back and change it if I so choose. Can you make the tank yet? No, the tank is down where? It's in here somewhere. There's a tank. Yeah, so the tank is actually... So it's military 3 is all I'm missing. So I need that, which requires both the black and the blue research. So the black research is grenades and, yeah, it's grenades, piercing rounds, and walls. So I can actually do the military research, which will be one we'll want to get. And then the blue research we should also get, which is the advanced circuit. So when we come back tomorrow, we're going to start with getting the black research set up, because I already have everything I need for that. We'll just make a dedicated area for it. So that way I'll bring in the stone, bring in, like... Yeah, what I'll probably do is I'll probably bring in those raw materials and make it all there, so I'll have 5 inputs, is what I'm... Well, I'm kind of going either way with that. We'll see. Versus this one will be a bit of a trick because of the engines. So most likely I'll need to be so the engines are basically just steel and iron. So I'll bring in steel and iron because I need those for other stuff. So we'll need to bring in steel, iron, plastic, and copper and sulfur. We'll see. Sometimes... No, what I'll probably do, actually, what I think I'll do, is we'll make a place that's dedicated to making the engines. That'll be one location. A location that'll be dedicated to making the green circuits, and then a location dedicated to making the red circuits. And then all of those things will get shipped over, because that's what we'll need to finish that off. Because I'm going to end up needing lots and lots of green circuits and lots of red circuits. And rather just having a dozen different places I'm going to have to scale up little by little one after another, I can just do the same thing we have been doing, where we just have a train load them up. But we can just increase the production in that one location, and I can have trains rushing in and out as needed to deal with it. You think their plan is that you choose the quality first, if at all, defaults to normal? Yeah. No, it's the fact that there's a confirm button. If they just got rid of the confirm button, that'd be fine. Just because of how many times I'm like, I've selected it, and I should be good, and I move on, and I turn around and realize I just didn't hit the confirm button. Alright, so how are we doing out, by the way? So our coal's at 223, that's a 115k. You see a bunch of these have stopped doing anything. So when we get back, we'll set up the black science, we'll set up the blue science, and get those researches going. And when we get back, I'll need to clear out these 2 nests over here. I'm suspecting this is a dead-end area as well. And that'll be good. We have no biters that I'm aware of anywhere remotely close to our range. The good news is this is a giant ocean, so I don't have to worry about pollution getting across there anytime soon. It is looking like I'll be able to do like a battle line here, where we can get across and put defensive there, and then that would make this whole part of the map clear of biters. And then it's just the South Island. So it is interesting how much more water I'm seeing on this than I remember. But with all that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time, so I am going to go ahead and finally actually make a save, which I probably should, which is Space Age. We'll just call it that, easy enough. But don't go anywhere. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending, so I guess you can go someplace. But for all of this over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and go to my ending stream screen, and we're going to see who we can find to drop a raid on.